just said if I was live.
Well, good evening and welcome to the City Council Conference, June 27th, 2023. There are two items on the agenda. Item 1 is an update on 718 North Porter Avenue. Anthony.
Alrighty. So last time we were here, it was June 13th. We had a budget meeting. Council allocated $500,000 for the renovation of 718 to be the new location, temporary location for the warming shelter that is currently at Gray Street. Then we had a special session where council directed staff to begin preparing 718, gathering more information for that relocation. And this is just a bit of an update from where we're at. So keep in mind, we didn't really have any, much information last time we saw you. Staff has been hard at work preparing, going over the property, and trying to get you a better idea of what this would look like going forward. So, and based on that, we wanted to bring it back to council for your feedback. So, first thing I did when this property was proposed, if you guys remember the last time we were looking for locations, one of the locations was deemed controversial because of its location relative to a school, Lamond International Academy. This one, that was one of the first things I pulled up just because I know council's interested in that. So here's a map of kind of where we're at. In relation to schools, it is very close to Wilson Elementary at 735 feet. Depending on, to relate, the one next to Lamond, I can't remember which building we were proposing it to be in, but there are two like right next to each other. So anywhere from 300 to 700 feet is how close it was to Lamond. So this is about a little more or about the same for Wilson. Then we also have Longfellow, about 836 feet, and then 1,700 feet for Jefferson Elementary. One thing I just found out today, so if you see Wilson, catty corner on that street, just north of it, there is also a daycare, and that's 550 feet. So that was one I did not catch in my initial site assessment, but that was brought to my attention today. All right.
Councilman.
Go ahead.
Why are we bringing up the schools? I know last time there was like an issue about like there's potential sex offenders and stuff like that, but we've made it very well known that they're not allowed in the shelter. So why is that of significance?
Well, and the reason that was of significance, that was my understanding of why we didn't locate, even with like the idea of there wouldn't be, like I think we always knew there would not be allowed sex offenders in the shelter no matter what. But that was my understanding of why we got so much pushback on the previous location.
Councilmember.
Okay, I was just gonna make a clarifying statement about, we didn't get to choose that location because it never came up for a vote because the county rescinded the opportunity for us to locate there because of the sale
The
of Griffin. Or sorry, the state, yeah.
Gotcha.
So, I mean,
That
yes,
wasn't-
it was part of the conversation, but we never got to the point where
Decide on
we
it.
got to vote.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was my mistake then. But I do remember it just being part of the conversation. And so just for reference, if it was a concern there, I just wanted to make sure it was addressed here. If it's not a concern, it's not a concern. The surrounding zoning, just to give you guys an idea of the area, and this will also come into play about like how much money it will cost. So everything in brown is going to be RM3, I believe. That's residential. It does abut residential, which is important because this is in the Porter Overlay District, Porter Corridor Overlay District. And what that means is under our current zoning, I think when a commercial abuts a residential, you have to separate the two parcels by a masonry wall. So that's going to come into play later. And then the red is going to be commercial, and then the pink, that's Norman Regional, so that's a institutional use. That's a PUD for them. And then the green is the subject property.
Can you clarify, so the green part, is it overlaying two types of zoning, commercial and,
That's
what's the other one?
I think it's R2 or R1.
Okay,
it's a parking lot.
right. I
So
know
it-
that it's the parking lot, but I was just confused.
But it's zoned
Is this
differently
another
than
one
the
of our
building.
weird zoning?
And
Capacity.
and if you actually go, like the parcels themselves, the parcels that the building is on, there's actually two parcels. bifurcating the
Got it.
property. So it is a little wonky. I think I noticed a lot of the parking lots were zoned residential, and I'm not sure why. But
Okay.
So it's perfect for us.
So rezoning would clean that area up a little bit.
it would clean up the parcels, like the 3 here. We have 2 that are in commercial, and then the parking lot, which is in residential. Obviously, it's not residential. But this would be, the idea was this would be rezoned to be a SPUD. And so that would include, and if you look at the purpose for a SPUD, it's supposed to heighten the requirements to kind of meld the 2 uses together when there are abutting uses.
Before we go off of our maps, maybe it'll be better on the previous one. Where is the Salvation Army on this map?
I don't know. I don't think it is currently on the map, but it'll be just north.
Okay.
And I think it's right next to Robinson. So it is like very close to Porter.
Okay. Just wanted to kind of, set the scene.
Like a
Yes.
few buildings down.
And
Yeah.
as well, I think currently right now they're obviously a low capacity shelter, but they are planning on doing a high capacity shelter. I think very close in that same area.
They have a huge master plan
Yes.
for the area.
So that is also planned to be. I don't know what their timeline is, but that is also going to be in the area as well.
Yeah.
All right, so just a little bit about the building history. It was previously an office space used by Norman Regional. There's also a medical equipment retailer in the lower floor. We bought the building in about 2022 with a land swap with the county. And there are 2 floors. And this is going to be important later as well. Each floor is approximately 800 square feet.
Land swap with the hospital.
Oh, land swap with the hospital, not the county. That was my mistake. And so we're looking about 8,800 square feet per floor. Okay, and here we get to what the information we didn't have because we couldn't necessarily get expert eyes on the property when council brought this to our attention. Again, so that Porter corridor, why that's important is if it's in the Porter corridor, when it abuts residential, it has to have a masonry wall to separate the 2 uses. And staff, after looking at it, when we do a SPUD, if you look at the zoning code, it typically says, it should heighten, the use or whatever restrictions are currently in place to meld the 2 uses together. Because this is going to be a little probably more intense of a use than, like, let's say commercial, right? And there could be a little bit more disruption. We were recommending that the city should exceed the current Porter corridor requirement. So instead of a 4-foot masonry fence that would just go along that back line of the property, we would actually recommend enclosing that back area, that back parking lot to some degree, and that way to give a little bit more separation. And then you could also include like an open area, and that way if, whenever the clients would want to do like a smoke break or something, that was kind of what that area was proposed for.
Anthony, would that be a north-south wall at the very east end and an east-west wall on the very south?
That hasn't been finalized yet. What we would say is, so I know this is kind of small, but essentially, like, it would run north-south along the whole border of the property, and then we would probably want to also from east to west on the bottom, but we wouldn't want to necessarily go all the way north because we want to have some parking back there. So we probably basically enclose half of that parking area that's in the back right now with an 8-foot masonry fence. And that does add a cost. It's, I think, $125,000 to $150,000 for the masonry fence. So it is a costly expense. And then keep in mind, if we were still wanting to sell the property later down the road, you have kind of dug in to the parking lot that's back there. And I'm assuming if it was an office use that we sold it for, they probably would want to tear down the 8-foot fence and have more parking available. But again, that depends on who you're selling it to and what they're proposing for the use. Okay, so another requirement that we ran into, we would likely only be able to renovate the downstairs only. Because once you get into the upstairs, you're talking about a lot more renovations that would be a lot more costly. Yes.
Councilmember.
Okay, so Councilmember Peacock, you might remember you and I and Councilmember Hall went and toured this building before we purchased it. And at the time, the upstairs was still occupied. They had not moved out of the building yet. So can you explain in the last 2 years how it's all of a sudden awful when there were like actual human beings working out of there? Like what makes it so bad?
Exactly. And so it's not the fact, like, okay, keep in mind, we're going from an office space, which has certain code requirements, to one that we're going to have to safely house individuals, like, more of like a residential use, right? Think of it that way. When you go from like a low intensity use to a high intensity use, you're going to want to make sure it's safer, and the code does compensate for that. So for example, one of the things you're going to want to do, you're going to want a vertical barrier and a horizontal barrier to maintain fire safety. So that way, if a fire starts upstairs, you want at least 30-minute separation between those two areas. And that's just going to be more intensive than what you would find in a commercial setting, because people aren't living there, right? Moreover, because people are going to be living there, you have to maintain a higher degree of ingress and egress, right? So currently with the layout we have now, it's great for office, right? It is not great if you're going to have 100 potential people who are sleeping there at the same time, needing to leave the building if there's a fire, right? You're going to have wider egress, probably 2 points of egress, right? You have 2 stairwells. From the upstairs to the downstairs, one stairwell is not going to be great. It would probably have to be redone if we're going to use it for residential. That's costly. There's some concerns about the elevator. That's very costly. And keep in mind, we would want to make sure absolutely that this is ADA accessible. So if that is a cost for the elevator, like, you have to ensure that your ADA clients can get to that top floor safely. So that could potentially cause problems, because I think that elevator is kind of old. So that is, in a nutshell, why the upstairs is probably not doable, because, keep in mind, those are just the small things that add up really quickly. That doesn't account for, again, you're doing, totally new walls, totally new layout changes. You might have to redo the flooring if it's not up to code for that separation. So you're taking everything that's, I don't want to say wrong, because it's not, the building's not, like dilapidated or anything, but you're going from an office to a residential. You're multiplying that by 2, plus you're going to have to deal with getting those people upstairs safely and downstairs safely.
So you can separate, like, if it's going to be zoned residential, then it seems like it would have to have these updates. Like, how can we say, oh, well, we're just going to do it on the bottom floor, the spud, but not,
Yes, bud.
so.
So, and it's not necessarily how it's zoned, it's how it's used, right? So,
Sure.
And we just want to make sure that it's safe, right? And so that's the feedback I got from like the code people and the fire people. Like, if we wanted to do it for this use, these are what we would have to do in order to maintain safety per code requirements.
So they couldn't office upstairs and
They could.
would have to completely shut off the second floor?
Well, keep in mind, so if we wanted, like, if budget was not an issue, right, we could do whatever we wanted to the building, right? But based on the fact that we budgeted 500,000, it's likely just for the bottom floor going to be 2 million. We just didn't think that it was probably going to be a viable option. If, staff directs us to go forward with the second floor, absolutely. Just be aware that it will increase the cost dramatically. So, and that's what we've been told by those who have toured the building.
Councilmember Gray.
So that stairwell and the elevator, would those things also be costly even if that was just office space up there and we weren't using residential?
It depends, right? Totally office space, probably. It probably wouldn't be as much of a problem. Again, because the issue is egress for safety. You have to maintain 2 paths. This is my understanding. I could be totally wrong. So I'm not a fire code official. But what I was told is 2 means of egress that are code compliant. Right now, I think there's just 1 because that's all it needs for office use. I think because you're mixing the bottom floor and the top floor, even if you're only using the bottom floor for residential, I think you probably still have to be in compliance if you're going to use that second story, is my understanding.
So thinking
That sounds
ahead
right.
though, like if you were trying to turn around, this wasn't the permanent location and somebody wanted to buy this building, would those things still need to be fixed regardless if?
I
Like
don't-
the elevator, for example.
The elevator possibly. I mean, we haven't quite looked into the elevator yet. It's still pretty early. That's going to also require some, I think, involvement from the Department of Labor. There's the ones who license the elevator. However, that could be, yes, elevator specifically. In terms of the stairwell, if it's just office space, I don't think they would have to change it.
In life code with the ADA requirements, you can't use an elevator to go from a floor that's on fire down. You need to get down the stairs of some sort. So that's why those stairs, I'm assuming, have to be made more. Sorry, sir.
No, I was just going to say that, Mr. Purington's spot on. When you have mixed use occupancies, office above residential, there's an automatic 2-hour fire separation that has to occur at the floor level. 2-stair requirement is true. One has to be a 2-hour fire rated stair. So usually that means concrete block around the entire thing or a really expensive firewall. Same with the elevator, requires a 2-hour wall around it. Does the building have sprinkler? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what goofed everything up.
Okay.
Mm,
Oh, that's
it
right.
does.
That's what busted. That's right.
But we have not necessarily, at this point, this is something we are working on. We're making sure that that will be compliant with the residential use. So we don't know for sure if that is.
Office is like the most base level, simplest, least complicated use from a code perspective, I should say.
As a
And
blue collar person, I find that offensive.
I didn't write the code.
I know. Just let it be known.
I just when you say that, yeah, putting a lot of people living there, it adds quite a bit of restriction from the code perspective.
Yes, ma'am.
So all the other issues, residential or not, janky elevator, egress, all these things, like we didn't know this when we were buying it, that we would have to sink a lot of money into it.
As office, it's still fine. I mean, you could use it as an office today and not have to put $1 into it.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is we're changing the use of it.
Well,
Except to bring it up to
Code,
But
like,
if you don't touch it, you don't have to bring anything up to code.
well, the sheetrock and the electrical.
That
and
is-
the,
that's-
it's not habitable now as an office anyway.
Sure.
no, like
Sure,
we
I
would
just
have
mean making these
to,
changes for fire.
but like we got to do these things, like yeah.
Yes, but just keep in mind, like let's say you wanted to bring it up to code standards for an office space, it would be this much. Bringing it up to code for residential mixed use, this much, right? I can't give you necessarily like a cost estimate of how the difference would be. It will just be more expensive if we're doing it for the residential.
in the original conversations in
21.
2021, we had a cost estimate for a remodel of the building provided by our very own in-house architect, Councilmember Peacock, of about 1.8 million, and that was a couple years back. And so we had a number, and we anticipated a sizable investment even when the initial acquisition was being discussed.
Councilmember Shu.
And just to be clear, too, about the way that we acquired this property was in the land swap with Norman Regional as we were kind of replatting that whole section, divvying up the portions for like the senior wellness center and different things. So like we didn't purchase the
buy
building.
anything.
It was part of our compensation
Right.
for
Acreage.
swapping the acreage and things like that. So like it's not something that we said, oh, we want to purchase this and flip it either.
Well, we got it, and then we
There
talked
were
about doing this
conversations,
the
yes.
first time, but then it was, oh no, we might swap with,
But it's
sell
not
it to
why-
county,
but it's
and then
not
we're gonna use
why we
that
got
money for the senior center. I know, but it's just
It's
so
just
there's
that's
that.
not important.
No, that is important. We acquired. I said purchase. It's a nuance. But that was the intention of us acquiring this building to begin with, was to do that. And then it was, oh, we might swap, and we need that money to pay for the senior center. Well, that didn't happen. And then we kicked that can down the road. And then it was, we were going to go to Lamond area, and it was, oh, they freaked out, and it was no. And then get a hotel, and we looked at different hotels, and now it's, oh, it's too much money. Like, I don't know. This is just more kicking the can down the road. I don't know. I don't like where this conversation's going. Okay, sorry. Anthony, you're awesome. Go ahead.
All right, so timeline. We were hopeful that we could get it done in the 90-day extension period that we've kind of set for ourselves, right? Well, zoning alone will take 90 days, right? And like that's with, I will say, bless staff's heart for putting out a spud in that period of time. Because keep in mind, the period to do that in 90 days is next week. We're submitting an application, right? So that's July 1. And then that gives us to an effective date, I believe, October 26th. and then we can start construction and the bid process, which is about 3 to 4 weeks for bids, right? If not more. Then construction, the architect who told us was 6 to 8 months once you start construction. Now that's going to be in the winter, okay, with this timeline that we're on. So estimated completion initially, like again, all of these estimates are like literally we just got eyes on the building for this particular idea. And we really try to get as much and accurate as information as we can now, but these are all subject to change with more information. Estimated completion date by July 2024. So we're still, I mean, again, winter I think is our main priority. So this doesn't put us in here at winter time, right? So, all right, cost estimate, rough total cost estimate. This is rough because we're going off of a remodel per square footage, okay? 1.75 to 2 million. This is based on, I think, $150 per square feet. Plus you have to figure in like design fees, and stuff like that. So, and construction, engineering design, the wall requirement, again, that's going to be kind of expensive at $125,000 to $150,000. And then about 10% consistency is how we got to this very rough number. But it does match up with what we've kind of expected when we bought the property. What this does not include the second floor, remember. It does not include cost to buy new beds or equipment. This is something I also wanted to bring up because I think the idea was we take the same square footage, and we can double our capacity. If we use this building, we're going to increase our capacity and we're going to be able to serve more people, which is great. However, we bought, we did spend a good amount of money on an investment because we knew we wanted a permanent location. We got the bunk beds that they use at City Care. April did a great job with that, and I think they're great beds. 8-foot ceilings in the new place. We could not use the beds. So we probably have to use either different bunk beds. We could still hold on to the old ones and use them at the permanent location, but we would probably have to invest in new beds for this location. And then increased cost of operation. The more people you're going to add, the more people, that's going to increase cost as well.
And we're still paying rent for the 12 or 15 months, however long winter of 2024 is. So we've got that many rent payments, not rent payments, but payments for the shelter down here.
Yes, that's assuming that, that goes forward.
Councilmember Foreman,
What's the value of the property right now as is?
800.
We just got it appraised.
We got appraised if we bring it up to office space quality C, it would be worth 1.5. It just depends what the cost of bringing it up to office space quality C is, which is average. And if we don't do anything to it, we just have to take the cost of getting it up to building space C
Sure.
off the cost. So it's 1.5 minus whatever the cost of bringing it up to average standards for office space is.
Okay.
Councilmember Holman.
Does that take into account, we're doing the Porter streetscape, so when that's done, it'll look nicer out there, the street will, and that if we were to sell it for redevelopment, that there aren't any lots that large along Porter that are available to be redeveloped on. There's a pretty sizable one across the street that's a vacant lot. We actually approved a development there several years ago, and then they never built it. It was
On the
gonna be a
hospital
restaurant. Next to the Sonic, kind of.
Next to the signs.
Sort of next to the Sonic. But I would think it might even be more valuable as far as appraisal wise, when the Porter Streetscape project is finished. And I don't know if it would be more valuable as an empty lot than the building that's there, given the shape it's in and what it would take to do anything with it. But I don't know. I also am wondering, what options do we have if we can't do it right here? And for the next year, if we don't renew the contract on Gray Street, which, I think we all agree is not the ideal location, but if we don't do that and we have to wait a year to do this location, and I think we all mostly agree that a permanent location would, to me anyway, would be close to Food and Shelter for Friends on the Griffin property somewhere. But what do we do now with those 50 people that would be, there'd now be 50 more people out roaming the streets of Norman at nighttime than there are now. And so I'm wondering what else is there? I mean, what does it cost to put a slab and a tin building up,
Is it 1.5 million?
yeah.
Minus.
And even where would you do that?
We did look into
Yeah.
that, so renovation space is about $150 per square foot. Just a metal building build out's about $350 a square foot. So if you do 10,000 square feet, you're probably looking at 3.5.
For just a slab and
That
tin
does
building?
not include the cost of buying the land or getting the land prepped.
So that's my concern about this. Is it,
Well,
in the best case scenario, this one would take a year
Yeah.
for us to do.
anything, it seems, is going to take a long time, and that's one of the things. There's no instant gratification for any of this. And my thought is I don't know that we can sell that building if we put $2 million into it, regardless of whether we land swapped for it in the beginning or not. If we put $2 million in it, will we get $2 million out? Probably not. And so that doesn't make it a good business deal to me, and goes over. So perhaps the conversation needs to move to an idea of what could we really do? Could there be a building? Could there be somewhere that was done? Councilmember Holman and I disagree about the location, but so what? Let's figure out what we do have as tools to be able to do that and come up with a solution that will work for everything and have it built the way that it needs to be built first time and not having to cobble stuff together. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say that there are a few things coming to that part of Porter,
Okay.
like a 50-patient.
Behavioral unit?
Yes. I don't know that upgrading this building, I mean, like considering all the stuff that's coming around, I don't think that would be far off from what's around it. And for 3.5 million for a tin building and no land, I just don't, I mean, I think it would be worth it.
It depends on the location. I think if the location were other than this location, because of all the hospital things that are in there and the other concerns that we've had. If the location were somewhere else, not
I
saying
mean,
where.
just for an entity that operates in that realm,
Yeah.
like that's a part of their background, that building could be attractive to them.
It could be, but we don't have that fish on the hook, so.
Yeah.
Councilman, were you done? I'm
No,
sorry.
I just said yes.
Okay. Councilmember?
I was gonna say, you're right, this is gonna turn into a money pit, but Daryl, do we have any other location that would fit our needs and a time frame?
Not that the city controls. And looking at, on the quest for existing facilities, even if it required tenant improvements to be made, we didn't find any landlords that said, I'll rent you my space for that particular use. Whether or not, in the conversation, when you hear from other cities about, Norman is where the services are for Cleveland County. Cleveland County, is there an opportunity do they have a piece of real estate on which a permanent facility could happen sooner than later? Do they still have ARPA dollars that are unallocated, unprogrammed, that could be used for support in such a service? Haven't gone down that road. And in terms of vacant real estate, Anthony, Jason, whoever might know off the top of your head, is the lot on which 718 sits, is it approaching a half acre? Is that ballpark how big that piece of real estate is? I mean, I'm not sure what the minimum requirement would be, but probably somewhere between a half acre and an acre to develop 10,000 square feet and have enough square footage. And now when you think about ceiling height, to make sure it's high enough for the bed configuration that you're
Right.
utilizing and that kind of thing. There may be different questions that we haven't asked because we weren't on that path.
Right.
But just this morning, staff was talking about, should we approach Cleveland County with their,
So we talked about this couple nights ago, you and I think this question was asked a couple of months ago. So are we going to approach the county? Is it a possibility to ask the county for their help in finding some a location and swap this property out as a?
We don't have a bunch of vacant land on the balance sheet, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Francisco, not a lot of real estate. Yeah, and I do not know what the county has in its portfolio that could be ready to go.
County assessor
got
has it
more.
listed at 0.81 acres.
0.81, okay, 3/4 of an acre.
And there's a huge parking lot, and, you know, the parking's not the biggest demand for that particular, yeah, so somewhere between a half acre and an acre, but, you know, closer to an acre is probably plenty of real estate on which that permanent solution could be developed.
Aren't we about to own land by Hitachi?
Yes, we are. No, we do.
But that's,
been acquired.
That was
Has been
acquired?
acquired.
Okay.
and that's what size of a lot?
5 acres, Mr. Purinton?
5 acres.
Interesting.
Interesting.
And the neat thing about that is it would be not only a place that was away from the central business district for me, it would be a place that could be built correctly to fill the needs. You want dogs, you want parking, you want places that cars can come in for the people that live in cars. You want all of those things. A wish list could be made up, and that design figured out as to how this is best. ADA on the second floor drives me bananas. I know they do it in different cities, but the idea of being in a fire and in a wheelchair and not being able to egress scares me to death. It just, that idea is horrible. So let's make it where everything fits, and we can put couples and singles and all those mixes that are up there. Or perhaps use 2 places. There was a proposition by Mission Norman. There are 3 strips of apartments that haven't been built out there that he still has lots for. So there may be a way of housing different groups of people at different places. This would be one to maybe put in SROs, and that the plumbing's already in there, the electric is already in there, the ground is already in there. It's just a matter of, and it's already a PUD already for homeless housing. And so that what they have there now are 4 apartments for families. We just changed you could put the same shape, different arrangement of doors and rooms for different kinds of things. There are other ways of being able to solve it without the political fallout, or with less political fallout.
Never bothered me.
Never bothered you. Councilmember Schuler.
You know, I appreciate the conversation about thinking about, you know, what are our permanent solutions, what are opportunities, and I think it's a conversation that we've been having for the 2 years that I have been on council, and I think what it comes down to is, I think many of us are kind of hoping for that permanent solution, right? Whatever that becomes, for a permanent location, for kind of a assurance that we know where it's going to be, this is everything. But I think what we've been struggling with is, what do we do in the interim between, I mean, and we still have not figured out what is that perfect permanent location and the solution for all of this. But I think we have to get, I think, a little bit more serious about what is the gap that we are filling until we get to that and we figure out what it is. Because a lot of this is wrapped up in, you know, what happens with our current contract. This conversation about it being a warm-in shelter, I think, is starting to become part of the problem, because we have also identified that we don't just need a shelter in the winter. We need a shelter 24/7 or like 365 basically, because as you know, tomorrow starting is
108.
critical,
105 is what my phone
right,
says
critical
tomorrow.
heat. We're getting advisories for heat. Like, it is not safe for people to be out in those conditions, whether it, you know, be freezing to death or dying of heat exhaustion. Like, those are two things that we deal with in our climate. So I understand that we are dealing with a lot of challenges related to, you know, figuring out how do we support individuals that are experiencing homelessness in our community. But we've got to figure out what the stopgap is until we get to whatever is going to be the ultimate kind of goal.
I was laughing because we had a conversation last Tuesday about air conditioning. I grew up without air conditioning, didn't have it till 76 when my wife made me
Well,
buy
bless
it.
you. I don't know how you did it here. So, this idea, because I've heard this conversation swirling around, right? Like this was only supposed to be a warming shelter.
Yeah.
It's an emergency shelter,
Well,
right? Like this language and this nuance around like it should only be open during the winter, I think is, disingenuous to what we actually need.
I agree, but there's one thing that is good about this conversation is it brings it to the next level, and I think you've done that well. And what we need to do is define what we do need and where we're going to put it. That kind of infers that the warming shelter will stay where it is, whether I like it or not, because I can't do anything about it. And so, but it has to stay.
Alternative is that we
There
don't
is no-
have anything.
Yeah, there is no
And
alternative.
I don't know that that's a
Well, and I don't know that
solution.
that's the right answer for everybody. But I know that what that would do is give the persons that are now dissatisfied with the location hope that in winter of '24, that's not going to be a problem anymore. So we know that's going away. It's final. It's not going to be down here. That they will have achieved their end by moving them. We will have achieved our end by providing what we can. I think that, just personally, and this is just a whim, I think there's land up there by the jail that is open, that sits off on the east side of the jail. It's a flat that they cut for future expansion. If we could talk about this structure, the structure that goes to the sobering shed and the mental health first aid part, URC that goes in there. If we could talk about that as a holistic approach to serving that population and doing it in a place that's probably acceptable to anybody. We're not going to be talking about schools. We're not going to be talking about, there's Victory Church and they'll be accepting. I can't speak for them. I would think that they would be accepting. It's got a lot of locations, but I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would hope that we would have a part of that conversation, if that is the way that we want to move, that that transportation is a piece
Bingo.
of that, because we have services that are being provided currently in places like food and shelter. There are food pantries. There are opportunities. So we definitely need to think about transportation as a part of that solution.
And we've got Taylor, and he can figure that out, and that would. Is that special transportation or is that real?
We've got,
I mean, we
we've
have a
got 2
nonprofit.
buses on order right now.
Oh,
So
that's
they,
true.
we're just waiting for their
Yeah.
delivery.
And we have a
And I think there
nonprofit
were-
that specializes in
15
this.
passenger apiece. You can move quite a number of bodies in pretty short order. Mayor, when you talked about that urgent care facility, that was it just interesting thought that the RFP let by the state, the submittal date was, I think, last Friday. I don't think it necessarily says where, those services are to be provided. I'm not convinced the facility where those services will be provided is known yet, but maybe that influence and with those other services that are to be a part of that program funded by the state, there could be an interesting synergy that comes from all those services being available in one convenient location.
And that synergy or partnership may be a better part that's better for everybody along the way. The people that need the services, people that want to provide the services, and the people that are sitting on the outside of it. So, yes, sir.
Anthony, how far exactly is our current shelter from this new proposed one?
Not
Quarter
exactly
mile?
Sure. About probably.
Last week.
It's pretty close.
Just a quarter mile?
This one's this would be
880
closer,
yards.
slightly.
So we're really not giving relief to our downtown businesses by moving it over here.
I'd have to look at the exact measurements, but
And as one of our counselors last meeting so eloquently put it, we're the ones who turned the spigot on. And now we refuse to turn it off. So this is an emergency that we created. And how did it get created? Because in 2017, our nation had a 3.6% unemployment rate. Happiness was at the highest level ever. No other city in Oklahoma was increasing in Oklahoma or in homelessness. Yet we are. What happened in 2017? We opened the student shelter down here. It went from serving 1 meal a week when it was established in 1983 to serving over 250 a day, breakfast and lunch. And as the adage goes, if you build it, they will come. And now we're dealing with it. And now everybody's sitting here trying to figure out how to stop it. Mr. Madley, how many guys do you have working outside all day long? Quite a few. Mr. Olson, you got guys working outside all day long too. How many of those guys have had heat exhaustion? Any of them? Y'all had any reports of heat exhaustion?
But they
heat
get to
stroke?
go home. They have breaks. They have water. They have access to things to take care of stopping heat exhaustion.
Exactly. And these people don't. Our bathrooms are open right here. People can come in and use our city hall bathroom anytime. There's a water fountain right out there.
Well, that is so kind of us.
Actually, I've spoke to some downtowners who are very favorable of the 718
The 133 that
location.
signed the petition saying no.
Wait, she has the floor.
Well, I had the floor and then they jumped in, but
Same.
you may have it.
I'm senior.
It's a joke.
You know?
No, actually, if you want answers to your questions, it would be helpful if you got into the home-based study, learned it,
Oh, I'm gonna, trust me, I'll be quoting this
looked
home-based
at the
study
action
all night tonight.
plan, and saw what it said for our community. And our community's been coming to public comment to tell us to follow that action plan. Now, you didn't
says
go
we went
to.
from
I'm still
132.
talking.
Council member, please do not raise your voice.
You didn't go to one, Norman. You haven't been to anything, and yet you're speaking for a lot of entities as if you know what they want. And that protest map, those are a lot of property owners who aren't the tenants. And I'm sure we'll hear
They're
from some
taxpayers.
tenants later. The tenants who do the sales tax that we're all using to help pay for this. Anyways, it'd be nice if you get educated and talk to the rest of the community
Have you
and
read
not
this?
just one segment of the community.
I have statistics.
still
I have
talking.
numbers.
Ma'am? Please
So,
don't.
maybe you can get educated and join us on the same page as this conversation, and people like Councilmember Peacock won't walk away because this is kind of a joke.
Or maybe I can step
Done.
outside with it next time.
All right, that conversation's over. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Oh, I just had one nice little comment. That
One nice
question,
comment would be
Mr.
fine.
City Manager. I don't see Lisa in here, but I assume we've looked at like grants, public-private partnerships. Like, have we exhausted these types of revenues to try to maybe assist us in coming up with a solution?
Lots of dollars for lots of programs, very little money available at the federal or state level to address emergency shelter, homeless issues. There does seem to be interest on the affordable housing side, and the continuation of tax credit availability. Jane did indicate that we've received the responses to the RFPs for that affordable housing project, and the interest was substantial. So we do think we will be making a dent in the affordable housing Section 8 affordability space. Not a lot of support out there that we're seeing in terms of addressing those emergency needs from any state or federal agency. But yeah, Lisa Craig, full-time job on it, and looking for property owners and opportunities for that space, whether it's permanent or temporary. But I do think there are some avenues council identified this evening that are absolutely worth pursuing, and maybe for a bigger solution than just shelter space.
Okay, thank you.
And also,
Yes, sir.
I would like to just make sure clarification, what staff's moving forward. We had a lot of ideas thrown out. I just want to make sure. If we move forward, we're going to move forward fast. So I just want to make sure it's the right one you guys want.
I don't really think we haven't cooked the soup yet. I think we need to sit down and talk about what that eventual end is before we try to give him direction. Am I correct?
Respectfully, no.
Okay.
We have, if we do this track, we have about a year, and there's nothing permanent coming online for at least 2 to 3 years, is the guess. I don't think we can get into something faster than a year. And I do think that the people in downtown who are supportive of moving it to 718 are watching us try to do it right at Gray Street and also keeping the promise to the people around 718 that we will do this project correctly. So I would like to see us stay on a year time frame and do it correctly.
Stay
And
on a year time, I don't.
for the construction that is being proposed
Oh,
here.
okay, you want to continue on this idea?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, we can't vote.
Sure.
What's your,
What would the additional funding, where would that come from?
Right now, it would all come from general fund reserves.
I'm gonna hope Alabama brings us a lot of money this fall. Okay. They better.
Is there the opportunity to also ask the county if they're interested in helping out here? Especially
Absolutely.
if they had been eyeballing this building before?
Happy to have that conversation.
yes, sir.
I would support moving forward for now until there is some other solution comes up at any time. But for now, this is the only one I see besides doing nothing and just letting it close. So I would say to keep exploring this option, but thinking about other ideas, multiple locations around the jail, maybe south. But this being the only one I can see right now is
Bible.
pursuing this until we think of something else.
Yeah, along the same lines, I think we have, as I think Anthony has laid out, we have 90 days for zoning, and we're not going to go out to bid until that zoning piece is wrapped up. So essentially, in my mind, we have another 90 days to figure out before we sink any more money into this project. There's an opportunity to talk with the county. There's opportunities to explore what other solutions there might be. But in lieu of having that ultimate, destination figured out, I think I'm supportive in trying to figure out the.
I would
Path
just,
forward.
sorry, I should have made this more clear.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, because, council gave the direction of move as fast, I feel like, as possible. Well, or maybe staff felt that way because the 90 days, I think, is what you guys were told. This doesn't include paying the designer. If we were on this schedule, we would be paying the architect up front. I think
How
it's
many
about
monies is that?
90,000.
And I will add that this schedule is with the assumption that we give our designers the green light to go today, because it's gonna take them about 3 months to get construction drawings.
So our potential exposure is how much money? If we,
About 8% of 1.5 million. So that's a,
80,000.
100, yeah, 20.
Yeah, 100.
that's what they pretty much quoted. Construction costs is 8% of design fees.
And we
Yeah.
we bring that contract forward as soon as possible so we
I
can
mean, I
get
do
that
understand
over.
that, that's still a cost, but we
Yeah.
have $500,000 set aside for the renovation of this.
I just wanted to make sure
That's
you guys
fair.
were made aware.
I
Yeah.
appreciate the clarification.
Yeah.
But still, based on that,
Move ahead.
yeah.
That's what you want, and that's what you, okay. I
We will also
disagree.
get a better cost estimate after
Yeah.
with that process.
It could tighten up or it could get worse. It
Sure.
depends on the building evaluation, because we're still on the assumption that HVACs are working correctly and electrical is all good.
But we are
So it could-
mold-free now.
We are mold.
Councilmember Peacock?
So yeah, I get it. It's the one option we have right now, and for that reason, I'm on board with moving forward with it. But I do have quite a bit of heartburn about putting money into this building and trying to shoehorn a use into it. And I think the money would be much better spent on a permanent location, final design that we actually, like you said, Mayor, we've really thought through the P's and Q's on it, and it's efficient as all get out, and we actually just get the product we want instead of trying to force something into it. I wish that land was available today because it would make that decision a lot easier. So I'm supportive of moving forward, but I would really like to see what the conversation with the county, what develops with that, to see if there are any options for land, because I think the time frame lines up to where spending those design fees on a new building, I think, is the smart money.
Councilmember Tortorella?
Well, you know what, so that's my thought. These are all, look, we're trying to put a political fix to something that shouldn't be in that sphere. And it's a simple thing going forward, is that we have a solution, we have potential solutions, and there are a lot of different opinions on how we should go forward. And I think if we just put our personal opinions aside and keep the politics out of it, because it's no win scenario, no matter which way you go, somebody's going to be pissed off at our direction. However, I don't think at the current state, my question is what happens afterwards if the shelter closes down now, okay? Where do 50 people go every night that we know they're there every night, okay? So are we going to displace people? That's my first issue, without a plan. We don't have a plan now for what happens next. And so that leads into a lot of problems here. I think Matt's right. We're trying to fit a design into a solution that's not really there yet. And we need to explore these different possibilities with the county and see what they have and see where we can build this that makes sense. And it needs to be near transportation. We don't want to put it out there by the jail because that means it's not easy to get to, not easy to come to. And if the services are downtown, we should stay as close to where it's at now. But keep in mind, there are a lot of folks that are also against this for a lot of different reasons. And we need to hear all their reasons and look at each one and find what is the best solution for everyone going forward. Because look, ultimately the taxpayers, we owe the taxpayers that we would take that money and spend it wisely so they get what they're spending and what they're paying in taxes. And I know that everyone pays taxes, and so you can make that argument that I want this as a Democrat to go to this location, but at the end of the day, the taxpayers, we are accountable to what they want, and the hot-headedness of the conversation, homelessness, this has been a hot issue for the last year and a half, and I don't think it should be that hot. And we bring it down just a bit and just talk about these issues and what is available to us. Ideally, I think most people would want to have a shelter someplace out of downtown, because I'm getting emails, we're all getting emails from businesses that are relocating with the issues of what's happening downtown. So they are taxpayers, and if we have different options, we should explore every option to the best of the abilities of the taxpayers first. And it is our responsibility to take care of those that are Norman residents, but in the process of providing another 90-day extension for the shelter, there are different options that we can explore too that get to the root problem and the root cause of why they're homeless that should be included and amended in the contract. And so I think we all have valuable opinions, but if we're at each other's throats and just not listening, then I don't think we can find that solution fast enough. I would like to see a permanent place. Every major city I looked at, they have homeless population growing. And so Norman is no different than Oklahoma City or Tulsa or anybody else. They have this problem. Once we identify who they are, what the problems are, what they're suffering from, the idea is to get them back to self-sufficiency. That's always been the goal. I thought going forward with any project, like treatment first versus housing first, is that it gets them back on a path of self-sufficiency. And that's what we're supposed to do, I think, as a people, is to help them get back to being productive members of society. And I look forward to having this conversation as a civilian, in the next couple of months. It's not the end of it, but I think it's a valuable conversation to have to put that treatment first in the contract, to provide those that need that help on substance and mental health abuse treatment, and identify the economics behind it and where they came from and how we can best get them back to 100%, as close as they can get back to 100%.
So many thoughts. Daryl, I guess at the end of the day, we allotted 500,000 to 718. So the question is, do we tap into this money for 718? Because that's what it's there for. It's not just for this in general. It's specific for this building, right? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking politics. We're not
Correct.
talking demon rats and Republicans or anything, right? So I think we should just answer based on that. Do we use the 500 for 718 that we just voted for? Yes, I think yes.
We do appear to have consensus to advance the conversation with the design architect and what staff will do, and we'll start this task first thing in the morning is that outreach to the folks at Cleveland County. And I'll look at our city attorneys and ask for language in that agreement with the architect that would say, in the event that, let's just say Friday Cleveland County says, we got a piece of real estate and we're going to support the development of a permanent solution, that we could shift the energy of the architect from maybe the remodel after direction from council to say, let's spend that design money on the new permanent facility, if that sounds like a plan.
Swap the building. Give us land, you can have 718. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I would almost give it away because we didn't
I
pay
know.
anything for it. It's in bad
I'll
shape. so
swap,
it's like-
I'll swap
I'm open
county
to
for
deals
some
here to get rid of
land.
that piece of property if we can get something.
Yeah.
Direction is clear. Much appreciated, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, we're getting done. There's one more item, item 2, discussion regarding council consideration of anti-discrimination in artistic expression resolutions. I've read both. The first one, not all, but most of those articles are already contained in Section 8 of our ordinances, so there's no use making another resolution to do it. The second one is too loose. Basically, there are no, free speech is wonderful, and we have to have it, but even free speech has boundaries. There are no boundaries in that, so no, I don't want to sign that. If there were boundaries that were in there, the way that it's written now, you can interpret that to do almost anything you think of, and things that I don't want to think about. So, thanks, but no thanks. Comments, thoughts? Yeah.
I'm still for both of them,
Okay.
so I like what's outlined in them and would happily vote for them.
Okay. But, yes, sir.
I guess that may be a legal question. I don't know. What if the council votes on a resolution, the mayor doesn't agree with it? There's not a veto in our form of vote. So, what is that situation? Resolved if we did pass it. Mayor Heikla has objections.
Typically, any item, if it were to fail or to pass council, but the mayor voted against it, the mayor still signs it. We have had situations, I think, Brenda and I were trying to brainstorm, where a mayor pro tem signed something that the mayor was objecting to.
Yeah, because I wouldn't do it. I just don't think either one of them are necessary. I think one of them is actually an immoral thing, so.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, just reading this, what is it? I don't understand what they're discussing, what the issue is. So, do we have a representative here to explain this resolution to us and
No,
clarify this?
I got them. I received the second one as an email. I don't know who sent it to me.
Erin?
Arts Council?
Yeah,
Aaron,
she's back
Oh, there
there.
you go. And I read it, and it's just too broad. It
It's
just,
too vague. I
Too
think it's just too
vague. That'd
vague
be a
for
good
me.
word.
It's just,
and so I said at the time, I'm not gonna, I won't sign that. And then it came back again. So, so I get stuck in that place. Yes, ma'am.
So, I think I'm a little bit confused about the, I guess, conversation that we're having. So this, I was aware of these coming forward to an agenda, but typically whenever we have something on there, we have a presentation about it, we discuss through, and so like I was intending to have some kind of conversation around that, as opposed to just saying like I don't support it or I do support it based on the language. And so I thought the intent of bringing it here was to really have a broader and deeper discussion, which it doesn't really feel like we're doing because we haven't even had kind of a presentation, or if it's, you know, a certain council member who's bringing this forward, or maybe members of the community who are asking for this. I mean, like, we do have Ms. Gavigan here to maybe speak on one of them. So I know that we're, you know, dwindling down on the amount of time that we have before our next meeting, but I mean, that was kind of.
Do you want to postpone it to another study session? Or do we have to go special, conference to conference, or can we go conference to special?
No, you can bring it back to whatever meeting you want to bring it back to.
Would you rather do it that way?
I mean, I just feel like there needs to be maybe some discussion on like why these are being brought forward, like the intent all of that, so that we have a better understanding of like the discussion that we need to have around them, as opposed to just saying I've read it and I don't understand it. But like typically we get information so we understand what we're looking at. So that's just my recommendation, that maybe yes, we move it forward.
Yes, ma'am.
I know we could talk about the supporting artistic expression right now, since we did get emails from the NAC. And I believe in talking with Aaron that point 7 and 8 on the resolution were really appreciated by the Arts Council, but I don't really want to speak for her. It'd probably be better to let her explain why she liked those two.
Well, that's, I guess, why Councilmember Schuler's, and I agree. If we could sit down and talk about it. I'll still be of the same opinion, but we can surely talk about it and do those kinds of things. And that we postpone it till, we're not going to have a 4th, the 7th. What is the next?
11,
The 11th
That's a
is
meeting.
your next conference. The,
18.
we have something on that, that just left my brain. That we may be able to do too. The 18th is open.
Would you rather put it off until 18th?
We were also considering maybe retreat time.
Yeah.
There's another resolution, I think, that we might want to discuss then too.
Okay. Yeah, I can add it to that agenda.
All right. Any further discussion? We are adjourned. Thank you. Here we go. Good evening, and welcome to the City Council Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of June 27th, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ball,
Present.
Councilmember Schuler,
Here.
Councilmember Montoya,
Here.
Councilmember Grant,
Here.
Councilmember Tortorello,
Here.
Councilmember Foreman. Here. Councilmember Holman,
Here?
Councilmember Peacock,
Here.
Mayor Hykela.
I am here. Thank you, ma'am. Would you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 1, the approval of the City Council Business and Community Affairs Committee meeting minutes of September 5th, 2019, October 3rd, 2019, November 7th, 2019, and February 26th, 2020, and City Council Oversight Committee meeting minutes of December 12th, 2019, February 13th, 2020, and March 12th, 2020. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the minutes passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 2 is in awards and presentations, administering the oaths of office to and seating of Councilmember-elect Austin Ball, Ward 1, Councilmember-elect Bree Montoya, Ward 3, and Councilmember-elect Stephen Tyler Holman, Ward 7, to be July 4th, 2023. Judge Nichols? Oh, there you are. Would you join Judge Nichols down there to take your oath, please?
For the performance or non-performance of any act or duty pertaining to my office, other than the compensation allowed by law. I further swear that I will faithfully discharge my duties as council member to the best of my ability. I declare you duly sworn as council member of the Board of Johnson City, North. Didn't we just do this?
Practice makes perfect, sir.
I need to repeat it. I don't have it memorized. I state your name.
I, Bree Montoya,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
that I will not knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to the office,
of any act or duty pertaining to the office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I further swear
that I will faithfully discharge my duty
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as council member to the best of my ability.
as council member to the best of my ability.
I declare you again as council member of Ward 3 of the City of North.
any money or other value
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to the office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I will faithfully discharge my duties
as council member to the best of my ability.
as council member to the best of my ability.
I declare you duly sworn as council member Ward 7 for the city of Norman.
Councilmember Holman, how many times have you taken that oath?
6 times. Yeah.
Item number 3, a resolution commending and extending appreciation to Rashar Tortorello for serving as Ward 5 council member in Norman, Oklahoma. I need a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
A motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. The resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I will read the proclamation. A resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, extending appreciation to Rashar Tortorello for serving as Ward 5 council member in Norman, Oklahoma. As the health and well-being of a democratic society depends on active participation of citizens in the affairs of the government, and whereas the level of government which is closest to the people is that of city government, and whereas those individuals who seek to run for public office at the municipal level do so out of deep caring and concern for the future of their community and bring their own unique talents, values, and abilities to the job, and whereas those individuals who are elected take on the responsibility to establish public policy and to meet the challenge of complex issues and problems to the best of their abilities, and whereas these public officials assume a demanding task to establish an understanding of the issues, and they do so in addition to work and family responsibilities and demands, and whereas Rashar served on the City Council representing Ward 5 from July 6, 2021 until July 4th, 2023. And whereas on the City Council, Rashar served on the Business and Community Affairs Committee, the Finance Committee, and was Council's representative to the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee. And whereas Rashar worked tirelessly advocating on behalf of Ward 5 constituents to modify the proposed route of the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority identified on the eastern leg of the turnpike. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, that the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, on behalf of the entire citizenry of Norman, commends and extends appreciation to Rashar Tortorello for his service to this community as council member of Ward 5 and wish him well in his future endeavors. Item number 4, proclamations. A proclamation proclaiming the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman, Oklahoma. I need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
Motion to accept.
Second.
I have a motion second. The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. Acknowledged receipt passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I will read the proclamation. A proclamation of the mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout the country, including the City of Norman, and whereas our parks and recreation facilities are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region, and whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas Parks and Recreations programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, the expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreations areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and provide habitat for wildlife. Now therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. Recognize Cheryl Sheriff of the Parks Board to receive this.
Good evening. On the behalf of the Norman Board of Park Commissioners for the City of Norman, we would like to thank the mayor and council members for recognizing Norman's park system and its 83 parks and recreation professionals. Parks benefit everyone in the community. We are lucky to live in Norman, a town that values its park system with 67, soon to be 68, parks and its quality of life, proven by our residents' willingness to invest in itself through the Norman Forward program. Norman Forward has reached its halfway point this summer on its 15-year half-cent sales tax. This year, we will also finish and open up all the large projects as promised to our residents. The Young Family Athletic Center, Adult Wellness and Education Facility, Griffin Community Park Soccer Complex, and Reeves Park Baseball Complex will all be complete and operating by the end of 2023. Parks and Recreation Month also celebrates some of our most significant and special events, with Westwood Park hosting both the Red, White, and Blue Swim on July 4th and the largest amateur stroke play tournament in the state at our golf course, the Westwood Invitational. Also on the 4th of July, we are having the Firecracker 5K and Fourth Fest at Reeves Park in a fun-filled day with music, food, and Oklahoma City Metro area's largest firework display. Other activities in July include the traditional Parks and Recreation scavenger hunt through the Goose Chase app and Parks and Recreation Employee Recognition Week, July 17th through the 21st, where we will highlight a division a day in the Parks and Recreation Department. Again, thank you for this recognition, and make sure and follow Norman Parks and Recreation on Facebook and other social media platforms to find out more about the upcoming events.
Thank you, Ms. Sheriff. Time for council announcements, and I'll start at 1 this time.
Just one quick one. I don't know how many people have seen this, but livability.com has named Norman, Oklahoma one of the top 100 cities to live in the United States. And the number one reason, got a score of 84 out of 100, is because of our housing and cost of living. We have affordable housing for renters and owners, reasonable taxes, and an overall modest cost of living. So if you don't live here and you're looking for an amazing community, that all we ask is you be a part of the community and you put in the hard work, then by God, come on down, because we'd love to have you here.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember? Please, no clapping. We need to keep it quiet in the back, and it saves time. Councilmember?
Thank you. Wanted to say first that welcome back to our 3 council members who took their oath of office, and a thank you for your service. Councilmember Tortorello, I know that it's not always easy sitting up here, no matter if we agree or disagree. Serving your community is one of the highest things that you can do. And to Ward 2 residents, I know that you are feeling a lot of challenges after the recent storm, especially around tree limbs and debris coming down out of your yards. I've heard from a couple of residents that there has been consolidation of tree trimmings that OG&E has done post-storm around the lines and things like that. If you have large piles of consolidated tree trimmings in your yard, we are working with OG&E to get that picked up and rectified. So if you will either email me or you can email the Action Center for the City of Norman, let us know what your address is and the concerns that you have. And our city manager is working directly with our OG&E rep to get those things taken care of. So those are my announcements. Thank you.
Councilmember?
Well, I have just a few. First, registration is now open for the City of Norman's Hotter Than Hell Golf Tournament held August 11th at Westwood Golf Course, and it is benefiting the United Way. Secondly, the Norman Fourth Fest is at Raves Park kicking off at 5 p.m., so please reserve the fireworks for the professionals. Next, I want to congratulate Professor Simpson, who has taken my seat on the Forward Citizens Financial Oversight Board. And lastly, I would like to thank Councilmember Torello for serving our community and our brief time on council together.
Councilmember?
Yes. We have Summer Breeze coming up in Lions Park at 7:30 on Sunday, June 25th. King Cabbage Brass Band is playing. And then, since we won't have a meeting until July 11th, we also have Sunday, July 9th, 7:30, another Summer Breeze for Tequila Songbirds. I'd also like to thank staff for Juneteenth. That was a really great celebration, and the turnout was amazing. I also would like to thank staff for moving quick on our other items. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate it. Speaking of more parks and recreation, Friday, June 30th at Lions Park, we'll have Moana in the park and live printmaking with Oscillator Press and live mural, it looks like, planned. So that was rescheduled due to inclement weather. That will be Friday, June 30th at Lions Park. Thank you.
Councilmember Tortorella?
I had an hour speech prepared, but I'm going to keep it down to 2 minutes. And you know what? It's been an honor serving Ward 5 in the city of Norman, and I couldn't have done it alone. The staff, I always mention a couple names, but truly, I think Norman has the best staff in the entire state of Oklahoma. They have bent backwards to answer my questions. I had an issue with things in Ward 5. I made a phone call, sent an email. They got it resolved, and they got results, and it makes this job a whole lot easier. I'd like to thank the constituents of Ward 5. We had a lot of ups and downs, and we agreed on things, and we didn't agree on things. That's the nature of nonpartisan municipal government, is that, you know, it's not a left or right thing. It's not a Republican or Democrat. It's nonpartisan because, you know, when you run for the seat and you win it, you represent everybody in that district in the city of Norman equally. And that's something I upheld my bargain, was to take those phone calls from people who didn't vote for me, help them out the best I could, the same way I did for those that did vote for me. The guys here on the dais, we had our disagreements early on. We didn't agree and see eye to eye. But that comes naturally over time as we start and keep working with each other and having these conversations, because we can find common ground to solve the biggest issues facing the city of Norman. And we don't have to fight on everything here. The reality is that we're going to piss somebody off no matter what. You know, somebody is not going to be happy no matter what decisions we make. But I think the majority of the folks up here, I can say honestly, working with this bunch, is that they do what's in the best interest of their ward and what's in the best interest in the city of Norman. And it may seem partisan at sometimes, and sometimes it's not. But the reality is that, you know, I've seen it in the last year and a half, is that we've all truly worked on how to make Norman a better place, a safer place, and a fairer place. And that's what I've learned sitting up here. it takes a lot to run. You've heard it from my person, Elizabeth Foreman to the left, and everyone up here, that we get attacked all the time. You know, it's a thankless job. It's $100 a month, and we wouldn't do it. It's not for the money. This is certainly not for the money. It's not for it's not the money, I can tell you that. If you saw our paychecks, you would agree with us, you know, so it's because I know that everybody up here truly loves doing what they're doing to represent their ward in the city of Norman. We just want Norman to be a better place for everybody. And I appreciate the conversations we've had. Darrell, the late night calls, Sean, the weekend calls, Chris Mattingly, you know, those weekend calls about things, and the chief is not here tonight, but his representative is here. You know, these are the guys that, and Chief, and Travis, the fire chief, these guys are on duty all the time. And so, because they're on duty and they get phone calls in the middle of the night, so are we. If anything happens, you know, we get text messages from the chief or the city manager about what's happening in the wards, and we respond accordingly, or we just know what's going on. We're always kept in the loop. And the job would have been so much harder if we didn't have city manager up here keeping us in the loop and answering those questions. And I truly have to say that I thank you for your service too, because it made my job a lot easier to answer those questions at any time of the night. And so thank you for your service, and I want to thank the city of Norman. This has been a fun ride, and I'll be a civilian on the 4th of July, but I'll still be part of Norman. I'm not going away. So I thank you guys all.
Councilmember Foreman?
No comments. It's going to be a long meeting.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. A few things. I want to express my thanks to city staff and everybody that helped put on the Juneteenth event at Reeves Park last Monday. It was very well attended. It was very fun. It's the largest crowd I've seen attend that event so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing it continue to grow over the next coming years. Also would encourage everybody to get out to Reeves Park on the 4th to check out the City of Norman festivities and the fireworks show, where I guess we're proclaiming the best fireworks show in the state. I'm excited to see if we can live up to that. So I definitely encourage everybody to get out to that. There's so many events going on in Norman all the time. There really is no shortage of things to do in this community, in my experience. So I again, encourage everybody to get active and attend those events. Also want to extend a thank you of service to my colleague, Councilmember Tortorello. As others mentioned, with 9 of us being up here, it's inevitable that we all are going to have disagreements with each other, but we are all doing a service to the community of Norman that, as mentioned, pays $100 a month and takes a lot of our time away from our families and our businesses and friends. And it really is a love of community, in my opinion. And especially, all of our wards have unique things about them that can make them difficult to represent, but especially a ward like Ward 5, because it is so large and very different populations, different types of buildings and uses. And so I appreciate really anybody that's willing to step up and do this job. So thank you. And also want to thank the voters of Ward 7 and the residents that I represent for continuing to support me as your city council member. I first took this oath of office 10 years ago next week, and I think I'm tying the longest serving council member ever as far as number of terms as a council member served. It's been an experience. It's nearly a third of my life that I've now spent doing this every Tuesday. I've served with 35 different council members and 4 different mayors over the last 10 years, and a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different viewpoints during that time. And it's been a real pleasure for me to be able to work with so many different people and see different perspectives, hear people's different backgrounds, why they came to this point of service for Norman. And just it's helped me be a better person by being able to debate issues with differing opinions and try to come to solutions that can be very difficult at times. So I appreciate the residents and voters of Ward 7 for continuing to have faith in me. I'm very much looking forward to the next 2 years and the things that this council has to deal with, but that I feel confident we can accomplish together. I do want to thank my family that came out tonight, several cousins, and my partner Morgan for coming, and also want to thank my dad. My dad has always been there my whole life, supported me in everything I've always wanted to do. And like I've mentioned before, I was raised by mostly just me and my dad growing up here in Norman in a 2-bedroom apartment near campus. And one of my goals on this council is to make sure that Norman always remains a place where someone like my dad could raise a kid on his own, just like he did with me. So I didn't have everything, but I had a really good childhood, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. And I also want to mention that because my dad recently celebrated his 60th birthday, and I had bought tickets to go see Stevie Nicks in Oklahoma City, my dad's favorite musician, my entire life. And what a coincidence that she would be playing Oklahoma City on the very day of my dad's 60th birthday. Well, that show got canceled, unfortunately, so my dad and I had to come up with another thing to do. So on Sunday, my dad and I are going to take a road trip to California. My dad has never been to the West Coast and seen the Pacific Ocean, so we're going to take a few days and get away from Norman and everything and spend time together doing that. So I'm really looking forward to that. And again, I thank my dad, my family, and everybody that has helped me get to this point in my life where I can be in a position to give so much back to the community that made me who I am. So with that, again, thank you all, and that's it.
Councilmember.
Well, I was going to say a bunch of stuff, but I think I'm just going to take this opportunity to give Stephen Tyler Holman an applause, because that guy's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. I only have one thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Fun, but we are having the Beep Ball tournament. If you don't know what that is sight-impaired people playing baseball or softball kind of a game. And what it is people who are disadvantaged in our world being able to be equal on a playing field. And you try it. You get out there and you try and hit that ball blindfolded and hear it at the ball beeps. That's why it's called beep ball. And you hit it with a thing, and that'll be August 18th and 19th. And I really encourage you to bring yourselves along. Bring all the kids along that you can. There'll be food trucks. There'll be all kinds of other things. This is a World Series for those guys. So we want to make an impression on everybody that this is a good place to come to recreate and have fun together. All right, end of my stuff. Next item on the agenda is the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate these routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged in one motion. Staff recommends that items 5 through 35 be placed on the consent docket. Need a motion to place items 5 through 35 on the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a motion and second. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to place items 5 through 35 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Hearing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. Approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 36. This is non-consent docket. Item number 36, Ordinance 0, 2021-44. Upon second and final rezoning property generally located 1/2 mile south of Cedar Lane Road on the east side of Jenkins Avenue and extending southeast to 12th Avenue Southeast from A2 Rural Agricultural District and A1 General Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Dwelling District. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to approve.
There's motion and second. Is there a representative of the applicant?
Thank you, Mayor. Sean Rieger representing the applicant tonight. Shaw's Investments Groups, which is really Home Creations. And if you look behind me, you see a lot of blue shirts tonight. And those are folks that are here, and more than that, and not blue shirts, that are here in support of Home Creations tonight. Many of them live here. Many of them are your constituents. Many of them work at Home Creations, a place that they love. And we appreciate them being here tonight. Also with us tonight is Jalal and Mohammed Farzani, right behind me, which I think all of you know. The Farzani family, Hossein is here as well. And I also have 4 engineers with me here tonight. You see these guys, all of them, Todd Butler, Mohammed Khan, Chris Anderson, Kendall Dillon, which we can dive into as much engineering as you want to dive into tonight with 4 engineers here. So I appreciate all of them being here. You know, I wanted to start tonight just by saying sometimes you get a second chance in life. And I think you have one tonight. We didn't ask to be here tonight. You put this on the agenda without our consent, request, or approval. But we're here. And I think you have an opportunity tonight to end the lawsuit. You're going to hear a lot about the lawsuit. I'm going to show you a lot that has transpired in the lawsuit. And the reason is because this is a very different vote tonight than it was the last time you voted on this because of the lawsuit. Not just because we sued you, but because what has happened in that lawsuit in the past year. You're going to see a lot of it tonight. It's compelling. It's legally binding. It was apropos that we had a judge standing in front of me, Judge Nichols, who I went to law school with, a great judge. I think that was great to see everybody take an oath to support the law. Because the law usually is not what we're up here talking about, but it really is. It really is what binds you in zoning law just as much as anything else. It's property rights. And this is the Farzani's property. So let me take you through it. As soon as Bryce gets it up there we go, Bryce. Thank you. Here we go. So the Farzani's property is Eagle Cliff. We've often heard Eagle Cliff in the last year and a half. Well, we've really heard of it a lot longer than that because it's been a development that has progressed through many, many years as a continuation of section after section after section. This isn't some new development that is just out in the blue. This is a continuation development. So some of you were not on the council, so I'll take you through the project, and then I'm going to take you through a bunch of court documents and things that have happened since then, testimony, admissions, things like that. This is the project. It is south of Cedar Lane. It is, if I can get a pointer here working, not sure the pointer is working here, Bryce. But anyway, we'll say on the left, you see the subject tracks is the properties. It's really 2 pieces of property right next to each other. One is a larger one on the left. The other one is a little smaller on the right. What you're seeing up on the screen on the left is 2025. The 2025 is not an issue here tonight because the court awarded us the 2025 urban service area change. But it is kind of an issue tonight because it is your comprehensive plan. It's your adopted document that says what you want this land to be. That's pretty important. We don't go through those processes for no reason. We go through them to decide where do we want land to go into development for. You did that. I'm going to show you that. On the right is the preliminary plat. The preliminary plat is a larger piece of land. By law, in your laws, we have to preliminary plat the entirety of the ownership, so that goes beyond the zoning change. The zoning change, though, is only the 2 parcels you see on the left. And Bryce, if you can hear me, my pointer and button's not working. There we go. Okay. So the next slide, this is just an aerial of the entirety of the area. And you see now what you're seeing there is housing all throughout the middle part of this image. Well, the property on the south end of it is this property that you're talking about tonight. But what you see there is all the housing that has progressed over the years. And you see a little dirt patch in the bottom. That was a 2019 approval that we're also going to talk about. So again, South Norman here. Bryce, next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a closer in view of the development. I think there's been a little bit of when I read all those protest letters, really I just read the one protest letter, thank you, Bryce. It is a form letter that was passed around the neighborhood. It actually talks a lot about preservation of the area. I think there's maybe some confusion that they think the entire area is being developed. It's not. You see the blue outline is the preliminary plat area. That's true. That's being preliminary platted tonight. But the red area, perfect. Thank you, Bryce. All right, Bryce Holland, by the way, does a great job for you all the time. He handles all of our AV, and he does a really wonderful job with that. I appreciate him very much. So what you see now on the screen is the red area is the property that is being asked to be rezoned. The blue area is the preliminary plat, and all of this area in the middle between the red and the blue is not to be developed. It's being preliminary platted, but it's not to be developed into housing or anything else. Most of it is floodplain. And so it is to basically be left alone, but it is owned by the applicant. So the housing that is being developed is being butted right up to more land of the applicant, not anybody else's land. So any adjacencies of stormwater runoff and those things of that nature are our land. So it's our land that's being directly affected by anything we do on our land. This is what's really very different from the last time we were here. It was an order of the court. The court, through legal processes, after we sued on the denial of this claim, said that it was an arbitrary and capricious denial. In fact, the words of the court are, it was without a reasonable basis in fact, was arbitrary and capricious, and thus was void as a matter of law. Without a reasonable basis in fact. As I talk through this tonight, I want you to think of those words, reasonable basis in fact. That is the essence of zoning law. I could show you cases called Pate v. Bethany, other cases that all say there must be a reasonable basis in fact, and that reasonable basis cannot be just because a bunch of people are shouting at you. It cannot be just because a neighborhood says we don't want it. It has to be basic physical facts, and you have to have a basis in that, or you can't deny it. The zoning cases don't say, well, you just have the zoning you bought the land with and that's it. There's not a single zoning case out there that says that. They say you have the right, property right, to the highest and best use so long as you haven't caused harm to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. But you have a right to move that zoning up. That's what the cases say. And you don't have the right to deny it if you don't have a reasonable basis in fact. That is what creates arbitrary and capricious. So we're in a very different place tonight. 2025 is done. It's settled in the court. The court awarded it. And then we have the rezoning. That's before you tonight. And then we have the preliminary plat. That's before you tonight. We also have a lift station agreement, which is really a very minimal piece of all this, very routine, but that's in front of you. But the zoning, I'll talk about first, is really kind of settled too, because you've adopted it as your policy for this land to be low-density residential. This slide I wanted to show you again. We're not doing anything different than what 2025, and in fact what 2020, which was adopted back in 1997, showed us to do. We're following your guidance. We're following your policy. That's all we're doing. What we're doing is proposing to develop the land in yellow, which you see right there, which by your policy, your direction, your guide, says should be single-family housing. That's exactly what we propose. And then your area says this undeveloped open area should stay that way. Most of that is floodplain, and we're showing the same thing. There is the 2022 low-density residential. That yellow color on your 2025 plan says low-density residential. It says those properties should be low-density residential. It has actually said that all the way back to 1997. These are your last two comprehensive plans. A comprehensive plan is an adopted policy of a city. It's managing growth. It's a city saying, sitting down with committees, and usually many of them, you're about to do another one. In 2025, in 2004, I remember I was on that committee. We met over in East Norman at the old grocery store many nights, and they came up with this plan. It was an extension of the plan on the left. In 2020, adopted in 1997 on the left side, was that comprehensive plan. And you see the yellow stripes there. The yellow means single-family housing, and the stripes means urban service area. So that was in 1997, 26 years ago. You said you wanted this land to be R1 single-family. That's what that map means. In 2004, you reaffirmed it. But in 2004, look where we're at now, ever since 1997. You see that red outlined area. All of those housing additions right there, hundreds and hundreds of homes in the same concept design as proposed for you tonight, in the same zoning category, in the same land use designation, were all approved between 1997 and tonight. Every one of them. Not one of them denied. You see all of those. We're proposing the same thing immediately next to it in the same area, same zoning, same land use, all per your comp plan. But it's not just your two last comp plans. If there's a trend line of where this land is moving from a public policy standpoint, in 2018, you spent $1.5 million to prepare a draft comprehensive plan to replace 2025. It is not adopted, and I don't want to represent to you that this is policy. It's not. But it is on your website. You can pull it up right now. It's under planning projects on your city planning department website. So it means something. I wouldn't assume you would have it on your website. What does it say this land should be? You see it on the top. In that effort, I was on that committee too. We met many nights over 2 years. There's the land right there, and it has it colored as sort of a mustard orange. It's called compact detached. So in 2018, this consultant that you paid $500,000 to said that compact detached should be, and you see the little A, the use is allowed without conditions, says that A is all over every single form of residential, including multifamily, including apartment complexes, fourplexes, duplexes, everything else. So the trend line of your planning has not been to go down zoning to a field, but actually move it up to full-on robust multifamily. That's what your policies have been. But we're going to start showing you the court testimony tonight, because this is very different where you sit tonight versus where you sat before, because court testimony is positions taken by your experts. Everything I'm going to show you tonight is your experts, not ours. These are what your experts say. These are what your professional staff says. Under sworn testimony, in court, subject to perjury, very compelling. I'm going to show you a lot of it. Because remember what that judge said? Reasonable basis in fact. You got to have a fact. Your experts didn't have one. And you're going to see that tonight. Very important is on the right side of the screen at the top is an admission on behalf of you as a city, as an entity, not one person speaking, this is you. On the upper right, you as a court, as a matter of law in court, in response to a request, admitted. Admit that plaintiff's proposed development was in conformance with the comprehensive plan's low-density residential land use designation. Answer, admitted. You have admitted in court, on behalf of you, that our proposed project meets the adopted comprehensive plan of this city in its land use proposal. The court ordered that we met the infrastructure current urban service area. Let's look on the left, and I'm going to show you a lot of sworn testimony, and I will share with you that we deposed 9 different experts of your city in the little room across the hall over 3 days. You're going to see a few minutes of all that testimony. But I'll represent to you, and Catherine can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was pretty much all in conformance with what you're going to hear tonight. Jane Hudson, who is your planning director, does a great job for you. And court testimony was questioned. This plan will serve as a policy guide for zoning and planning, and I'm talking about 2025. Did this development meet the policy guide in every way? Answer, correct. So the proposal that Eagle Cliff made is in direct conformity to both 1997's 2020 adopted plan and 2025 adopted plan? Correct. And is actually less intense than what Plan Norman as a recommended or as a document on your website would say? Correct. So the rezoning, so 2025 is done. It's over. It's not on your agenda tonight because it's done. It's approved. And it's thoroughly admitted to. So that leaves us to the rezoning. Well, if 2025 is an adopted policy of land use goals, plans, desired development, is in full conformance with this proposal, then basically we have R1 zoning. But don't just listen to me. Let's hear what your experts say. There's your staff report. It says R1. It says this request to extend the existing single-family neighborhood to the south, Eagle Cliff South Addition, has been developing over the last 15 years or so. Eagle Cliff South is an established neighborhood, and the request for single-family homes abutting the existing neighborhood will not create negative impacts to the surrounding area. I want you to look at that map on the right. That's your map. We added the R1 on it. You see the red outline, which is what is proposed to go to R1. In order for you to deny that request to go to R1, you're going to have to put forth some reasonable basis in fact as to how that proposed R1 is not appropriate to be in that location. Somehow your reason will have to overcome that your adopted policy says it should be. Somehow your reason is going to have to overcome that every single addition next to it is R1. I don't know how you're going to do that, but as I started this presentation, you have a second chance. And that can be pretty valuable sometimes. This is R1 on the left. It is your most basic housing district. Oftentimes I'm standing in front of you with what's called a PUD. Now, a PUD is a unique zoning category that says, I want different setbacks, I want different heights, I want different coverages, I want something different. I want something unique to my project. We didn't ask for that here. We asked for your zoning category. We asked for your zoning category off the shelf of what you say should be the typical R1 single-family house. We didn't ask for any variance. We didn't ask for any PUD. Oftentimes, you'll use reasons of PUDs to say, well, we're too aggressive with our request on the uniqueness of our PUD. We don't have that here. We have your zoning category here. In 2019, 2 years before you disapproved this one, you unanimously approved one that was immediately abutting and adjacent to this request. So on the right side of the screen, you'll see the red outline right there. That was approved by you in 2019. Our project is immediately abutting it in the same land use and the same categories of 2025, using the same zoning ordinance, using the same concept, and you denied it. You have to have some reasonable basis in fact. Let's look at the court testimony. Mr. Sean O'Leary testified, was questioned, do you believe that this, Exhibit 11, which is that addition on the right side of the screen, do you believe that this project was designed essentially the same as the project that we're talking about today? Answer, yes. Did you use the same standards? Same standards. Answer, same standards. Same design, essentially? Same general designs. Consistent subdivision designs as well as with the rest of Eagle Cliff. Question, can you explain how that was approved in 2019 and our project was denied in 2021? Answer, I can't explain it. Question, is it shocking to you? Answer, it's concerning, like we've talked earlier, the inconsistency that we as a staff really scratch our heads about that very point. We reviewed this over the same, the same as we reviewed that one. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble reading the blurriness there. And we made the same recommendation. But one got denied and the other one got approved. So it's a concern to us. We want to do our job well, and I will stop here and tell you they do their job very well. Rashard was not kidding tonight when he said that you rely often on them. They work hard, and they do it well. They're professionals of decades and decades of credentialed staff, planning, engineering. That's what they're there for you there to do. They do it well. He goes on and says, we want to know what our standards of practice are. Ms. Jane Hudson, under questioning, are you aware of anything different in those criteria that apply to this project in 2019 as compared to the project that was turned down in 2021? Answer, no. Question, so do you agree with me it was directly inconsistent treatment as to how they treated prior Eagle Cliff Division applications and this one? Answer, under testimony in court, yes. Directly inconsistent. You must have a reasonable basis in fact. Those were essentially the same facts. That one, directly inconsistent. There you see an aerial, all R1, single-family neighborhoods all over this area of Norman. There's really nothing else but that. And why is it that you should go ahead and let this develop as R1 instead of keeping a field? Well, you have extensive policies that talk about this. Housing. We need it. Where are we going to put it? So here's what 2025 says. This is your adopted policy. It says that in these areas that are shown as urban service area, you should make sure that you develop them at urban densities. It says the need to prevent development at less than urban densities from occurring in those areas in the interim until facilities can get there. Here is your policies in detail. Goal 1, guide development into locations where the land use is most cost effectively served by urban land services. Goal 2, there's multiple of them, I'm just going to read 2 of them. Require urban development densities in areas where substantial investment in urban level infrastructure has been made. Well, we have substantial investment here. And Ms. Hudson was questioned in testimony, okay, so being yellow, does it mean that the land is planned for those subject tracts to be single-family housing? Correct. Is that what was proposed? Correct, yes. So the proposal of this development was exactly in conformity to the land use that was proposed for what it should be? Answer, correct. So as to the zoning item, did you have any inkling of concern that this was improper as to a zoning proposal for R1 single family? Answer, I did not. And did you hear anybody else even argue with validity that this shouldn't be an R1 single family development? Answer, not, no. She did go on to answer later, well, the protest was that they didn't want it developed. Question, did they want it to remain a field? Answer, yes. From a city adopted policy standpoint, is there any validity to that just remaining a field? Answer, the plan was for this to develop out as low density residential. You see all the R1 next to it, a field of R1, a sea of R1, everywhere in this area. Completely proper and practical. Ms. Hudson was questioned, so it was certainly compatible, logical, consistent with everything around it. Answer, correct. Question, in your realm of planning and land use, did you hear any concerns from anybody as to this being an R1 single-family neighborhood? Answer, I did not. Question, and did it make complete sense for it to be an R1 single-family neighborhood? Answer, it was a continuation of the property to the north, and so yes, bringing R1 into this area would have been a continuation of the development process that had been happening before, or that had happened before. Question, a logical continuation? Answer, it would have been appropriate and logical. Ms. Hudson was questioned, as you sit here today, are you aware of any facts or circumstances of this proposed development that you or your department would find harmful to the health, safety, and welfare of the community? Answer, not for our 2025 or our zoning. You must have a reasonable basis in fact. This development is proposed to continue streets that were built, adopted, approved, planned, construction, all at your guidance. They're there. Later, you're going to, I think, see a neighbor put up a screenshot of a stubbed out street. Yeah, there's stubbed out streets there. What's going to happen to them? More importantly, doesn't that show us that there was an intention of something to come when you approved it, when we built it, when you sent inspectors out to check the concrete and the curbs and make sure we did it right? Wasn't somebody saying that, yes, there's going to be a continuation of this street? Because we don't just stop them in dead ends without a cul-de-sac that you can turn a fire truck around in. That's pretty important. 4 stub streets, all of them, one of them coming off the addition you approved in the lower right in 2019. As recently as 2019, you planned for a stub street to go into this development. You adopted it, you approved it, you voted yes on it, and we built it at our cost. We want to extend it. In questioning in court, Mr. Sean O'Leary was asked, were these developments already had stub streets to them? Is that accurate? Mr. O'Leary answers yes. Stub streets in our term meaning the end of a street or it's at the end of a street in the previous subdivision, but it's expected to continue to the next subdivision. It's probably based on a larger preliminary plat of the Eagle Cliff addition many years ago. Question. So is it fair to say that the city expected these developments to occur at some point? Answer, yes. Question. Okay, and so when policies in here such as, let's look at Goal 1, Policy 6, it's the one I read to you, guide development into locations where the land use is that most cost effectively served by urban level services accessible to water, sewer, and the urban road network. If you have stub streets and stubbed water lines to this location, is that satisfying this goal? Answer, yes. That's exactly what that is. Those are your planning, your public works director words. That's exactly what that is identifying there that rather than jump another half a mile out in an area that is not served by water, sewer, and streets, just continue to develop where you are. And that's exactly what this development did. That's exactly what this development did. Question of Mr. Darrell Pyle, your city manager, testified as well. In this particular case, question, in this particular application, this was his answer as to the stub streets concept. In this particular application, my biggest concern is more focused on what happens in the future if the development does not occur. As it stands today, there isn't a mechanism to require any changes in the current situation on those 3 stub streets. And my primary concern is there is substantial erosion off the end of what is now a public street. If that is not completed in some form or fashion, it will eventually negatively impact my street, and that's my primary concern. Something doesn't happen, neighbors that butt up against those stubs are going to see substantial erosion, and at some point, somebody is going to incur substantial expense to remedy those existing conditions if things go unchecked. That's my primary concern. Question, and these developments were going to fix that, weren't they? Answer, yes. Question, these developments were going to extend those streets and fix those problems, correct? Answer, correct. You have to have a reasonable basis in fact. And for all you just saw there, for you to deny R1 zoning on this application would be beyond me. Nobody in 3 days of testimony over 9 of your experts identified anything. I haven't seen anything in protest that suggests R1 is not appropriate. I've seen protest letters that say it ought to be a field. Your public policies don't say that. If you want it to be a field, we can arrange for a sale if we have a willing buyer and a willing seller. But that costs money. A government can't just take it. They can't just declare it. They can't just condemn it. That's what a no vote does. So let's talk about the plat. The plat is the other item tonight. You have essentially admitted the plat, and I'll show you how that's happened. Your staff report said there is a large amount of floodplain within the ownership. However, there are no residential lots located within the floodplain. The traffic capacities on the surrounding arterial roadways exceed the demand for existing and proposed trips as a result of this development. No negative traffic impacts are anticipated. Staff recommends approval of the request of the preliminary plat. Just so you'll see it, that is the proposed preliminary plat. And you see basically 119 lots on the west side of this development, about 21 lots on the east side. What you see in the blue is detention basins. That is different than when it was at Planning Commission. There was concern that we should detain, and so we did. We put in detention. I saw one protest letter that said this could be a mosquito problem. These are dry detention ponds, so these are not ponds that stay wet. Typically in development anymore, we have dry detention basins that function very well. Again, the undeveloped open space area is the floodplain, and that is intended to be the floodplain line right there. You see a very minimal dash there. That's all floodplain south of this. That is not developed and won't be. This is a very important slide. This is an admission in court, not by deposition, not by testimony of one person. This is on behalf of you. You, as you sit there tonight, have admitted this. In court, you said, in response to an admission, admit that the proposed preliminary plat and the applications as proposed met or exceeded all of the defendant's cities' adopted engineering design criteria and Chapter 19 subdivision ordinances. Answer, admitted. What does that mean? Well, I know over many years of doing this that I have heard Catherine, Ms. Walker, tell you that if a preliminary plat meets all of the ordinances of your city, it must be approved, because it's essentially a ministerial function to make sure that we have met all the ordinances. You've now admitted that we did that. But then let's go further with it, because under testimony, Mr. Darrell Pyle was asked, so we use the engineering design criteria to determine if subletter C has been met. Subletter C was a sentence in 2025 about urban service area. And subletter C said, adequate storm drainage to ensure that the proposed development will not create downstream drainage problems. You admitted in court, under law, that we met everything under the engineering design criteria. Mr. Pyle and others, multiple experts, testified that we use the engineering design criteria to decide if we have provided adequate stormwater drainage. You've admitted it. The issue's over. Essentially, the plat is approved through this testimony and these admissions. But you have an opportunity to approve it tonight instead of us going back to court and getting the order. Let's talk about the details of this. In testimony, Mr. Sean O'Leary was asked about a particular development that happened around the same time, and it was your hospital over on Highway 9. He was asked, so kind of a follow-up question, but if the Potts family, we all know they're the family that owns the farm down in the Canadian River south of this development, downstream, downhill. We were asked, if the Potts family and the city council wanted to stop additional water onto the Potts farm, wouldn't they have to no longer approve any additional impervious ground anywhere in the entire Bishops Creek watershed? Answer, that's correct. Question, that includes OU? Answer, that's correct. All of downtown Norman? That's correct. Campus Corner, Griffin Hospital, it goes as far north of Robinson Street. Griffin Hospital is an interesting answer on that, isn't it? Because Griffin Hospital is a vast area of land that probably is going to be sold. Probably is going to show up at this podium for redevelopment. But you took a position on the denial of this application previously that you didn't want any more stormwater on the Potts farm. We now know in depositions and testimony that all of the Griffin area and the hospital you approved will drain to the Potts farm. If you want to be consistent, you would have to say nothing else could be developed in any of those areas. Testimony went on. Indeed, if you look at the Bishop Creek, then can you kind of see where the Norman Regional Hospital Emergency Center complex on 9 would be located? Yes. Would that be in the Bishops Creek complex? I believe so. Was that approved around this same time? It was. So it will drain through the Potts property as well? It will. Yes. Do you agree with me that it's not even fairly debatable that this was an inconsistent application of policy by the City Council as compared to all other developments in the Bishops Creek watershed? Answer, in court, under oath, certainly. Yes, in my experience, it was inconsistent with how council has addressed all other recent plats, preliminary plats, in the Bishop Creek watershed. The Potts farm, you see at the bottom, that is real, graphically, same scale as it sits. This is your map. This is your map of watersheds. You see the various colors are different watersheds. You see Bishops Creek right in the middle, and that's what Mr. O'Leary was talking about. It goes all the way up to Robinson. Here's Griffin area over here, and there's the hospital that you approved. All of that Bishops Creek area drains to the Potts farm. What you also see is white down here. White, from your map, this is from the Stormwater Master Plan, shows that that is the Canadian River. The Potts farm the Canadian River. All of Norman drains, all of about 2/3 of Norman drains to the Canadian River that then drains to the Potts Farm. FEMA's definition of a floodplain, which the Potts Farm is entirely covered in floodplain or floodway, is that any land area susceptible to being inundated by floodwater from any source. It includes area having special flood, mud flow, or flood-related erosion hazard, and is shown on the FEMA firm panel. This is what we're talking about with FEMA panels. This is highly technical engineering data, but this is important documents. This is what FEMA, the federal government, says is the area potentially inundated by floodwaters. They take your comp plan, they take other information, and they decide what is an area that we should set aside as protected as floodplain. This is those maps. 1999, 2008, and 2013, all of them show the same area of floodplain. There's no change. Floodplain is the same. Why is that? Well, it didn't change from 1999 to 2013. 2013 is still the base model in effect. This basically proves that there was no change in the FEMA plans of floodplain areas. Why? There's more development. Well, because FEMA considers all of the potential development in that basin of what's to come. You already had adopted 1999 Plan 2020 all before 2008 and 2013. They didn't change it. They knew what was coming. They've anticipated this development. They've anticipated all of the developments, and they've left the floodplain the same. Under testimony, Mr. O'Leary went on to say, have you been directed as a policy decision by the City Council to stop any further water down into the Canadian River floodplains area? Answer, no. Do you think it's just in your experience, would that be a reasonable position to take, that we shouldn't put another drop of water down into the Canadian River floodplain basin? Answer, that has never been the position of this city nor any city that I've worked for. And I can't imagine how you could do that in practical terms. Reasonable basis in fact is the standard. He was questioned further, so if you're impacted with more water, isn't that what is supposed to happen? That's really what we expect to happen. And I think there was a discussion during this particular case on that degree of that impact. I forget the numbers, but our stormwater manager, Dr. Evanson, did a brief presentation here that described the size of Bishop Creek watershed, and it was enormous. And this small development was a small fraction of that. So the point being that this development would have very little additional impact beyond what the watershed already had. Question, is it even remotely reasonable to suggest that that could ever happen? Answer, not in today's condition, no. I can't imagine the state of Colorado or the state of Oklahoma or any city or county upstream can prevent people from using their property for their reasonable choice, provided they meet the local standards. Question, did this developer do that? Answer, yes. Mr. Darrell Pyle was asked, in the process of this development, did you have an understanding from your staff that this developer had met all these criteria? And we're talking about the 2025 criteria as to engineering for infrastructure. Yes, sir. Any hesitation, any inkling of knowledge of any kind that this developer had not met these criteria? Answer, no, sir. So if approved that way, there's no other way they could build it. Answer, that's correct. Question, okay, so then is it fair to say that you had 100% confidence that the stormwater would be adequately managed in terms of drainage? Answer, yes. And that being the standard that was adopted by the city of Norman as to the definition of adequately managed, however we defined adequately managed, this proposal met that design criteria. Question, if the city council had an intention to require a developer to meet anything further or additional, it would have to be in the form of an adopted policy, wouldn't it? Answer, in order to be enforceable, I would say it has to be. Mr. Scott Sturts is your lead engineer. He is the city engineer. He's worked on development many, many years. He's worked in the private industry, and he's worked here, and he's worked hard for you. He reviews every plat that comes through the door. He was questioned. in testimony, to your knowledge as the lead engineer of the city, did this proposed development meet all city ordinances, criteria, policies, and regulations in every way? Answer, yes. As it related to stormwater, yes. As it related to traffic and infrastructure, yes. As it related to engineering design criteria, yes. As it related to Chapter 19 subdivision regulations, yes. So in your experience, are you aware of any physical facts, reasonable basis in fact? Are you aware of any physical facts, any engineering data, anything at all that would have made you believe that this was going to cause harm to the health, safety, and welfare of the community? Answer, no. Question, is there any remote possibility that you're aware of that it could have caused harm to the health, safety, and welfare of the community? Answer, no. Traffic and street infrastructure? Answer, same thing, met all our standards. Question, nothing even rose to a fairly debatable argument that this should be denied, did it? Answer, under oath in court, no. Mr. David Riesling is your traffic engineer. He's done it for a long time. He was questioned, okay, so having gone through all of these, I'm just going to ask you generally on this proposed development, did you see any problems with adverse traffic impacts that gave you any concern? Answer, no. And this is the last of the testimony I'll show you. It was Mr. Sean O'Leary again. Did you believe the developer met their duties to the city of Norman in this project? Answer, yes. I believe the developer met all the codes and standards adopted by the city of Norman for a subdivision application, a plat application like this one. Question, are you aware of any physical facts from this development as it relates to the zoning land use of R1 single family that have caused harm to the health, safety, and welfare of the community? Answer, no. Question, following directly in your bailiwick of the platting application after your review of everything, are you aware of any physical facts or cause of harm out of the platting application that would have affected the health, safety, and welfare of the community? Answer, no. And question, is it even fairly debatable to you on that point? Answer, under oath in court, no. Not according to our codes and standards that we follow as a staff. And I appreciate what he went on to say in deposition. He said, as I tell people, you are you lived in an undeveloped parcel at one time too. Your house wouldn't exist if someone hadn't developed your subdivision. Cities will grow, and our job is to make sure that it's an orderly and appropriate fashion. And that's really what these standards do for us. And they do that for developers and our engineers. That's really the question, isn't it? Do you want to grow? Your policy says yes. Your adopted policies say we got to grow. Almost every council meeting now we talk about housing and the need for it. Well, you put standards down that say how we do it. You put adopted policies down that say where we do it. We're in line with every single one of them. Reasonable basis in fact. You must have it to deny it. Mr. David Beck is an architect at the University of Oklahoma. He's been around a long time in Norman. He sent this letter to you recently, and he said, I was on the Planning Commission in part. It's a longer letter, but I'll read part. I was on the Planning Commission when the concerns about drainage were discussed. The developer has listened and worked with the city to create more collection and detention locations. The Potts land, which brought the discussion of drainage issues to those meetings, is in the floodplain and has always been in the floodplain. The housing need is there. The demand for housing in this area is there. The developer has the land appropriately zoned for what they are requesting to develop. The project needs to move forward to provide the quality of housing the city needs and that there is a demand for. Everybody sometimes gets a second chance. You have an opportunity tonight. You have an opportunity to create housing and end a lawsuit. I have never in my career been able to do this. Tonight, I'm showing you a letter from a competitor that says you should approve this. Why would a competitor say you should approve this? It's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's interesting because our zoning has become so challenging in Norman that it's a problem. And this letter was written to you last week to say, I wanted to take a moment to express my strong support for the upcoming R1 zoning case being heard for the Eagle Cliff West project. Now more than ever, affordable housing is a critical part of a city's vibrant and healthy community. This city council has an opportunity to do its part to ensure continued access to affordable quality housing by voting for the proposed zoning. Another person, I know Jim Adair very well. I've known him a long time. He's a good friend. He is a very good friend of our community and does an enormous amount of good for our community. I had no idea that he even knew much about this case. Haven't talked to him in months. Hopefully we can go talk again soon. But I saw this just on the agenda book. I had no idea he was sending this in. He says, as a developer who was active for over 40 years, I find the council's previous denial of this to be completely unjustified and a detriment to the development process in Norman as a whole. Denying the renewal of a preliminary plat and subsequent final plats when multiple streets are stubbed into it is unheard of. The objection of traffic is unjustified. Traffic studies projected and specified the appropriate collector streets when the area was originally platted. Finally, the objection that normal drainage at the historical runoffs into the river is flooding property that was reclaimed from the river is, well, ridiculous. The courts have ruled on this once. It's time for the council to take the responsible action and approve it. So you've heard a lot of reasons for me why you must approve it. But I always appreciate when you work on reasons of why you should approve it, why it's good to approve. Well, you hear it every meeting. We need housing. We're growing. I've not yet heard you say we're going to stop growing. If you do, that has serious implications of price of housing, supply and demand, and so forth. Let's look at what housing is doing in Norman. This is a report from the MLS. The Norman Board of Realtors sends this out every month. This is the last one I got in April. You see in the whole report is in the upper left. That chart on the right has two lines. The dark line is Norman. The lower line, lighter blue, is all of MLS. The inflection point, I'll call it right here, is COVID. Since COVID, Norman, both, all of the MLS and Norman have skyrocketed up. Norman is going faster than anywhere else in the metro on this report. The median sale price of a home in April 2023 in Norman was $268,000. That was 9.4% greater than the year before. The average sales price in Norman is $308,000 for a house. That is 9% higher than the year before. You have an opportunity tonight. On the right side of your screen is a screenshot from Zillow of recent sales. You see all those yellow numbers, 236,000, 224,000, 252, 235, 235 again, all of them basically in the 200s. On the lower left is those numbers of 268 and 308. The housing that this is extending, you see the yellow arrows there, this is the plan that it will extend this neighborhood, is essentially the same housing. It's the same R1 zoning. It's the same concept. It's the same company. It's the same builder. You're building housing that is average housing that people could buy, that residents could purchase and live in our community. You need that housing. OU is growing. This housing is just south of OU. You have an opportunity to approve 140 homes. I'll close to say that as we talk, 2025 is done. It's documented, it's approved, it's admitted through court filings of yourself, and the judge has ruled on it in infrastructure. The plat is adopted basically because you have admitted in court that we met every single ordinance, engineering design criteria. You've been told before by your city attorney that means it must be approved. The zoning basically is done because you have admitted in court now extensively that we have designed it exactly as it was planned by you, the city, and it is exactly in keeping with everything around it. So you have an opportunity tonight. I'm authorized to represent to you that if you approve this tonight, the lawsuit is over. If you don't, it goes on. I'm very confident there's more than what you saw tonight. 3 days of testimony, many documents. You saw a good flavor of it tonight. you have an opportunity. With that, I want to close and hand it over to Mr. Jalal Farzani. He has a compelling story. I hope you'll listen to it, because the Farzani family has been so meaningful to our community, and I'm excited for him to tell his story. And then after that, we'll come back up and we'll answer all the questions that you have. Thank you. Mr. Farzani?
Honorable Mayor, honorable council members, thank you very much for allowing me to come here, stand before you and talk. Before I start, my brother asked me to thank every single one of you being a council member and mayor, because he knows how much of your time you are spending here every day by receiving calls from other people, getting texts, and also a lot of material to read. He knows that this is very difficult, and we are grateful. We are actually grateful to live in the city of Norman as a family. And many people don't know a whole lot about our family. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about our family. Mohammed and I, who is sitting here, and if he would have behaved a little bit better with his wife, he didn't have to have it on the cast right there. Mohammed and I came here back in 1978 to go to the University of Oklahoma. And as we came here, then we had our parents to follow, our brothers to follow. So that makes 2 generations of Farzanes. And then we were blessed that my children and his children were born here in Norman, Oklahoma, at the Norman Regional Hospital, the very old building back in 1981. And we saw how the city of Norman grew. So we have 2 more generations of Farzanes living here in this town. Actually, there are 32 Farzanes living here in Norman, Oklahoma, the city that we love the most. We could move to other states, other cities, but this is the city that took us in. When we came in 1978, right after we arrived a few months later, our father lost his business. He lost everything of material that he had in his possession. So they did not have any money to send us. And then Mohammed and I, who thought that our parents are going to send us money, had to go work from the very scratch, and they start working at Church's Fried Chicken. One of us, and I'm not going to tell you which one, had to go do janitorial work at OU Union overnight, so during the day he could attend. Did I say? But one of us could attend going to school. And then we could buy groceries, pay our rent, buy diapers, because we had a couple of boys born in 1981, and pay tuition and keep on going. In 1981, that's when we received our bachelor from a school of architecture. We started looking for architectural job. Unfortunately, we could not find any job due to the circumstances that was between the 2 countries. And so Mohammed said, let's go create our own job. Let's go find something so we could buy grocery for our children and our wives, and we could have a house. So we went and we looked for a business, and it was a convenience business, a convenience store at the corner of Porter, and the business was for $17,000. We go to the bank. The president of the bank asked us if we have ever worked in a convenience store. We said no, and he said, do you know how to run one? We said no. And he said, you have no business to be in convenience business. So get out of here, go do something that you know. And then he started asking, so what did you do? And Mohammed said, we worked for our dad back in the old country. And what did your dad do? He had a factory up until a couple of years ago. And he had a construction company. And I was helping him out with the construction company. Our banker said, Mohammed, if you had asked me for a construction loan, I would have given it to you now. And Mohammed did this. He shook the hand of the president of the bank, and we got the first construction loan in 1981. We were blessed that we bought the very first lot from an honest and amazing man that many of you know. His name is Gene McCowan. Back then, he was developing lots, and we bought our very, very first lot from Gene McCowan back in 1981. And as we started the business throughout the years, we grew our business to where we had built over 15,000 homes. Of those 15,000 homes, 3,000 of them are built here in Norman, Oklahoma. And I did a simple math as to how much taxes did the city of Norman had received from our business, from the homes that we built, and that's over $15 million throughout 42 years of building homes in Norman, Oklahoma. That's not the fees, the building permits, the tap fees, or other fees. That's just the sales tax. That's not the taxes for the people who come here, go buy groceries, buy gas, buy food, buy clothing. That's not that. That's $15,000 directly from the material that we bought for those homes. We also grew our business to have about 130 people working for Home Creations. Those are the people that work for us in the company. 25 of those 130 people are living here in Norman. Many of them, you see them with a blue shirt, say, I live in Norman. Them and their family, they decided to wear those shirts and come here to support and show that we are a member of the community. So as the company grew, and our father had nurtured us with the concept of giving back to the same community that took you in. And he always said, one of the doors of heaven opens in America. And I believe that door is here in Norman, Oklahoma. I cannot tell you that when we came here and we did not have 2 pennies to rub together, this community, Norman, took us in. We made our livelihood here. We made the American dream that everybody's dreaming of. That became true for us while we are building American dream for others in this community. So our father had always told us, you have to give back to the community. I'm proud to tell you that every year we give back to the community over $1 million, and we are not actually publicizing it every day because that's what we believe we have to do. Last year alone, we gave over $400,000 in scholarships to the University of Oklahoma. I'm going to show you a picture, and that's going to be the picture of when we gave the first $1 million to the University of Oklahoma. Now, the one in the center is our father. This is about 5 years after he came to the United States. This is the moment that I knew we have arrived. We arrived in America. We arrived in promised land. This is the land that everybody is dreaming of. This is the land that anybody who wants to work can make it. This is the land that when you come from any country, they don't call you a foreigner. You become an American. You can live in Germany for 100 years. You will never become a German. But you can live in America and you can become American. My family is proud to be American. We are proud that we have given back to this community that gave us so much. Now, I understand that there may have been some misconception in the past about our development. I understand that there have been bad information given to the council the last time around. But I'm glad that there have been a lot of opportunity for us to work on that project. We added 3 detention ponds, and we diverted 2 of that detention pond within our property to go to the Bishop Creek. Now, Bishop Creek, we own half of the Bishop Creek. So we are able to divert the water, go to Bishop Creek, so it will not make any inconvenience to go to somebody else's property. And Bishop Creek is one of the creeks that this body of government, the city of Norman, designated for the water to go to that one. So we tried, and this is a project that's totally different, has totally different information about it. Now we know that many of your experts, they have gone through this project and they have proved that we have met every rules and regulations that's here. So I know that our project has met every federal law and rules and regulation, every state law, rules and regulations, and every city law and rules and regulations that you put on, that you, the council, whether it was you or the people before you as council, has approved. So that we did not ask for any exceptions. We did not want it to have anything that would be different. And I have one simple ask. Treat me and my family the same. Do not treat us any different. And please apply the law to us. Thank you, and God bless every single one of you. I respect every one of you, any which way you vote, but I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're happy to answer any questions that you have for the entire team of engineers, the applicant, or myself.
Thank you. First, I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate the time that you've all spent. I appreciate the Farzani family and everything that you've done in Norman over the last 40-plus years. And I can honestly tell you, this matter before us, in my viewpoint, would not matter what developer or development company was standing here before us. I would be in the same situation. So this issue to me is not an indictment of you or your business. It's a matter of the circumstances surrounding this specific piece of property and what I do strongly believe are adverse impacts that are currently ongoing to neighboring properties that have resulted in the HOA protesting and the neighboring multi-generational Potts family farm. So I just want to make that clear that it could be Home Creations, it could be Ideal Homes, it could be any other development company in Oklahoma, and we would still be sitting here right now over this situation, I believe. So I've got sort of a deposition of my own to go through here. I've got a lot of questions. So a couple comments, I guess, on the 2025 plan, which is 2004, so it's 19 years old. Must be a flexible document, quoted. Quote, represents a desired land use pattern in response to anticipated growth rates, public utility constraints, and environmental conditions. Environmental conditions have changed since 2004. We all know that. Also, quote, changes will not be contrary to the public interest and would not result in adverse land use or traffic impacts to surrounding properties, which in my view, this does do that. Regardless of what city staff may testify to in a deposition, I listened to testimony from the neighborhood residents and the Potts family who testified on the record in this council chamber that recent sections of Eagle Cliff are causing adverse impacts on neighboring properties right now, today. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been out there and looked at it. Last meeting, we had an engineer hired by the Potts family that testified from Johnson and Associates, a firm that the city does a lot of business with, who's a very trusted firm, and testified about sheet flow, what it used to be in this area. When it rained, you would have sheet flow, and it would absorb into the open field. But now we have point flow down there, where all the water is being collected into a couple concrete flumes and is being ejected like a fire hose onto the Potts family farm. That's happening. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've walked in it. So, that's why I do believe it's fairly debatable, which is what the case law on this matter is. Heisler versus Thomas, Oklahoma Supreme Court case, says that if an issue is fairly debatable, the city council has the absolute right to deny it. And given that the Eagle Cliff HOA formally protested this 2 years ago, and is still protesting it now, and the neighboring multi-generational Potts family farm is protesting, the former Eagle Cliff HOA president put together an over 100-page document presentation that he presented in 15 minutes to us last time. He didn't have an hour to give a presentation like the presenter has. The neighbors get 30 minutes or 15 divided by 2, however it works out. So he put that presentation into a 15-minute presentation. He went over all of the issues with stormwater runoff and erosion and flooding and traffic in the area, which again, all of those circumstances, the totality of the circumstances, in my opinion, led to a situation where it was absolutely fairly debatable one way or the other. You could approve it or you could not. And based on the existing case law in Oklahoma, that is partly where my decision rested on last time. So, Mr. Rieger, have you ever argued against staff recommendation in all your years of representing clients? City staff has recommended something and you've disagreed with that recommendation?
I have, yeah. And I could say that oftentimes it's based on reasonable facts that you can find on both sides. We haven't found it here. I understand what you're saying is that you've heard expressed opinions of people. I don't believe any of those have presented facts that would withstand your policies or your criteria. That's what's applicable. And what the city has admitted, it is those criteria that decide the engineering. Because what's interesting in this case is everything you just said is dealing with engineering. I didn't hear you just say anything about R1 and appropriateness of character of the zoning. I didn't hear anything there. I heard engineering. Engineering is a regulated standard. And we know that through city admissions in court. We know now that we've met every one of those engineering standards. So engineering is what decides whether we have done stormwater correctly, whether we have done traffic correctly, whether we have handled it per your standards. We've done that. I haven't heard anything about the appropriateness of the zoning. I've heard full admissions that bind you in court that we've met your policies as to engineering. You cannot deny a next application of a next section because you believe there's problems in a past section. I will tell you, you walk the neighborhood, I walk the neighborhood as well, with Mr. Pyle, with Ms. Walker, with Mr. O'Leary, and Mr. McClellan, days before the last vote. When I was told in that vote, we went with the pictures of the HOA to look at it all with your experts. They could tell you what they saw just as much as me. I ended it in the street with all 4 of them around me at their cars, and I said, did you see anything here that was done incorrectly to the engineering standards of your city? The answer was no. If you have any different memory of it, come say so. I don't remember anything they told me differently. I also remember from that walk, I asked them, if there are problems here, have they been calling the city to say we need help? The answer I got in that walk was no, not a single call. Nothing, until this zoning was filed. Not a single entry from that neighborhood into this city to say we have a problem with the engineering or the development that was done in the past section. I also understand that the HOA has over $50,000 in its account today. That's what I've been told. I don't know if they spend any money to maintain their common areas, but that's the duty of an HOA, and that's a well-funded HOA to do that. I don't know if they've done that. But if there were no problems up until when this zoning was filed, and we walked the neighborhood with your experts, and nobody could show me anything, then I believe there's no reasonable basis in fact to deny. And all of the engineering issues you just cited have been admitted that we met them all in this edition. One other point, Ashton Grove is developing Norman that is a little bit similar to this in one sense. The developer there ran into a firestorm one time. It was in the mid-2000s. He went with the next section, just like this. He wanted to approve a next section. Well, the owners of that first two sections said, hey, we're not happy with what he did in the first two sections. You may remember this case. So the owners came here, just as the owners in the Eagle Cliff area did, said, hey, we want you to deny the next section because we don't like what he did in the first two sections. Well, the city did deny him. He sued. He sued you. He went to court. District Court actually upheld your decision in denying him. It went up on appeal. And that appeal happened. I've shared it with Ms. Walker. She's fully aware of it. And the appeal overturned the district court on that point. They said the city cannot deny a next section that meets all of the codes and standards of your city just because you are hearing from neighbors that they don't like the first two sections. That is exactly the situation we're standing here with today. You're hearing from neighbors. I don't doubt that. That's a fact. But Pate v. Bethany says that's not a reason to deny a zoning.
I would argue that Heisler v. Thomas says it is.
I would disagree with you.
Okay, but it says in there that public comment and expert testimony from Tim Johnson does qualify as a reason for the city council to deny an application.
So
that
let's talk
public
about
comment does have to count as a factor for us. That's what Heisler v. Thomas says.
No, what the courts say is public comment, it gives guidance, and then it has to withstand evidentiary conclusions of fact. This is a very different podium that we come to. You have no rules of evidence here, not one. Anybody can come to this podium and say anything they want. Doesn't make it fact, and it certainly doesn't make it relevant or factual in terms of the jurisprudence of evidence. Anybody can say anything. I just had a conversation in the hall from another engineer that looked at Mr. Johnson's data. It was wrong. It was incorrect. He was showing discharge points that were false. So will he withstand the scrutiny of court? In fact, no.
Was Mr. Johnson deposed?
No.
Was anybody from the Eagle Cliff neighborhood deposed?
No.
Was the Potts family deposed?
No.
Was anybody opposed to this development deposed?
No, but did the city put it in their motion for summary judgment response to defend you in court when the court ruled against you? No. The city had the opportunity to do that. The city could have taken all the depositions they wanted. Could have taken all the affidavits.
So no.
You didn't present anything.
But no opposing position was deposed.
I don't believe your council took the opportunity to do that.
That is unfortunate. In your time on council, or as representing developments, have you ever asked for an amendment to the 2025 plan?
I have.
And it's not even an uncommon thing, would you agree? That we
Oh, it's been
approve
denied
amendments
many
to it?
times. Yeah, I've had that happen.
So that would lead to say that the 2025 plan is a very flexible document that is meant to change and is not set in stone. Is that correct?
No question. It's a flexible document, but you have the opportunity to amend it, and you haven't. And on 3 different comp plans, 2 adopted, 1 proposed, you made no change. And in fact, you increased the density of this site.
But if it was a given, why would you have to come to the city council for approval if we have to approve it?
Well, you
Why
have,
isn't it just an automatic approval then if the council is compelled to say yes because 20 years ago, a former long-gone city council developed a plan? Why would you have to come to us for permission to change the zoning if the argument is the 2025 plan says we have permission to? Then why are we voting?
it's different levels. So comp plan, as you know, is about 30,000 feet of altitude, looking down on the city saying, we think it should be residential, commercial, industrial, very broad categories. Zoning is down to the details of setbacks, of height, of particular uses, of accessory dwellings, all of those issues. It's a very different look. So when we go down to zoning level, we are on a much more detailed look. It's not the same decision as a comp plan level.
Okay, and this may be for you, maybe for city staff, actually. Well, let me see if I've got 2 pages here. Okay, so maybe for staff on this one. In all of existing Eagle Cliff, which started being developed in the early 1980s, maybe late 70s, are there detention ponds in Eagle Cliff currently in the other approved sections?
We'll have one of the engineers come up and respond to that, Your Honor.
My recollection is that historically, city staff has recommended a fee in lieu of doing detention ponds in this area for some specific reason.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sean O'Leary, Director of Public Works. Would you repeat that question, please, Councilor?
In the other sections of Eagle Cliff, which started being developed, in early 80s, late 70s, detention ponds have typically been I guess there aren't really any other detention ponds in Eagle Cliff that historically the city staff has recommended a fee in lieu of detention. Is there any particular reason why? And even on this particular proposal, staff's original recommendation was no detention ponds, a fee in lieu of. So what is the reasoning for that?
Yeah, I was looking at that background today, or the previous report that we actually presented to you at the original hearing. We identified 6 existing detention basins in Eagle Cliff. We think the development started in 1982, was the first section. Eagle Cliff South had a number of sections, so it's gone on for 40 years. There's an open channel, Bishop Creek tributary, and there were 2 cases, probably the recent 10 years, where staff recommended fee in lieu of detention, and council approved that in those 2 cases. And those tended to be those southernmost parcels, which we consistently have made that recommendation. Fee in lieu is a kind of a complicated concept, but basically it says that, and council has adopted that policy, that instead of spending money on detention basin, the developer can pay a fee to the city. The city then retains that fee in an account, and we use an aggregate of that money to do a better stormwater improvement, maybe a regional detention basin, than placing a detention basin at the southernmost part of our city that will do no good for our city. That's essentially what that policy says.
I do recall that argument, or that statement from staff in the original proposal in front of Planning Commission was that we didn't recommend detention ponds because it's on the very southern end.
Right.
And what would be the reason why we wouldn't want to put detention ponds right there?
I think the basis of that, many cities have that policy, is that detention pond at the southernmost discharge point of our city is doing our city no good. It might be helping the property south of our city, so there was an argument for doing it for that reason, but the reason for the policy is we'd rather use the city funds to do improvements for our city, for our property owners, and regional detention is one of those tools that we would use maybe to place a regional detention basin up in the northern portions of Eagle Cliff or some other undeveloped parcel, which would do a lot more good for the developers of Eagle Cliff or the residents of Eagle Cliff or Cedar Lane Edition and all those folks. So I think the thinking there is that use the money to benefit our citizens, not the citizens south of Norman.
Do we have a plan to do that in that area?
We do not. I did look at that today. I think there's $350,000 in that account for the Canadian River. It was in the Stormwater Master Plan identified to use some of those fee in lieu accounts, and as you know, that plan has never been funded, and we are reluctant, I think, to go ahead with any of those projects until we have a more of a master plan approach. But there will come a point, I think, where those accounts will reach a level where it will make sense. If we're having flooding in an area, that maybe we would come to council, and of course you'd have to acquire property, you'd have to build a detention basin, and the city would then own and maintain a detention basin, which we don't today. We don't own any today.
So if this section were approved and the detention ponds that are proposed, which after the Planning Commission in 2021 voted unanimously against this, which very rarely happens in my experience, the Planning Commission very rarely votes unanimously against anything. In fact, the Planning Commission very rarely votes against anything ever in my experience. And so the reasons why they voted for it was that there was no detention. So to Mr. Farzani and Home Creations, their credit, they listened to that and they added them in, which was opposed to the recommendation from city staff at that time. What happens to those detention ponds if they do fill up and they can't drain into Bishop Creek because Bishop Creek is backed up?
That rarely happens. As part of the drainage analysis that some of these engineers, private engineers behind me would do, would be to evaluate that rate of discharge leaving the detention basin relative to the flow in Bishop Creek. And that's all sort of considered in their approach to the design of those. There are 3 detention basins proposed in this plat.
Are we maintaining Bishop Creek?
No, it belongs to the HOAs or adjacent property owners. They own and maintain that creek, and that's about 70% of our creeks in Norman. Imhoff Creek is a similar example. Most of it is owned and maintained by the adjacent property owners or the neighborhood or the HOA.
For a creek like Bishop Creek, which the duck pond is Bishop Creek, if you drive down Lindsay, take a look at it from the street. Tell me what you think of the condition. If Bishop Creek is not being properly maintained by the city, which may not be their responsibility, or actually half the creek is Potts family, half the creek's is Farzani, the way I understand it right now. But if it's not being adequately maintained and it's not draining like it should be, if it were, is there a concern that those detention ponds could be negatively impacted? That was kind of the concern of the neighborhood, is are they going to overflow into the neighborhood because they're at the end of the line down here? City staff has recommended that we not have them, partly for that reason. And so if we put them in, not only the HOA will now have to maintain them forever, and they're already having issues maintaining what they have, but there is a risk that may mitigate flooding on the Potts family, but potentially, and that was the question asked before, is there a potential this could cause impact? And the response I heard was yes, it could. You know,
I think it's very unlikely, Councilmember. It's a rare, I can't say that I've ever seen it happen in Norman. We would love to see our channels better maintained, but I can tell you if they ever reach that point of flood control concerns, the city will enter that space, get permission from the property owners. We do that all the time. Log jams occur, that sort of thing. We will never, under my direction, and Public Works, never allow a channel to create flooding conditions for a neighborhood, and I don't think there's ever been a case of that.
Have you or any other city staff went down into Bishop Creek between the Potts family farm and Eagle Cliff?
I have. It's been a few years in that section. I walked this whole neighborhood some time ago. My staff is there every day. We're on site every day for every subdivision. We've been in Eagle Cliff for 40 years. So, you know, what you're describing, I appreciate that, but it's a scenario that doesn't occur. Not that it can't. Anything can happen, especially with weather in Oklahoma. But it just hasn't happened that way. You'll recall in our Stormwater Master Plan, one of our high priorities was a stream blitz concept and a neighborhood enhancement program to do exactly the things you're describing that these neighborhoods need help with. And I would love to see that program funded someday. The voters haven't approved that, but that's why we proposed those programs in the Stormwater Master Plan and the Stormwater Utility proposal to the voters.
Appreciate your answer, Sean. Would you agree that conditions environmentally, land-wise, change over 20 years? That flooding or flow, things like that, things can change over 20 years?
Sure. Yeah, they just watch the weather experts any night in Oklahoma. I don't think any of us know what's really happening with our climate, but we all tend to think something's changing. We can only work on facts. Sure. As engineers, we have to work on the facts and the rainfall tables and the things that that are published in our engineering manuals.
Would you say that has there ever been a project that the city has signed off on that has met all criteria that has later turned out to be very problematic and costly to fix?
Oh, I can only speak to the last 17 years, but the project that comes to mind is the Vineyard Addition, which, as you all know, has been a real problem. We think it was a failure on the part of the design engineer in that subdivision. They undersized the detention basin. Our engineers didn't catch it in the review. And yes, there's been flooding in that area. In fact, we're working there this week to help that neighborhood enlarge the detention basin through a FEMA grant. That's the only case I can say that I can recall in my 17 years here.
I'm thinking of Summit Lakes, the Vineyard, Cambridge, and then the neighborhood with the dam off Cedar Lane by Walmart. Can't think of the name of the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking of 4 cases where the city, just in the last few years, has been asked by private neighborhood HOAs, we can't afford to address this problem we're having with stormwater. We need the city to come in and use public dollars to help us fix it. And we've had a debate about it. The council over the years has been willing to approve it, partly because the city signed off and approved it in the first place, right? And partly because we can't just let a dam fail at Summit Lakes and wash out Alameda and wash out houses downstream. So that's been my position, is I felt like we're obligated to do something. We can't just let it fall apart because the HOA can't afford to do something. And all 4 of those instances, those neighborhoods, at least 3 of them, I'd say Summit Lakes, Cambridge, and Vineyard, are all less than 30 years old. They were all built post-1990 under a lot of current regulations, and yet those are 3 of the most problematic neighborhoods in this whole city when it comes to stormwater problems, and the city being asked to step in and cover the cost of fixing it. And
I would say they're all unique, Councilman.
Yes,
Each of those is a very different story, very different background conditions, and, we're reviewing 5 to 10 plats a month in our department. You're approving 100 plats a year here. So in the grand scheme of development, if we had 4 issues in Norman over the last 40 years, that's really probably not too shabby, frankly.
Sure, I would agree. It's a good record, but those 4 are very significant, very costly, and have presented some challenges. But just to make the case that just because city staff has approved something or that it has met standards doesn't mean that it hasn't went on to cause serious, costly problems later on down the road. And another one, we talked about the access to the area. Was a traffic study done on this?
No, this proposed plat is so small, and the projection for traffic generation is so small that it doesn't even meet our threshold to make them produce a traffic impact analysis. That's a city policy.
Sure.
1,400 trips a day or something is the number. So it is just a very small development, and all of our transportation system in the subdivision, 12th Street, Cedar Lane, Highway 9, has excess capacity for additional development. So that's in your staff report.
So a traffic study wasn't done, maybe because of our policy, but 142 new homes, potentially 2 cars per home, and it's going to be connected to Talon Drive, which Talon Drive is a very narrow neighborhood street at the bottom of Eagle Cliff. All this new traffic and new residents would have to drive through the entire neighborhood to get to 12th Avenue and then go north to either Highway 9 or east to Highway 77. If you recall, a few months ago, we had a meeting or an update from city staff about Cedar Lane. Because of the storm event that happened in February that caused Highway 9 and Highway 77 to both be either closed completely or severely restricted. And for 5 days, I was getting messages after messages and pictures of how traffic was backed up from Highway 9 all the way to where 12th Avenue dead ends at Cobblestone Creek, because the only way in and out of the whole neighborhood was that one single point. So one of our long-term projects that we've talked about is connecting Cedar Lane to the west to Jenkins Avenue and providing a unobstructed, because even in regular times, if you go east on Cedar Lane towards Highway 77, there's a railroad crossing there, and it's not entirely uncommon that the train will stop at that crossing. And if there was ever an emergency with the train, that would be inaccessible. And there would be one single point in and out for thousands of residents in Eagle Cliff, which includes a new independent living center for 55 plus. So we talked about what it would take to relieve that issue that the residents in that area have about access. And if I recall, connecting Cedar Lane to Jenkins was around a $20 million project.
That's correct.
So to provide another access point to this neighborhood would be a $20 million project. And this proposal is not proposing to help do that. And we're not even doing a traffic study to determine, I get that policy and may not generate enough, but that is very concerning to me based on the streets that this new section would have to use to get to 12th Avenue in the first place. And then the existing issues down there with access are a concern. And $20 million is a lot, and we have so many needs. As your staff has shown us every month, we have just an endless list of projects we need to do.
If I may, Councilor, I just want to clarify that this reference to a traffic study, we refer to those as traffic impact analyses, and there is a threshold in our adopted standards that says when a new development is going to generate, based upon estimates, a certain number of traffic trips per day or trips per hour, then the developer must submit a TIA. Most of our plats that you review don't have that threshold and aren't required to do that. But all of them are reviewed by our staff traffic engineers. We have 3 licensed traffic engineers on our staff. They review every application, every plat. They did that here. Some of their findings are in your staff report here. So I just want to clarify that we're not ignoring that.
Sure.
We're very mindful, very thoughtful about development and its impact on traffic and emergency management. And our findings in this case just didn't rise to that level.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So a couple other things. So a Sipiter is a dead-end street currently that has no plan to ever connect it to anything. It is currently a 50-foot drop-off ravine that is being used as a dumping ground. The end of the street is eroding underneath it into a significant cavity. And so that stands out to me as a stub street that is never connecting to anything, but the neighborhood is stuck with, dealing with right now, as it has turned into a dumping ground. And so the argument about stub streets being put in and that says we should approve future development, but I'm staring at a stub street in this area, a Sipiter, that has no plan to ever connect it to anything. And again, is a 50-foot drop-off ravine at the end of it into a stormwater drainage channel. So how does a Sipiter come into play here, and what can the neighborhood expect to happen with it if this proposal is approved?
Thank you, Councilmember. So a Sipiter, let me make sure we're all on the same page here. You can see.
It's the one in the middle.
Right, it's the one, I'm trying to get my pointer, but it doesn't really work. Is one in the middle of the 3 on the bottom.
I would note the proposed sections do not have a end in it that shows it connecting to this. There's nothing
Correct.
that shows it connecting to it.
Those other 3 are the connection points for these additions.
I would also note there is not a stubbed street on Osprey. There's not currently, there is a curb there. It may be platted to eventually, but there is not a stub street. It is a circle, basically.
Yeah. It's platted and planned as a street.
So there's only, I just wanted to clarify, there are only 2 actual stubbed streets that are existing in this area that affect this development.
Platted for this development is those 4 streets, platted as city right-of-way. So when we talk about streets, we're talking about 2 different things. One is platted, a right-of-way, a connection to the city that you own, and 2, the physical street, the connection to the street. Typically, we're talking about a street as a platted corridor, as public right-of-way, and there's 4 of them in this location. As to Sipiter, right in the middle, there we go, get that going. We are happy to assist on that. You're right that that's not one of the 4 that would be extended. That one right there, it's right by the lift station. This is the lift station.
I would note, if I recall, that there's a little funky section in this neighborhood that was developed by somebody else.
It's correct. This hasn't always been home creations, correct?
But it's just like one street, and I can't recall if this stub is part of that landmark development or not, but yeah.
Yeah, so this is a composite of several developers, basically, a couple of them, basically. But we're happy to assist on Sipiter. It's not a part of this proposal. The other three are. So the other three would, as testified and as you heard, would fix the other three. I understand the one hasn't been built yet, but it's planned to be. And then this one, we're happy to help stabilize. It is our land that it dumps into. So it's not.
It's being used as a dumping. If you go down, there's TVs and all sorts of stuff.
We're happy to assist with that.
And the neighborhood HOA doesn't, I get, from their aspect, if I recall, is they don't feel it's their responsibility to have to deal with that. And, but that's an issue that has been stuck in my mind about the argument regarding stub streets, is that there's one existing here that has no plan I've ever seen has it showing connecting to anything ever, and it just being a dead end with a drop-off at the end of it.
We're happy to assist with that. At the last meeting, in fact, this applicant, the Farzanis, showed up with a commitment to help fund the HOA with some degree, and that was offered. It was denied by the HOA.
I rewatched that today just to get another refresher about it, and I do recall that about $15,000, and I recall the HOA president being very appreciative of that, but he also noted in several pictures and documents that this was a multi-million-dollar problem that they're dealing with when it comes to erosion in Eagle Cliff, and that $15,000 to the HOA was just not going to make a dent in anything.
So
they appreciated it, but
right.
didn't feel like it was actually going to do.
We heard that figure. We're home builders. We know what it costs to do things. We think it was not accurate in any way whatsoever to suggest that dollar figure. Also, let's talk about those images that were taken back then. Again, we walked the neighborhood with Mr. O'Leary. We looked at those areas and we didn't see anything. In fact, he told me that there was no problem here that was a problem of the engineering or the aspect of the development. Those are common areas. You're right that HOAs are responsible for maintaining common areas, and they're responsible to fund them. Has been a challenge around the community somewhat in certain areas, yeah. But I think those are easily fixable problems. The other problem with our issue with that is we looked at those locations. Some of those are intended to be untouched. There is a blue line running through here, and there's a WQPZ zone. In fact, you see the WQPZ zone right in the middle here, if I can get the pointer to work. You see the yellow dotted areas? I can't get the pointer. There we go. You see the yellow dotted areas right here? That is a WQPZ zone. We're not supposed to touch that. We're not supposed to fix supposed erosion in those areas. Many of the photos taken were in those locations. Many of those issues are not to be fixed. They're meant to be natural and left natural. In fact, you have an ordinance that says we can't even mow them. So a WQPZ zone is intended to be left natural, intended to let nature do what it does.
And then I got a few more. You mentioned this being affordable housing. What I saw the graphic with the different numbers. What would you say is the average price of these homes? Just looking at that would be over $200K.
So actually, I said workforce housing is what I monikered it as. I believe probably they would build and sell these. Remember, that was 2 years earlier in construction pricing, but I think you're in the upper 200s is probably what this housing would be.
Do we have any idea what a monthly rent or mortgage is on a house like that?
I don't, no.
Just.
No, sir, please. No, sir.
I appreciate your offer. I mention this because the median household income in Norman is $44,000 a year, which would mean no more than 30% of their income would be $1,100 a month in rent. And so I'm guessing, and I appreciate the clarification, not affordable, but workforce housing, which we do need, but that it's not what I would say is affordable housing for university students or blue-collar working folks.
So let's talk about that, because I heard you very eloquently one time in a public hearing about housing costs. Talk about the waterfall effect, I believe is what you were talking about.
More we have, yes.
Right. And so the more you have supply and demand, if you're building not enough workforce housing, then the people that would have bought the workforce housing are going to go buy what's available, which may be the affordable housing. I remember that discussion that we had. So it is actually accurate to say that the effect of supply and demand on housing at all levels affects all levels, because they cross-populate.
Ideally, that would be true, and would be my hope that we would, the more we build, the more, maybe the saturation, or it would cause lower. But I don't think we've experienced that. In my lifetime, Norman's population has nearly doubled from 68,000 to 130,000, and it's not cheaper to live in Norman today than it was in 1984. So we've built a lot more housing, we continue to build housing, but in the real world, we're not seeing rents go down the more housing that we add. So I agree, that is in theory what I would hope to see when we approve more development, is that, well, this will add more stock, this will bring down the demand, it'll help bring down prices, but I don't know that we're actually seeing that happen. But I just wanted to go over that point about affordable housing, because it is something I mean, everybody on this council cares about. Affordable housing, and Norman being a place where people can afford to live. And if people have affordable housing, that prevents people from becoming homeless, and it's a whole deal. So I did just want to go over that point, that maybe workforce housing, and that's a good point, but maybe not affordable, or what I would describe as affordable. I also want to note that the rest of the properties in Bishop Creek are not directly discharging onto the Potts family. With the most recent section of Eagle Cliff, Section 7, which was the last one that we approved, which had no protest. I want to just put that out there. There was no protest to that section 3 or 4 years ago. The neighborhood didn't protest. I didn't receive calls from people protesting it. The Potts family did not contact me in protest to it. Unlike this one, where in October 2021, I was facing a 56% protest, which requires a supermajority vote of council, which does not happen very often. And so, much different situation, I guess. Things change, whatever happened with that development. But one of the issues with Section 7 is that there is a concrete flume. Like we mentioned before, the sheet flow versus point flow, before that section was there, water sheet flowed over the whole property and didn't cause direct flooding on the Potts family farm, at least none that they had noticed or observed in their 60, 70 years as a family farming that land. Now there is a concrete flume that is collecting all of the stormwater runoff in all of Eagle Cliff, basically, and shooting it directly to the south. And that has created issues of standing water and flooding on the Potts family farm side that did not exist prior, according to their testimony on the record. And so that's the part about not causing harm to other properties, neighboring properties. And yes, they're in the floodplain, but our regulations don't allow any properties to use a neighboring property to drain water off onto. And their property is not being flooded by the Canadian River. If the Canadian River was overflowing and flooding their property, that'd be a different situation. But that's not what's happening. It's being flooded by Bishop Creek and by a direct discharge from Section 7 of Eagle Cliff. That's been my observation. That's the observation of the engineers they've hired. And so that's just part of the, again, the totality of the circumstances of the situation, which leads me to believe that it is fairly debatable, that there are so many factors here. There's contradictory statements from staff. There's a diversion of historic precedent of what we've recommended in that area. Protests from the HO. I mean, I cannot name a single instance ever that I can recall where a suburban subdivision neighborhood HOA and a neighboring generational family farm teamed up to protest something. You know, they're almost completely opposite. You know, a suburban neighborhood and an agricultural farm are very, on the opposite side of things typically, but they both came together over this particular issue and the impact that they're experiencing from it. And so that, again, just part of that totality of the circumstances is, again, Norman Regional East isn't directly discharging onto the Potts property, and neither is the University of Oklahoma or Griffin, but Eagle Cliff is directly discharging onto their property. And again, Potts Farm is not being flooded by the Canadian River, so that's where I have a hard time with that argument.
So if I could address.
Please, yeah.
So I would disagree with you that it's directly dumping onto the Potts family. Here is the graphic. It is over 700 feet from this property south through a forest of trees and floodplain before you get to the Potts farm. There's also testimony that says, and you just said it, Bishop Creek does dump on the Potts farm. Bishop Creek drains the entire center area of Norman. So additional waters from the center area of Norman is going to Bishop's Creek, is going to the Potts farm. And also, there's aerials that show that Potts Farm has been farming continuously throughout to this day of hay bales after hay bales. So they continue to farm that property. It is in the Canadian River, and I showed you that earlier. Your maps
They are, yes.
show it in the Canadian River. In the Canadian River, not in the Bishop's Creek watershed.
Canadian River, again, is not what's flooding it. And Bishop Creek is, the part of Bishop Creek that is causing issues on the property is because Bishop Creek has City of Norman trash cans and recycling bins, basketball goals, basketballs, golf balls, furniture, and thousands of tree limbs and branches that have washed into it that we're not cleaning out. And that the Potts family has spent their own money multiple times over the last 5 years hiring company to come in and clean it out on their own dime, only for it to just return and clog back up again. And so that's the Bishop Creek being maintained isn't causing a problem for their property, but that's only half their property. The other half is on the other side of Bishop Creek and directly south of Eagle Cliff, Section 7.
Through a forest of over 700 feet. It is a fundamental in stormwater law that you have the right, as a property owner, to drain at the natural historic rate as you have drained in the direction you drain historically. We've done that. I would echo a good friend of both ours, I think, of Mr. Adair, who said that to suggest that the water inundation of the Potts Farm is a reason to turn this down, in his words, was ridiculous. I don't discount the emotions, but from a factual, reasonable basis in fact, and don't forget, it has to be a reasonable basis in fact. I think as Mr. O'Leary was just saying, you can throw out examples all you want over 40 years of one or two instances of a failure. But is that reasonable to suggest that we should shut down development because one or two didn't work, because somehow a farm in the Canadian River might have waters to it that FEMA expects to have waters to it? I don't think that passes the judgment.
Well, I would just argue that based on most of the basis of this argument tonight has been that our city staff testified under oath that it meets criteria and will be fine. But we have evidence that shows that city staff throughout years, and our own guidelines or policies haven't always been correct. We haven't always enforced them, or we've overlooked something, or whatever it be. And that doesn't fall on the Farzanis and Home Creations. I'm not saying that. But just that we're taking this testimony as solid gold, and yet I'm just showing that we've approved as a city, over decades, we've approved developments under existing standards that have turned out to be very problematic and costly for the city to fix.
So have you changed your standards to address that?
I think we're in the process of that.
You are. At the time this was voted on, had you changed your standards to address that? You hadn't. So by law, we're applicable to those standards, and this is not testimony in depositions. This is you admitting that we met all those standards. So if you don't have any different standards, but this is engineering, with all due respect, Councilman.
And that's not the council. The city manager testifying to that is not me, and it's not anybody else on this council testifying and admitting anything. Nobody on this council has admitted on the record in a deposition to anything in this.
So this is a legal point, and Ms. Walker may want to interject. The top statement up there is not a deposition. That's a court filing from you as a city, not as a person. As a city, you have admitted for the city, on behalf of the city, for the entirety of the defendant, including you, You have admitted that we met all of the engineering design criteria, all of the standards, all of the subdivision ordinances. You've admitted it. That wasn't a deposition. That binds you. You've admitted it. So if you have, all you're talking about is engineering. I think we can agree on that. Stormwater is engineering. Your standards are engineering as to how we engineer to that. As we question Mr. Pyle, and this is a relevant question, this is important to developers. If you're sitting here tonight telling us that we need to do more, we need to do something different on standards, then what are they? What are they? Mr. O'Leary testified to that, and it's something that the industry has to know. If you are talking about all of this that you're talking about is engineering. This is an appropriateness of R1. I haven't heard anything about that. This is engineering. If you have different standards for engineering that we're supposed to meet, they better be in that document. They're not. We've met everything in that document. So we have met your standards. That's how the courts will observe it. That's how they will rule upon it. Did we meet what you said we have to meet? And on that document, not a deposition, that's a filing in response to us for you. We met it.
On the record, I disagree with that statement. I'll just say that. As a city councilman from Ward 7 that represents this area, I disagree with this statement from our city.
It's in the court.
That may be the case, but as the representative for the area, I don't agree with it. I don't admit to it. And so the situation, though, is we're looking at FEMA maps that are over a decade old, have not been updated in over 10 years. Part of the development is in the 500-year floodplain. Parts of the backyards are touching the 100-year floodplain that's over a decade old. We don't know if it's changed. And you could say, well, that's the standard. Yeah. Our stormwater master plan uses rainfall data from 1996. That's what staff used to justify some of these statements. It's over 25 years old. And the HOA president made a very detailed presentation about how we are using outdated data. And again, maybe not the responsibility of Home Creations. We have a serious problem in this city, and it's getting worse and worse and worse and more costly with every section that we approve without changing these.
So what's the answer, Councilman? Are you going to put a moratorium on development and we can't put anything on the ground anymore?
Well, sensitive
'Cause that
areas like
seems to
this,
be
where
what
it's
this
on the floodplain line, it's in the 100-year floodplain, it's at the end of the stormwater drainage basin.
And never have you applied a 500-year floodplain to development, to my knowledge. So that would be completely arbitrary. So that's my point. You're applying standards and issues that are not applicable.
None of the rest of the development is in the floodplain at all. In the 500-year, 100, none of it. This would be the only section that we would be approving in this area that is affected by these conditions. None of the rest of the Eagle Cliff development sections have had this specific circumstance.
We're not developing in the floodplain. None of the home sites are in the floodplain. We're not putting a single structure in the floodplain. If that's a misunderstanding, I want to make sure we're clear on that.
The backyards, the fences are on the 10-plus-year-old floodplain line.
Yeah, and there are fences.
Maybe it's moved west, I don't know.
And there are fences all over the city. Come to any floodplain committee meeting, and fences get approved all the time in floodplains with the swing gates all the time. That's standard procedure at the city of Norman. So we're not putting a single habitable structure anywhere in a floodplain in this project.
All right. Mr. Rieger, I appreciate your answers.
Thank you,
and
Councilman. I appreciate it.
conversation. That's all I have for right now. I will hold the rest until we hear from public comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler.
Yeah, we've heard the words fairly debatable a lot tonight, so I would like some clarification from our city attorney on what that means and how the court utilizes that in terms of us making a decision as council.
Sure, thank you. So the fairly debatable standard has evolved through courts interpreting and ruling on challenges to zoning and land use plan amendments. It is not a standard for staff review, so staff is not reviewing applications and going, well, is this fairly debatable? They're looking at policies and ordinances in place and using their expertise to come up with a recommendation. Fairly debatable is for the decision makers. And I'll just read to you from the Heisler, I think is the way you say it, Heisler versus Thomas case that Councilmember Holman referenced, because it's a great, simple definition. But If validity of a classification for zoning purposes is fairly debatable, i.e. if reasonable men could differ as to whether it is reasonable, the legislative judgment of the municipality is controlling. Other cases say, is it fairly debatable using basic physical facts? Drainage, transportation issues, things like that often come up and are litigated in those cases, but that is how the standard is worded.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Maybe this is for Mr. O'Leary. I believe this was under your department, but did we not just recently update our engineering design criteria?
Yes, Councilor, we went through about a 3-year process to do that, adopted them, I'm going to say, middle of February. They became effective about the middle of March. I was kind of leaning over to our city engineer, Scott Sturts, who is much better equipped to address the technicalities of that. He was our project manager, but we had multiple committees, in fact, developers, builders, citizens, others served on that committee. I don't believe that any of the adopted standards in the stormwater area, as we're discussing here tonight, changed to the degree that our recommendation would have been different on this. I think some of the changes in the stormwater design criteria call for more modeling as opposed to a simpler method of calculation. These engineers here would be familiar with that. And that can be a great tool, and it can show us different things. But my judgment as a civil engineer practicing for 35 years would be that the outcomes would not have been significantly different with the new engineering design criteria.
Sure. I just wanted to get on the record that we have updated
Yes.
our engineering design criteria, that we are in the process of working on our comprehensive land use plan. So to assert that the city is not trying to address these inconsistencies and move forward with new policy and implementation of that is incorrect.
Thank you. And I would mention that along with the comprehensive transportation plan, we're also bringing forward a contract to update the stormwater master plan relative to some of those previous, calculations and design tables.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tortorella?
Yeah, this is a question for the city attorney. It was mentioned that the council members didn't have a chance to attend these depositions. Why not, and why were you there, and why weren't we there?
Actually wasn't there, as an attorney in our office was. It would be very unusual to have counsel come in and sit in on a deposition because of the Open Meeting Act, you run into issues with having a quorum present and things like that. So that's very unusual. I can't think of an instance where that's happened before. We do usually try to protect counsel from being deposed. We let the record stand. We don't typically bring in people who protest developments for deposition because they've made the record at the council meeting, and that's what you all based it on. So further deposition doesn't really expand on why you all made the decision you did. Their testimony on the record is what the court would look at and rely on.
All right, thank you.
We're getting some feedback apparently, or I'm hearing voices, one of the two. All right, this is an opportunity for members of are there any further comments before we go? Councilmember Montoya?
Well, I have a question for Jalal, the applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
So I share some of the same concerns at Accipiter, where it is a street where there are currently no plans to finish it.
Right.
Are you willing, is Home Creations, are you willing to pay for and cul-de-sac that street and meet all the required regulations and everything?
Thank you for your question, and I think that I talked about our love, our family's love for this city, and the fact that it's unfinished. It's actually one of the concerns that we have, and I know that city manager also had the concern about these street stubs not being finished. Hopefully with the development of Eagle Cliff next section, those three will be finished. And we, at our own cost, at Home Creation's cost, will propose to go ahead and make a cul-de-sac there. We will stabilize it. We'll go make sure that it's going to be a place where people are not going to be able to come and dump anything, and we will not have anything to drop off according to the city standards.
I just want to add on to that, if I may, Councilmember, from the engineers leaning over and telling me we need to make sure you can do that in that location. We need to do the engineering of it and make sure it works and see how the terrain and the topography works in that location. So I want to make sure that's subject to engineering review and the possibilities of doing it.
But the answer to your question is, we will ask our engineers to go ahead and propose what's going to be acceptable to the city engineers, and we will go ahead and make that cul-de-sac happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler?
Related to that last question by Councilmember Montoya, from a, I guess, sorry, trying to formulate how I want to phrase this. How do we hold accountable our developers to saying in this process that we have before us that they are going to, look at and design something for a street that is not currently being proposed in this zoning or in the plat? So how can we say, they're telling us, yes, we're gonna do that on the record, but we don't have any mechanism to actually say that we can hold them accountable to doing that? Is there an amendment that we need to make to add? I mean, maybe this is for Catherine.
I would say in this instance, those kind of things should probably be added to our code. Like I'm just thinking of the sub-streets, like perhaps there should be a requirement that there's some more finish to that street, because we don't know when the next plat will come and nothing's guaranteed. And so maybe that's something in terms of requirements we could add, but you're right, currently we don't really have any mechanism to say, go do this on property that's not before us as part of an application.
Yeah, so I think that's a challenging question for us as, as a council, when we hear, yes, we plan to do that, but there really is no legal way that we can hold anybody accountable to doing that without having policy or attaching the requirement to a new plat. Just making a statement.
Anything else from council? Don't see it. All right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments. They'll be 3 minutes long regarding this item. Madam Clerk, are there any persons signed up?
Yes, sir. Start with Jeff Lozano. I may be pronouncing that wrong. I apologize.
Really good. It's Jeff Taylozano. Longtime resident, been here since I was 5. So I'll go ahead and get started. Council members, I'm here to express my strong support for Eagle Cliff project proposed by Home Creations in our beloved city. I firmly believe that approving this development will bring numerous benefits to our community, and I kindly request that you consider the support for this endeavor. Firstly, I'd like to emphasize that Home Creations owners, as discussed earlier, are hometown locals, deeply rooted in this community for many years. That gives them a unique understanding of the needs, aspirations, and developments for the fellow residents. As a local builder, they have vested interest in maintaining the character and integrity of our city while contributing to its growth. Their commitment to our community is reflected in their track record of delivering high-quality projects that have stood the test of time. Approving the proposal will not only promote local entrepreneurship, but also strengthen the sense of pride that we have in our hometown. Secondly, the proposed Eagle Cliff project will provide much-needed housing. Our city needs first-time home buyers, young families, grandparents whose kids didn't leave after they graduated OU and now have grandkids. Teachers, etc. As you're aware, affordable housing is a pressing concern in our community, with many hardworking residents struggling to find suitable accommodations within their means. This development aims to address these issues by offering well-designed affordable housing. The development aims to address many issues, but mainly prioritizing the needs of these individuals. And this project will be fostering more of an inclusive, diverse community, ensuring that everybody has an opportunity to thrive in the city that we call home. Thirdly, I would like to highlight the impressive impact Home Creations has had on this community that I've also been a witness of. Their community outreach and engagement is exemplary through various initiatives and volunteer programs such as United Way, Day of Giving, educational partnerships with the University of Oklahoma, which many of us have attended, and their support of local organizations such as Bridges of Norman, who I used to be a student at, and now have grown into being a director at this company. They have been consistently involved and demonstrated their dedication to improving the lives of these residents. By approving this development, they will be contributing to the community tremendously. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly urge the City Council to approve Eagle Cliff project by Home Creations. Their local roots, focus on providing housing for these individuals, and strong.
Mr. Lozano, you're out of time, sir. Thank you.
Sonia Potts.
Please, no clapping. No clapping, or I'll have to clear you out. I'm sorry. Whom?
Sonia Potts.
Miss,
Yeah, they're loaded.
First of all, while I have it handy, I will show you where, this is the Osprey edition, and Mr. Rieger will say that this outflow pipe has nothing to do with our pond turning red, which is on this side of this picture. This is our freshwater pond. Here's Osprey. This is the outflow pipe. This is what happened when the water rushes out of the outflow pipe, which I have a video of that I'll be able to show you maybe when I speak my next 3 minutes. But this is what happened during the construction to our pond. And I think it's very relevant to the situation that we're talking about. So a couple of other things, I've kind of gone off the rails on my notes, but the whole rezoning situation, when the development of the 2025 plan, when that all came together, I seriously think that the developers of that assumed that all of Eagle Cliff would have detention. There is very little detention in any of Eagle Cliff. Now, Mr. O'Leary stated that there were, I think he said, 2 cases where detention, fee in lieu of detention was taken. If you look at the second page of the handout, of the first handout that has number 1 on it, in the bottom right section, you'll see what was Dr. Carrie Evenson's. This was in her presentation in August of 2021 when she presented to council about this very issue. You can see the red marks in the bottom in our area where fees in lieu of detention have been taken. There's also no detention in section 5. So I don't know if fees in lieu were taken, fees or paid, or if nothing was paid, but there is no detention there. I have copies of the plat over at my chair if anybody would like to see that. Another thing is that at the August 10th, 2021 council meeting, Mr. O'Leary stated that it's a good policy. You will find a fee in lieu of detention in every first-class city in the country. Really good policy, good public policy. That was his statement in 2021. So I would like to know In what instance would that policy be good for any of the citizens in Norman? I don't understand that. 3 minutes? Oh, my goodness. So I'm assuming I get another 3 minutes here in a bit.
Allison Wilson.
Council and Mayor, my name is Allison Wilson, and I reside at 1004 Elmwood Street. I'm in Ward 4, and I am part owner of the Potts Family Hay Operation. We oppose this change of land just north of us from A1 to R1. Some of you have heard the Potts family opposing this application multiple times to the Norman City Council in 2021, and here we are again asking for a second chance as well, a second chance to protect our land from flooding. We continue to face financial loss due to the stormwater runoff from Eagle Cliff and damage from trash flowing out of Bishop Creek. The city staff report for this application states, under the impact, and I quote, "The existing neighborhood will not create a negative impact to the surrounding area." This is a false statement by city staff. In fact, we have established multiple times in 2021 and since there is damage coming from impervious surfaces impervious surfaces from water flow onto our land from the Frisani's development. Based on our civil engineer, Tim Johnson and Associates, the last time this very issue was before you, he made it clear to the council that there would be more water flow and worsening damage if this proposal was approved. And this is still true today. During the Planning Commission meeting on May 13th, 2021, city staff engineer stated that by doing fee in lieu of detention, we will get the water from the development headed out toward the river and the creek faster than if we do a detention. If the land remains agriculture, I say that there will be less of the problem. We'll have more land to absorb the water. If you approve the change, there are multiple citizens at higher risk of being flooded. It is unacceptable to allow the stormwater flow from Eagle Cliff across our land. It also goes against federal water mitigation laws, as we would be the downstream landowner flooded. Is it appropriate to flood a downstream landowner? Some of you have seen this flooding actively. Is it wrong to expect the same for our farm that Eagle Cliff proposes that they are going to protect and make changes when we can't have we have no way of ensuring that those changes will actually occur? I propose that we do the right thing and fix the existing problems before adding additional homes to Eagle Cliff, creating more damage. I truly appreciate the city council and those members who have come and actually toured our farm. I will say that there has never been a city staff enter our farm and want to see the damage that we face on any one given day from the floodwaters from Bishop Creek and from our Eagle Cliff addition. Thank you.
Scott Martin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Martin, Ward 5 resident and CEO of Norman Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to briefly talk to you about workforce housing. Councilmember Ball, thank you for bringing up the livability index that just came out and recognized Norman as one of the best places to live in America. Because we are one of the best places to live, we've grown by over 20,000 people in the last 12 years. And in spite of our growth, two of the greatest needs of our businesses are workforce and the housing and the houses to house that workforce. Our citizens acknowledge this. Many of you participated in the One Norman visioning process. Housing appeared twice in the quality of life category, and I'd like to read to you the two items or priorities that were mentioned that came out of that process. The number one priority in the quality of life category was Norman will have walkable, safe, green neighborhoods, mixed-use sustainable development, affordable housing for all levels of income. And number 6 out of 12 Norman will have an affordable and available variety of housing options for all. I'd ask that you support the work of the One Norman Committee like you have previously, that you would support this honorable family and company. Home Creations has been investing in our community for the last 4 decades. And I'd ask that you support this zoning. Thank you.
Paul Wilson.
Council, I'm glad one thing got brought up tonight multiple times, not only by the presenter, but by city council members, about affordable housing. I'm going to answer Councilmember Holman's question about the average cost on the mortgage on these homes based on upper $260,000 that we saw on the slide. $268,000, 10% down, is $2,100 a month. To me, that's not affordable. The median income in Norman is $44,000. In order to meet this, the person would have to earn almost double that, based on the 30% that you should pay for your mortgage or rent. To me, that's a no-brainer. This is not affordable housing. That is the one thing that we desperately need in Norman, is affordable housing. Somebody just mentioned the workforce. You're right, we need workforce and we need houses for those workforce. Last time I checked, there's not too many businesses paying their employees between $6,000 and $7,000 a month. Usually those are upper crust of the employment, not the workforce. It's the management. So I hope you don't approve this like you did in, I believe it was 2021. We need affordable housing. I've been up here several times over the last year talking about affordable housing. So please do not support this. We need affordable housing, not this.
Mary Frances.
I'm Mary Frances, Ward 7. I want to speak about environmental conditions. I've looked at all the maps. I'd like to see the one that was the preliminary plat put back up. Most of the floodplain land is wonderful trees, forests, great for birding, and plain old nature lovers. We need to conserve these forests, which prevent flooding, runoff, pollution, and also store CO2, which is a major cause of climate change. The IPCC stated that we must do 2 things to have a livable world for our children and grandchildren. 1, dramatically reduce the use of fossil fuels. 2, stop deforestation. As I understand it, one of the compromises Home Creations offered was to make a large part of that forested land that they own a permanent land conservancy easement. That means a major swatch of forest that would never be developed, never developed. Even if they sold the land, the new owner could not develop it. It had to stay the way it is, a permanent forest. So my question is, why are the protesters turning down that environmental condition, since environmental conditions have changed as far as we know from the scientists about climate change? Why would they turn down a permanent easement that would create a swatch of forest that prevents flooding, that helps us with the issue of climate change, and also prevents pollution and provides things like wonderful nature and birding and all of those things that create quality of life. Thank you.
Alexander Hatton.
My name is Alexander Hatton, and I am a resident of Eagle Cliff South. I'd like to begin by pointing out that our neighborhood is indeed called Eagle Cliff South. The neighborhood adjacent to ours is Eagle Cliff, and the applicant has proposed rezoning for residential development of Eagle Cliff West. Eagles, eagles, eagles. But where will these eagles go? They're going to cut down the trees that the eagles live in. And these are bald eagles. These are protected animals. If they do this, we will no longer be Eagle Cliff or Eagle Cliff South. It will forever change the character of our neighborhood. The Fish and Wildlife Service's resource list for this property includes numerous protected species and habitats. Members of the association have reported personal observations of the bald eagle, the whooping crane, and the tricolored bat on and around the property. I've seen the bald eagle myself. I've sat outside and listened to the tricolored bats at night as they give birth in the trees out there, and they're just magnificent to hear. Many of the other protected and endangered species are likely present out there. Approval of this rezoning for residential development without a permit from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would be improper and could result in the unlawful taking of species. The term take means to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect, or to attempt to engage in any such conduct. The included term harm means an act which actually kills or injures wildlife. Such an act may include significant habitat modification or degradation. And that's what we're talking about here, where it actually kills or injures wildlife by significantly impairing essential behavior patterns, including breeding, feeding, or sheltering. The prohibition against taking enlisted species includes destruction of critical habitat, and the property here, according to Fish and Wildlife, overlaps a final critical habitat of a protected species. The Endangered Species Act should be followed, and this rezoning for residential development requests should be denied. Further, the water draining from the property is likely classified as part of the navigable waters of the United States. Approval of this rezoning and development without a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit could be a violation of the Clean Water Act. Until these appropriate environmental surveys are completed and permits issued, city approval of this request is premature and improper under federal law, and I would ask that you deny it. Thank you.
Lisa Jenkins.
Hello, Council. I'm Lisa Jenkins. I live on Eagle Cliff South myself, and we need more houses to go that direction so we can open up other areas eventually. So your outrageous amount to add a road won't hurt us like it would. I mean, it'd be needed. And it's almost needed now. They were talking about traffic being real bad in that area, but it's real bad now. I mean, another 100 and something houses is not going to make that much of a difference, but it will make a difference on you expanding more south and then be able to add houses that direction. Then you can add in areas for playgrounds for kids to play in back in that area. And we need swimming areas back there. I mean, if you just keep on adding, the infrastructure will eventually pan itself out, I guess, to where builders and builders will be able to get these water flows to go correctly. Main Street example, 20 years ago, Do we remember when it flooded where the apartments are on 36th Street? They turned around, restructured it, and y'all got everything down there now off of Main Street 36 West. But I think it'll be the same way here. And Home Creations makes beautiful houses, and they are affordable. As long as if you get good insurance that's cheaper than most of them, $800, $900 a month is what it costs. For a brand-new house, then you got to find your other sources for your insurance and stuff, and you can get affordable. That's about all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is registered as Eagle Cliff South Property Owners Association.
Council members, I've been retained by the association to speak on their behalf tonight. Just very briefly, I didn't have anything prepared. I'm just going to speak contemporaneously about some of the things I've heard tonight. We heard Mr. Rieger say that. I'm sorry?
Would you identify yourself, sir?
I'm John Ledden. I'm an attorney that has been retained to represent the Eagle Cliff South Homeowners Association.
Thank you, sir.
I heard from Mr. Rieger tonight that this body has an opportunity tonight, and I agree. And that opportunity is to protect the integrity of the legislative function of this body, which decided 7-2 on a very thoughtfully crafted record against this project on the advice, the unanimous advice of the Planning Commission, and has an opportunity to reject bullying tactics to get the judiciary involved in this and cost taxpayers money. First off, let's just talk about the litigation so far. We've got Judge Bachman having decided that a very specific issue was decided in an arbitrary, capricious manner. I don't think that'll hold up on appeal. I think the city has excellent staff attorneys that will be successful in overturning that. But let's just say for now that that decision stands. We are here tonight on something very different. The decision made in litigation had to do with the arbitrary and capricious nature, so-called, of the decision based on the criteria of changing future urban to current urban. But tonight we're here on a different issue of zoning, which there, the organization plan, the Norman 2025 plan, provides for different criteria. This body is allowed to consider environmental suitability of the land for development, environmentally sensitive manner, restrictive developments in floodplains, aquifer recharge areas, and areas of erosion-prone soils, influence growth into areas most suitable for development, influence growth towards areas suitable for development away from restricted. It goes on and on. The second and final point, I just mentioned that I have great respect for the the city's attorney staff, but there is an issue on which I kind of disagree with them. Municipal Code Section 36571 requires, I believe, in Section C, that at least 20 days notice of the time and place for this hearing tonight should be published in an official paper or paper of general circulation in the city. That admittedly was not done, and I talked to the attorney staff, which was very responsive to my question. And they said something which I just disagree with, which is that this provision does not apply because we're not here tonight on the city council's own motion or on petition. I must disagree with both of that. We heard an admission that we're here tonight not only not on Chaz's request, but without even their consent. Furthermore, even setting that aside, it doesn't have to be on the city's own motion. It can be by petition. And I think
Charles Custer.
Charles Custer. I live in Ward 5 in Eagle Cliff South. I just want to thank City Council for all that you do. My wife and I are meteorologists, so we're keenly aware of weather disasters that happen, including flooding. There have been multiple 1,000-year floods in just the last year alone. We had a 500-year flood in Tulsa in 2019, along with many other 500-year floods. And something that hasn't been talked about much with this development yet is that it is developing right up to the 100-year flood zone, as well as placing homes, future Norman families, in the 500-year flood zone. From what I can see, it's based on that plan that's 26 years old, as well as FEMA maps that are now 10 years old. And we know that extreme weather events are increasing in frequency and in their severity. And what that means for flood zones, it means that they are expanding. So I think it is risky to place city infrastructure, future homes, those first-time home buyers. It's not fair to them to place them in risky homes within the 500-year floodplain. I have other concerns as well about including clear cutting of the trees and whatnot, but I think the future safety of residents is really my main concern here tonight. In general, I am for home creations. I think they build well-priced homes. They are high quality. I love my home. And I believe that they have the best interests of their home buyers in mind, just like I believe you all have the best interests of Norman residents in mind. So really all I'm asking them and you tonight is to take the time and think about smart rezoning, smart development, future looking in both of those regards to make sure that we keep future residents out of harm's way, current residents out of detriment to their own land. And so really I think just considering the future safety and happiness of Norman residents is key here. So thank you for your time.
Audra Carr.
Hello, my name is Audra Potts Carr. I am legal representative of Andrew John Potts and co-owner of the John Potts Farm. I want to commend Councilman Holloman. He seems to have a very clear understanding of the conditions going on our property. I want to be very clear. Mr. Rieger and Mr. O'Leary are misleading you. The floodplain line, I want to be very clear, the floodplain line, FEMA floodplain line, make sure you understand, does not mean that this is a floodway that is open to anybody's flooding. This is not the river. The FEMA floodplain line means it is an assessment of flood risk based on a 500-year floodplain. The plaintiff is right in that he has the right to discharge water on his own property. And Mr. Rieger has said that the water is going into their own property into Bishop Creek. It is going out of Bishop Creek onto our property. Bishop Creek is not designed to handle the water that is coming down the creek now. As we get more and more rain, global warming is changing, the increased development is changing, more and more water. What used to be a little rain is now a huge flood. And the adjacent property owners are not allowed to damage our adjacent property. And we are having more and more significant monetary and physical damage. You don't have to take our word for it. The damage that they say is not happening is happening. Engineering coefficients and engineering calculations are based on numbers. They are not based on reality. I am co-owner of Carr Consulting Inc. We are a civil engineering firm. And I can tell you, these outdated calculations are not accurate to what is actually going on this property. If you would like to go down there and look, be my guest. I will take you down there personally. Bishop Creek is expanding and eroding at a rapid rate. It's getting bigger and bigger, and our economic impact is greater and greater. We, on average, bring in about $100,000 in hay sales. And if anyone who thinks that that's not important, a significant portion of...
Thank you, ma'am.
Amy Savage.
Hi, my name is Amy Savage, and I have lived in Norman since 1981.
I've been part of the Home Creations family for more than 26 years, and that's truly what it is. I believe in the affordable, quality homes our company builds. Affordable housing is definitely needed in Norman, and I think that if you look at the homes we provide, they are definitely among the most affordable being offered in Norman. We all know that the cost of everything has went up, and therefore naturally home costs have as well. Through the years, I've watched the Norman grow, and I strongly believe that Norman is a better place due to that growth. Without quality housing, Norman would not be able to continue to grow. The owners of these homes not only pay property tax in our county, but they spend their money at businesses here in our community as well. The process of building a home is complex and creates jobs for many people, not just the more than 130 people that work for Home Creations directly, but also our contractors and trade partners, many of which live in and or operate their businesses in Norman. I also manage several rental properties in sections of Eagle Cliff directly adjacent to the proposed area. Those tenants have reported no problems. Please vote in favor of this proposal because in doing so, you are voting for economic growth and prosperity in Norman. Thank you.
John? Are you going to use the cordless?
What?
Are you going to use the cordless?
I can't hear you.
Are you going to use the cordless mic? Yeah,
This one?
right there.
Yeah. I just need to turn it on. Yeah.
John, hi. I've been listening to these people. I've been listening to these people talk about these conditions. And some of the things that I've noticed in Norman is that if we put 141 houses down there, the fertilizing that's being run off from those houses is going to be damaging to the properties below those houses because we don't have any control over the people who are fertilizing their homes anymore, and they're over-fertilizing. Secondly, as Stephen was talking about the overcrowding, I was on the high-density meetings when we were talking about the roads, and we were talking about how all the roads in Norman are being overcrowded, and we needed to work on this. So before we build the houses, why don't we deal with the situation on the traffic and work on that road before we got started on this, and then allow to build the houses gradually? It's obviously there are a lot of more concerns that are not being addressed, and we really need to look at this because this is Norman. This is where we live, and we don't want to look shameful down the road about what goes on.
Evan, you're next.
Evan Dunn, Ward 7. I see this as being an inevitable execution of people's antithesis or their perception of sprawl as being something that they hold as being anathema to what they want their city to be. And if I were up in your situation, in your position, I would probably vote to approve this. But I'm not. And if I were in your positions, I would have prohibited blatant expansion of sprawl. That would have been the first priority that I had. It is negative for the environment. It adds to the pollution problem. And permaculture is a process by which we can maximize the production of life while minimizing the stormwater runoff. We're capturing carbon. The power of permaculture design would alleviate probably some of the opposition to a program like this. An expansion, well, what are you building? Are you building homes that are going to be energy efficient? Are you going to put rooftop passive solar on them? Are you going to incorporate multi-species designs in the landscaping? These are new ideas, but they're not being implemented, and if they were, we could preempt a lot of these problems.
Mark Klinger.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Mark Klinger. I live on Talon Drive in Ward 7. When I bought my house in September of last year, with the first rain, flooded both my front and backyard. I've talked to my neighbors behind me. All the water runs to them. One neighbor has had his foundation washed out from underneath his house. He could not live in it for 9 months last year where they rebuilt the foundation. If Home Creations cannot maintain flood at my house, floodwaters, how are they going to recreate it from going onto the Potts farm and doing more damage? I have a photo from Google Earth from 2017 that shows where my house would be. It shows a drainage creek running right through my house. I have it on my phone if anybody wants to look at it. Thank you.
That wraps it up.
Hearing none. Oh, Steve, excuse me, Councilmember Holman?
All right.
I don't see you. Let me double check to make sure that I didn't go over you. Did you sign up online or? Okay, well, it's not on the list for whatever reason. It's up to you, Mayor.
Please speak. Sorry, Councilmember, I'll get back to you.
Please.
Well, my name is Kevin Potts, 3620 Barwick Drive, Ward 3. I'm a part owner of the Potts Family Hay Farm. I oppose a rezoning from ag to residential due to the complete lack of not practicing the no adverse impact policy throughout Eagle Cliff from around 1995 to present. In the last 28 years, the lack of stormwater mitigation by developers is creating more and more adverse impact on our family's farmland that lies to the south of Eagle Cliff. It would be best to leave this area zoned ag as a buffer zone between the existing Eagle Cliff subdivisions, Bishop Storm Drain Creek, and our farm property in order to help manage stormwater, protect wildlife habitats, and maintain biodiversity. This green space will help counterbalance the environmental impact of urbanization. And also the farm's vast vegetation, including hay crops, help mitigate pollution by absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. The substantial trespassing of stormwater on our property and the ponding of this water reduces this vegetation and hay crops. Also, the stormwater passing over the hay fields comes lots of trash. This is just a picture of the trash. This is a picture of our income sitting in stormwater. This is what we produce. In 2021, I Googled the rights of floodplain property owners. Here are a few excerpts from my Google search. Number one, the overriding rule in Oklahoma stormwater law is the natural course and the surface water conditions should be maintained wherever possible. Wherever they are changed, the changes must be designed so that resulting flow conditions will not cause more harm than under natural conditions. Number two, while a landowner has a right to improve his property, this right is qualified by the golden maxim of the common law, that one must so use his own property as not to injure the rights of another. This maxim is used by courts in stormwater cases. Number three, installation of inadequately sized drainage structures should be avoided. And by the way, there are not any in Eagle Cliff, there's none. I find it very ironic that these excerpts came from case studies on Oklahoma stormwater, excerpts from City of Norman's Stormwater Drainage Criteria Manual, February 1988. The Farzonis in the City of Norman need to hit the stop button on any further development plans until a healthy, well-designed stormwater mitigation plan can be designed and installed for the City of Norman's own design criteria. Let all parties be involved, start setting up this development for success rather than failure. At present, our property is a recipient of all the previous past failures. It is a classic example of what not to do. My family represents 5 generations on this property. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Councilmember.
What's your name? Did you sign up? Yeah, I see you signed up, not for this item, for the next one, but.
Oh, I got the wrong checkbox?
I mean, it's all the same.
That's on me.
Property.
Yeah, we'll wait. Councilmember Holman.
Okay. We've definitely heard a lot of statements, a lot of information tonight. Everyone in this room could see how complicated this matter is, and that there is a lot of what I would describe as fairly debatable information here about whether this should be approved or not. If this were an issue of the Farzani family or Home Creations being a good company, if that was our only criteria for voting tonight, I would absolutely vote for this, if that was all that we were here to determine. But it's not, and like I said before, it wouldn't matter what development company or what family was standing before us tonight. It would not change the circumstances of this situation. I appreciate that many of you have come out here to show your support for Home Creations, but in the end, to my knowledge, most or all of you do not live in Eagle Cliff and will not be directly impacted by this decision. One person that spoke tonight in favor lives in Eagle Cliff. The rest of the residents of Eagle Cliff that spoke tonight were opposed. So, the people that are most directly impacted by this, who have the most to lose by this decision, are who I have an obligation to represent as the Ward 7 City Council member. Now, I can't control how the rest of my colleagues feel or what their opinions are or what they've decided taking in all this information, and I don't begrudge any of them for voting however they vote on this issue or other issues going forward. We vote on them and then we move on to the next issue, however it is. And so, given the totality of all the circumstances from my perspective in this seat, I cannot, given all of that information, support this proposal going forward as it stands right now. So that is, I've spent an hour asking questions and going over stuff, so I'm not going to spend any more of your time belaboring it, but that's my perspective and stance on this, dealing with this issue for the last 2 years and all of the parties involved. So again, I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate your patience, and I think we need to make a decision on this and see where we go from here. Thank you.
This is not easy at all. I'm a CPA in the practice of public accounting. 80% of my work is for litigation purposes, where I provide business valuation, forensic accounting, and damage calculations. The following were taken into consideration with an objective view. Cleveland County District Court Case CJ-2021-1044, Shaw's Investments LLC versus the City of Norman. I read the petition. I read the amended petition filed by the plaintiff. I read the responses by the defendant and several other litigation documents, including the plaintiff's motion for partial summary judgment. Our city has grown, and it will continue to do so. There is a need for various types of housing: temporary housing, low-income housing, and affordable housing. The applicant employs over 100 people. The applicant also contracts with many subcontractors, which employ more people. The current issues with erosion and stormwater runoff is a concern, specifically at Acipiter Street. The Planning Commission meeting, May 13th, 2021, resulted in a vote of 0-7. Traffic is a public safety concern. Our stormwater master plan has its issues. I've had several discussions with many people. I visited Eagle Cliff. I've reviewed, held discussion, and weighed the benefits versus the risks. Previous council has set a precedence, and I will caution this council and current to carefully review any new developments. I will end with: investments are risky, and so are lawsuits. The outcome of each is never certain. That's all I have.
Floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Okay, bear with me for a second here.
Need some fingers.
The motion passes by a vote of 5 to 4. Voting against, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Foreman, Councilmember Grant, and Councilmember Schuler.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have passes by a vote of 5 to 4. Voting against, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Foreman, Councilmember Grant, Councilmember Schuler.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, that's what I'm going to do. At this time, we're going to take a break until 10 o'clock this evening. Just for the break.
They're not in there, they must have ran to the bathroom.
Yeah. How many more do I have?
Helen and
Councilmember Peacock. Gotta round them up. Yeah.
something like that.
Well, as long as we have a quorum. Yeah, you are. Okay. Item number 37, a preliminary plat for Eagle Cliff West Edition for approximately 41.46 acres of property generally located 1/2 mile south of Cedar Lane Road between Jenkins Avenue and 12th Avenue Southeast. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and second. This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further comments from council regarding this item? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, are there any further public comments regarding this item?
And we do have Sonia Potts.
Some videos? Okay.
He's
Can you go back to the first one, the first video? Okay, so that's a sipiter. Go to the next one. That's not a video, I don't think. Okay, so this one right here, can you play that video? Oh, it won't play the video? Okay. Well, I don't know how to do that, so, I just click on it?
You sure that's a video and not a picture?
Some help might be. Okay, so this video is the outflow pipe from Osprey. So that is what the red pond, this is what turned the freshwater pond of ours red. Obviously, you can see the water coming out right there. So we would like to see Shaz go back and do something to mitigate this. The other video, this one, so this is Condor. This is where they're proposing to hook 2 cul-de-sacs on. Right now, there is a stormwater drain coming out on the east side of Condor. That drain in the preliminary plat, it does not look like there's any plan to mitigate that. That stormwater pipe that is currently taking water on the east side along with what's flowing through the street, and it's going under the cul-de-sac, and there is no plan of mitigation there. There is not a detention pond plan there, unless the engineer can say something different. So Condor is a serious issue. Osprey is a serious issue for us. And, you know, the city took fee and lieu on Osprey, supposedly. So maybe if Shaz is not willing to come back and mitigate that, then maybe the city should. And then the discharge of the water on a sipiter. So now that this passed, I don't know that they're going to do that. I don't know how that works, and I don't know how they're held accountable with what's approved here. Because it seems to me like in the past, you see things change from planning, and then somewhere along the way to final plat, things have changed. And I guess that city staff, I'm assuming council doesn't know when those changes happen, which seems to me to be a little problematic. I think the detention ponds, when you did not allow detention, when you allowed no detention in all of Eagle Cliff, you start at the top, no detention, no detention, no detention, no detention, and now suddenly they're going to put in detention. What happens with all that water coming off, just like the gentleman said that his house was flooding? So now you've got this ton of water rushing down. It's going to blow those detention ponds out like crazy. Think about it. There's just no way that it's not. So I would like to see the city do something to make them put in writing that they're going to take care of some of these things before this plat is approved. Thank you for your time, and I know you have a very difficult job. And also, I would also offer, once again, if anybody ever wants to come from the city to look at the creek,
Again, I'm Allison Wilson, and I reside at 1004 Elmwood, and I'm part of the Potts family. I oppose the proposed plat due to misinformation that I believe has been given to the council in the past regarding Eagle Cliff, with approval for plat plans and then a change without the knowledge of this council, leading to an increased sheet flow turning into a channel flow, which is causing flood on our hay farm. I strongly believe that the developers, along with city staff, have caused the flooding on our hay farm by not ensuring the impacts downstream are mitigated to the furthest extent possible. In 2021, we invited multiple city staff members to come to and tour our hay farm, and they did not call us back, and they never showed up, and they had no interest in doing so. Let me review some of the misinformation the council has received in the past. On April 17th, 2012, the staff report for the Planning Commission for Eagle Cliff South Edition preliminary plat stated, staff recommends that stormwater detention should not be required. Instead, staff recommend that a fee in lieu of detention to be used later by the City of Norman for stormwater improvements in the watershed. Staff is not opposed to the use of an existing pond to convey the stormwater and to be utilized for further amenities for the development, but not a detention facility. There is no pond in the Section 5 of Eagle Cliff. There is more disinformation that has been given to the City Council in the past. The Greenbelt Enhancement Statement, April 9th, 2012, that was provided by the developers, engineers stated, the South Canadian River is the southern boundary and it will be accessible. Evidently, these engineers had not reviewed the area, or he would have known that Eagle Cliff abuts our farm and that the sands of the South Canadian River are about 1.3 miles away, and that the Eagle Cliff residents would have had to have trespassed across our property to get to the South Canadian River. There is more misinformation from May 10th, 2012. Another staff report for Eagle Cliff South reapproval on the agenda for the Planning Commission stated stormwater runoff will be conveyed to the proposed private maintained retention facility to be located within the property. And yet again, I'm very redundant about this, there is no stormwater detention in that addition. You are voting on a plat that will likely change without your knowledge based on previous history by the Eagle Cliff developers. Past behavior predicts future behavior. How do you ensure that the changes will not occur without notification to the affected area and brought to the very wise council? Thank you for your time.
Mary Frances.
I'm Mary Frances of Ward 7, and I want you to see the preliminary plat again. That's a very simple map that shows the land, and I do hope that all the parties, including not just the Potts family and the HOA president, but everybody, all those people who protested, would take a look. The undeveloped area, that is a huge area. They have offered a large section of that, a part of that, as a conservation easement. Again, a conservation easement can never be developed. This protects the land down to the river, and it would be a marvelous place for the community to have all their picnics, their birding, it would be a wonderful, wonderful thing to have, and it would be part of the requirements that we must adhere to if we are going to stop climate change. This would be a very small part, but every wooded area needs to be preserved that we can preserve. And preserving that would be a wonderful thing. And for your children and grandchildren who are going to meet with a miserable mess. We are going to meet, even me, as old as I am, it's getting worse. And that miserable mess for your children and grandchildren is going to be unthinkable if we don't stop climate change. And this would help. Thank you.
Alexander Hatton. Did they leave? Lisa Jenkins. Eagle Cliff South Property Owners Association. Did he leave? Charles Custer.
Charles Custer, Ward 7. I live in Eagle Cliff South. Thank you once again. There are a couple of things I'd like to see change about this neighborhood plan, and it's tied to what I had talked about earlier, and that was building into the 500-year flood zone. So that whole row of streets furthest, or homes furthest to the west, and even a few across the street are within the 500-year flood zone, a 10-year-old 500-year flood zone that FEMA has put out. I mentioned that extreme weather is getting more common, more frequent, floods are becoming more frequent. Really simply put, the 500-year floods of today are the 100-year floods of tomorrow. So I think that using the 500-year flood zone as a buffer to keep future residents out of that risky property, and city infrastructure as well, is a smart thing to do, that forward-looking development that I was talking about. So I think something that might be really nice in that area that's within the 500-year flood zone is to make a city park there. I recently read that 28 million children in the US live in a neighborhood that does not have a park in their neighborhood. And we in Norman, we don't have to make that number go up. I live in Eagle Cliff South, like I mentioned. It's a 10-minute brisk walk for me to get to our nearest park, which means there's no chance that a family with small kids is going to be able to walk from those new homes to a park. So a really great place to put a park would be that 500-year flood zone. So like I mentioned before, I'm really just asking you all to think about these risks as well as home creations, to just make sure that the future safety and happiness of Norman residents is protected. Thank you.
Gregory Reading. Audra Carr.
Hi, Audra Potts Carr, and co-owner of the Potts Farm, MD, and Carr Consulting Inc., a civil engineering firm. This development is the tip of the iceberg. They still have more land to develop. I'm sure they will have another plat in front of you in the next few years. I would like to see the proposed detention reflect the future development, because this detention here is just, if it is accurate, without seeing calculations and a drainage plan, I can't tell if this drainage is accurate, but certainly this is downhill. Water flows downhill, and any development north of this that they propose will also impact this area. Also, regardless of my personal concerns and the damage to our property, if you pass this proposal, congratulations, you have another another development, forgive me to the designers, but another cheap development with no parks, no trails, no amenities for the residents, what benefit does that do to the city except increase the burden on local area schools? So consider that. Also, I've served my time on planning and zoning in my area. I've served my time on Parks Board. You have a responsibility to do your due diligence and look at the actual facts, just not what the developer presents to you. Thank you.
Luigi Pavani?
Okay. First of all, I must say that I appreciate Councilman Holman in-depth inquiries and Councilwoman Montoya demand to developers to take on the burden of building infrastructure.
Luigi, please introduce yourself.
Oh, hi, Luigi Polvani, Ward 4. Sorry. Okay, Home Creation brought here their POS. Everyone with a blue shirt or speaking in their favor is not here out of concern for the community, but because their employer brought them here, and I really, really hope you folks are getting overtime out of this. Stormwater and retention ponds are just another instance of the core issue. Developer wants to build, sell, and let the farmers, the neighbors, and all of Norman bear the cost of the development. Retention ponds, maintenance, roads, plumbing. The residents, the neighbors that will be impacted by this development have repeated many times. The developers or the city has to take care of that. So who's gonna pay for all the issues caused by this further development? Them or all of us? Infrastructure is a liability. Once we build a mile of road or lay some new water pipe, then as the city of Norman, we have to maintain that forever, basically. The myth of developing more and more to get more tax revenue, to build infrastructure, to develop more, has been disproven. It doesn't work, it's not sustainable. The reason why I should say no to this development and change the way we build is that the conditions, as we mentioned, are outdated plans and numbers. The condition has changed. Size difference, we have more rain and less drinking water. We can't keep with a plant that's 20-year-old and a development model that has failed. And Jalal, since you're bragging about all the millions that you're giving away, you could make another gift to Norman and turn that piece of land into a park instead of covering it in concrete. Developers won't face the issues they're creating. They don't live there. They're not gonna be impacted by the stormwater. They're not gonna deal with that trash that's gonna be washed into the Potts farm. The mess is the mess is left behind is there for the community to clean. I'm asking you to vote no on this development today and starting tomorrow to help Norman grow in a better and more sustainable direction. Thank you.
John? Richard McCown?
Richard McCowan, 4409 Cannon Drive. Glad to be here tonight in support of this community. My family goes way back with this neighborhood, well over 40 years ago in the original Eagle Cliff. I'm really glad Mary Frances asked us to pull this preliminary plat back up to take a look at the conservation. I really wasn't aware of how much land's going to be set aside in the conservation area before tonight. I mostly wanted to come and talk to you about some numbers that I've really been studying over the last couple of years as we get ready to update our comprehensive land use plan. So Norman has been growing for the last 30 years at a 1.67% growth rate. That's a declining number. Between 1990 and 2000, we grew at about a 2% growth rate. So we're growing more slowly as the decades go by. ACOG, the central governing association of the 23 municipalities that make up central Oklahoma, controls our federal highway matching funds. ACOG is the decision-making body that will decide whether or not we get the 80% match to widen 36th Street Northwest, which is kind of important. I've got some projects over there I'll be in front of you in a couple months talking about. So ACOG requires us to plan for that rate of growth that we've had for the last 30 years. So what do those numbers really mean as we think about the next 17 years to get us to 2040? Last year, we built 417 homes, single-family detached homes in Norman. That's like a low, a significant low for the past 20 years. We all track all this very, very closely. The year before, we built 547. I can't remember when Norman dropped below 500 homes added to the community each year. There's no question we have a housing shortage all over the nation. And one of the biggest reasons of the housing shortage is lack of approval of zoning cases and preliminary plats. That's happening all over the country. But let's look at that in terms of, as Evan pointed out, the issue around sprawl, and let's address it for real. Sprawl started in the United States in the 1850s, and we figured out more and more ways to expand transportation through omnibuses, streetcars, et cetera, and then it really accelerated when the automobile, the private automobile, took off. But we've been a nation of sprawling single-family.
Richard, you did. Sorry, that was great. Okay, I'll be back.
Let me see, I lost my spot. Evan?
1400 Garfield Avenue. Richard, do you want to finish what you were saying? I want to associate myself with everything that Mary Frances said, and I want to reiterate again, permaculture design is the future.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Klinger?
He was, I think he's gone. He was over by the wall.
Okay. We went back and checked, Kevin, and I didn't have you on anything in there, but if you think you signed up on this one too, it's your turn. Okay.
My name is Kevin Potts, 3620 Barwick Drive, Ward 3. I just wonder what it's going to take, basically, to take care of our property. What's it going to take? Government's in place to help its citizens. I talked to Jalal. I want to be a good neighbor. I want to be a good neighbor to the city of Norman. I've been here my whole life. Right now, our farm property is basically becoming a sewer. I would like some of you some of the council people have come down. I appreciate that. It's great because you laid your eyes on it. You got to lay your eyes on it. City staff, 0. What's that about? What's that about? That's not good. It's not good. We're called to be good stewards with the land. I'm trying to be good stewards. And my dad had a soil conservationist come down 20, 30 years ago, and what can I do to improve or whatever? He said, you're doing exactly what you need to do. Grow the natural hay, you just produce the grass, you roll it up, you create this environment, and it goes on and on. And we're a local hay production facility. It's very convenient for people. I mean, we're out of hay right now. We've been selling out of hay because we're convenient and we sell a good product. And I hope the Farzanis and Jalal, he wants to be a good neighbor also, so I'd hope they would take concerns over the condor, lack of stormwater detention. The SIPR right now is outflowing. It's cutting a deep channel. And we're all in this together. So I just really would like to see a positive move in the right direction, because right now, it's pretty much negative impact on us. It's adverse impact. And I just ask that we make sure things go through with planning and make sure that plat shows some attention especially for that condor, because they don't show nothing. They just kick that pipe out. That's pretty blatant. We already got problems. We already got problems from Osprey. I don't know how many thousands of gallons runs out of that onto our place. It's direct, 500 foot north, 45 foot drop. I've been down there. It's getting more and more boggy. I can't get into areas where I used to produce hay. I was down there the last couple of weeks trying to roll up the last at northeast field. It's not good. That water's coming in and sitting on us. It's just coming on, just a little rain. 1 inch of rain in 1 hour, we got water problems down there. That's how bad it is. My father, 10, 15 years ago, couldn't figure out where it's coming from. He didn't have the clue of really what's going on. So 2019, mostly this last 2021, it really became apparent to me that things are out of hand, and the situation is pretty serious. So anyway.
Where am I? Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. So just based on some of the comments we've heard, I do want to reiterate, so there was comments about a parkland. This proposal does not include parkland or any park for that matter. And it is a mile round trip in a straight line to walk from the farthest point of this new section to Eagle Cliff Park. So maybe one question would be, is there the potential to use some of this space for parkland? I know maybe a question for our city staff, but Cherry Creek Park runs under kind of a utility easement. Seems like a similar situation. Would that be a possible solution to some parkland in this development? This would be maybe a question for the Farzanis and for city staff, perhaps.
Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Olson, in terms of the Parks Master Plan, anything identified in our current Parks Master Plan down in the neighborhood?
No, so in this neighborhood, when it was originally platted, I would imagine, I would have to go back and look at it, but Eagle Cliff Park is a rather old park, and it shows up on our Norman Ford 5-year plan for a playground replacement, so I would say that playground is probably 20 years old. So when the land was originally platted and that got used for parkland, so I would guess it was sometime in the 90s. But there is no identification out here for parkland. Usually parkland comes as neighborhoods are developed and identified in plat, and that's just how it gets dedicated back to the city.
And Eagle Cliff Park has some street parking on Eagle Cliff Drive, but there's no parking for Eagle Cliff Park, correct?
No, most of our neighborhood parks don't have parking lots, or it's mainly, the idea is for everybody to either ride a bike or walk to your neighborhood park.
What is a standard we try to aim for with distance to a park? Like, is walking a mile round trip from your house to the nearest park, is that reasonable to us, or is that normal?
It probably depends on your situation. Everything that, when you probably go look at an NRPA, which is National Recreation and Parks Association standards, neighborhood park would probably, ideal situation, be about a 15-minute walk from your house.
Okay. So I'd be interested, though, if there is somewhere on this where we could have some, there's common area listed, but that doesn't include any kind of park amenities or anything. So maybe a question for Home Creations, if that's something they'd have room for, small park space for the for this section, perhaps?
So with platting, in that we follow the standards of your city, you have 3 options as a developer. You can you can create a dedication of public parkland, you can do private parkland, or you can do fee in lieu of, and this goes to Mr. Olson's park board, who then basically tells us what they want. In this case, they, I believe, said fee in lieu of for parkland on this matter, that then they take all the park fees from the housing and they use that money in nearby parks. So that's what the proposal was here. I don't know that there's any plan for open space other than the HOA for a parkland down by the lift station. It's not anything we've looked at because this went through the whole process as fee in lieu of with the Parks Board. So that would be basically re-engineering and looking at, a location.
Which would be empty. What could it be used for if it's even similar to Cherry Creek Park where it's in a utility easement? We have some soccer goals, and we have a little playground, but like a pocket park being.
We can look at it. Again, that takes, usually the Parks Board wants to review all that and approve it. I don't want to speak for them. And so that gets into issues of, you have standards as to whether the land is useful as a park. You have guidelines in the parkland. Mr. Olson can speak to that more than I. But I don't think it's so easy as just a quick little certainty on the floor as to whether we could do that. That is usually standards of Parks Board and engineering as to whether a location works for that or not.
Okay. And so about the conservation easement, I know it's been discussed. There isn't currently any agreement that says this undeveloped area would stay open space, is there?
No, that was discussions, I will say. You get into legal issues here as to how much we can talk about of past discussions, but as your attorney, Ms. Walker, would probably caution you as well, but that was discussed. But we absolutely are committed to that, and I'm happy to commit it again tonight. The applicant basically offered it in the floodplain area, and the floodplain area is most of that remaining land. You see the line down, you see, shoot, the pointer's, there we go. The pointer's pretty wonky, but you see this dashed line right there? So the conservation easement was offered previously through this dashed line in the areas down here. So what different acreages have been suggested. First of all, I would say that is floodplain, 100-year floodplain. We don't really ever have the opportunity to develop much of anything in a 100-year floodplain, but we would be happy to offer conservation zone somewhere in that floodplain. I'm authorized to offer 40 acres tonight of that. So that's a pretty big area of area. Conservation easements too get into more particulars because it has to be accepted by a body that governs that as well. So some of these issues, forgive me, but it's not so easy to just on the floor quickly say we can do that. You have to engineer, you have to have a Parks Board review, you have to have a conservation trust, except there's deeper issues there to look at than I can do on the floor tonight. But we had made that offer previously, I will say, and we'll do it again tonight for 40 acres of the floodplain area to go to a conservation easement.
Okay. I'm definitely amenable to 40 acres for sure. I would like to have some potential to negotiate for more of that, maybe even a matching. We just approved 154 acres, 51 acres. I don't know, halfway.
I think 40 is a lot for an open space of conservation zone in this area, and we think that would be appropriate, especially when the rest of it is floodplain, basically, when a huge area of the rest of it is floodplain. That gets into floodplain approvals. You would be back in the issue. The 2025 area says it's open space, so that would be a whole nother discussion. If we were ever to develop anything else, you would be in front of you again. I think that's actually quite generous as a proposal. I've, in fact, never stood before you with a plat and offered conservation easement in any open space. It's been done a few times, but not in return for a plat approval, which is basically engineered data, engineered criteria that we follow.
I appreciate that, definitely. I just, would note that we are going to, this project will remove a currently heavily wooded area, nearly 151 acres of heavily wooded area currently.
We're not removing 150 acres of wooded area. Maybe, again, that's what I talked about earlier tonight, that's the misconception. The areas that's to be developed is only about, I think, 47 acres, I believe, Kendall? 41 acres. That's all the area that's going to be developed.
I'm looking at 82.38 on the west and 69.10 on the east.
That's the total acreage
Total
of the
acres.
plat.
Okay.
Of the plat. This
So-
acreage that is in the red area, that red area and this red area combined is about 40,
Okay.
41.46 to be an approximation.
So that would be more of an even exchange then.
I'm sorry?
That would, to me, be more of an even exchange then. If we're going to remove 40 acres, you're offering to put an easement in for 40 acres.
Correct.
I do appreciate that. There's no stub outs in these two proposals?
No.
So
You
the-
see the drawing in front of you right there. You see the street network is complete, fully within itself. It extends the stub streets right there, and this one is just a cul-de-sac street as well.
So the neighbors would have some reasonable expectation that these two sections would be the last of the Eagle Cliff in this area right here?
I don't know that. This is the proposal in front of you tonight. I don't know what their plans are for the rest of the area. I have no idea. This is what we're here with tonight.
Well, I would definitely like to accept the proposal of 40 acres of conservation easement if that's what's being offered. I don't know.
Draw something up separately. We'd have to do that separately. It's not part of the plat, but.
Can you hear what Catherine's saying?
Do that separately?
Yeah.
But we can work on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Schuler?
My questions were related to the conservation easement and just basically getting on record that that wasn't part of this, but Councilmember Holman covered it.
Councilmember Grant? Oh, you went away. All right. Any further comment? All right. The motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been approved. The preliminary plat passes by a vote of 5 to 4. Voting against, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Foreman, Councilmember Grant, Councilmember Schuler.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 38, contract between Norman Utilities Authority and Shaz Investment Group authorizing collection of a monthly fee from developed lots in the Eagle Cliff West development for the operation, maintenance, and replacement of the Eagle Cliff lift station. Sorry. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the contract.
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion and second. This is a companion item to the previous two items. Any further comments from council? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any further public comments?
Sonia Potts. Kevin, do you? Okay, so let me get back over here. Mary Frances? Okay. John? Evan? And I think Mark Klinger left?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
All right. Anything else from council? See, oh, got one. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I would just add that since the prior two items have been approved by a vote of the council, I feel like this item is necessary for this development if it's going to happen, so I will vote for this particular agreement since it is necessary in this case.
Well, thank you. Well, the motion on the floor is to approve the contract. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion to approve the contract passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 39, amendment. I don't get what my amendment is. What's it say no to?
Number two.
Number 2. Oh, gee. Sorry, it's getting late. Amendment to number 2 to contract with Food and Motion to approve or reject the amendment.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and second. Recognize Ms. Catherine Walker, City Attorney. Some brief comments.
Okay. So, if I can get to this item in my hymnal here. The contract on your agenda tonight is just an extension of the existing contract we've had with Food and Shelter. It's pretty simple, so it'll just extend the time for the contract to September 30th, 2023 per council's direction. The payment remains the same, and so that's provided for in the memo and in the contract as well. Identifying the funds in general fund, professional services, community intervention.
For members of the public to make comment regarding this item.
Okay, we'll start with Brad Goodman.
Brad's still here?
I didn't see him.
No.
Lynn Pruitt.
We didn't have council.
Lynn Pruitt, Ward 2. I'm recounting incidences reported to the Norman Police Department in 2 different years. The first years span from 2018 to 2021. There were 145 instances where police were called to Food and Shelter at 201 Reed Avenue. 4 were welfare calls, 2 were medical, 49 trespassing, 36 domestic disturbances, 5 assaults, 6 alarms, 5 fights, and 5 larcenies. Other instances: shots fired, drug violations, warrants, threats, public intoxications, police assistance, extra patrols, foot patrols, and contacting subjects at least 5 times. In the subsequent year and 3 months, which would be 15 months, between January 3rd of 2022 and April 23rd of 2023, there were 161 incidences in this 15-month period. There were 161 calls that the Norman Police Department had to go on. 97 were 911 calls. The 161 instances included 13 welfare checks, 1 sexual assault/rape, 1 shot heard, 51 domestic disturbances, 16 larcenies, 43 trespassing, 3 threats, 1 assault, 6 suspicious activities, 2 serious fights, several warrants, robberies, and other incidences. In recap, from 2018 to 2021, a 3-year and 9-month period, 145 incidences were reported. In 2022 to current time is 1 year and 3 months. There was 161 incidences. This means the crimes are more than doubling, and they're becoming more serious. Citizens for Advocating for Norman, the CAN group, have requested that Food and Shelter salaries be released several times to their organization. By law, Food and Shelter is required to submit these salaries at the request of any organization. Where is the transparency? Due to an increase in these incidences, I ask that the City Council not renew the lease at 201 Reed Avenue.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's not where the lease is, but that's okay. Next speaker, Becky Bender.
Becky Bender, Ward 5. I just wanted to bring attention to this guy is Jefferson. I'll just say that's just his first name. On 6/8/2023, around 18:30 hours, this is the police report. I was assigned to a disturbance where a homeless male was sleeping in the laundry room of the apartment complex at the address. Male was previously verbally trespassed. Suspect woke up when a juvenile entered the laundry room to do laundry. Suspect threatened to stab the juvenile with a black or dark-colored knife, then left the building. Officers made contact with suspect on the north side of the nearby Dollar General. As I walked up on him, he was pulling his pants up after pooping in a Dollar General sack. Suspect was moving in jerky movements with little control of fine motor function. He displayed rapid and unintelligible speech and was slow to obey commands. Suspect spontaneously uttered that he left the laundry room because he had to poop. Suspect has a long history of drug use. Suspect was found to have 2 glass pipes on his person with drug residue, and knife described was found within a couple of feet of suspect with blade open. Reporting juvenile identified suspect as the one who threatened to stab him, but neither he nor his parent desired to pursue charges. Apartment management arrived on scene to cite suspect for trespassing. This guy here, he has 28 arrests, including possession of a firearm with a felony, 9 trespassing, 4 public intoxications, 3 under influence of narcotics, 1 public indecency, 2 larceny, 1 possession of a controlled dangerous substance, 2 marijuana possessions, 1 breaking and entering, and 2 for vandalism. And it's heartbreaking, but this guy has no home. And I know there's 2 classes of people out there. Some want to be there, some absolutely don't. But it's heartbreaking what we have in our city. And so I don't want to see the warming shelter renewed right now. Thank you.
Paul Wilson.
Good evening again. Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I'm actually in favor for this. The reason being, if we close down this warming shelter, now there's going to be another, I believe, 50 people on the street. At least this gives somebody, or some of them that want to help, some place to go. There's something in Oklahoma called the Oklahoma Standard. And fortunately, that Oklahoma Standard doesn't have city limits, doesn't have county borders, and we've also seen it doesn't have state borders. Oklahoma is usually one of the first states when another state has an issue. This is an issue in Norman, and yes, if we build it, they will come. Why doesn't Norman become the beacon of hope to give these people that have basically nothing a chance to get something? I mean, it's heartbreaking to hear these people come up and say that they've been threatened. My wife has been threatened. Walking to the store, walking back from the store, by a homeless person. That doesn't change my mind. I was homeless. My wife and me were both homeless. Not here in Norman, in another city. A shelter helped us to get to where we are today. Without a shelter, who knows where we would be? So I hope you guys approve this and continue approving it until we do have a viable, permanent solution for this. Thank you.
Megan Strawn.
Hi, I'm Megan Strawn. I'm in Ward 2, and my phone died, so I don't have notes. I'll make it short and sweet. I'm a clinical social worker, and now I'm a stay-at-home mom to a 5-year-old here in Norman. I love living here. I love our downtown. Tomorrow, we're probably going to go to the play pit because it's going to be 107 degrees, and I don't know what to do with my kid. We can't go to the parks. We've been doing the parks every day, but it's absolutely not safe for us to be playing in the parks tomorrow afternoon. It's not really fit for any human being outside in Oklahoma summers. I believe that every human being's birthright is a compassionate heart, and I urge you all to access yours tonight. Closing a shelter during the hottest months to leave 40, 50 people out on the street, it doesn't make any sense. If we have a solution that we're working towards as a council, which I greatly appreciate, we need to keep things stable for right now. Thanks so much.
Dan Strawn. Rila. Mary Francis. Mary Lee. Okay. Bruce Roberts.
Mary
Oh,
Francis.
sorry, Mary. Come on, Mary. I didn't see you. I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Mary Frances, Ward 7. I'm wondering how many people here have been out in the heat of summer all day, or people watching on the Norman YouTube. And thank you for the Norman YouTube. That's been great service to the citizens to watch these city council meetings. But I'll bet you not very many have been out in the heat of the summer all day, or even part of the day. Thank goodness this shelter on Gray Street lets them get in out of the heat at 5 o'clock. They've been out for quite a while in a really miserable situation. They're people. And we have been charged to help one another. Not because some people are more well off. It means even the least among us. And so I urge you to please provide shelter for those who need it. And thank you for renovating the place that you're working on, that the city has allowed $500,000 to renovate that place up on Porter, and that will be a big help. But right now, they still need that shelter on Gray Street. Thank you.
Bruce Roberts.
Hi, my name's Bruce Roberts. I'm out of Ward 1. My little adolescent next-door neighbor thinks I've lived here since the Civil War. But actually, I've only been here since the Vietnam War. I'm here in support of renewal of the contract. The individuals or the clients that use this facility have some severe mental issues. They self-medicate, they're dysfunctional, they're unemployable, they have no safety net. So we can abandon them into our neighborhoods, but they have some really bad characteristics. These individuals have low impulse control, they increase violence, property destruction, sanitary issues that promote bacterial, viral, and fungal infections. Needless to say, those aren't things that we want going out throughout our neighborhoods. I heard the lady up here earlier, she gave kind of a blotter of police reports. In Arizona, in Phoenix, they had a facility quite similar to the warming complex or Food for Friends. And in Phoenix, what they ended up doing, the commercial community and the residential community surrounding that facility said, you're not upholding the laws, the codes, and the regulations. They took it to court and they had it declared a nuisance. And so then the city was responsible for moving all of those homeless people out of that area and closing down that facility. This facility is too important to let that happen. So as the city council, you need to make sure that this is a safe area. You need to make sure that there's policemen there. You need to make sure that sanitary conditions are maintained, or it'll get closed down. Because after that blotter that lady was up here and just read, if I was a judge, I'd say it was a nuisance. If it was a bar that had that many people calling in about it, I'd close the bar. So I definitely think that as a city council, you need to take and consider, if you're going to take and focus on supporting this facility, which I hope you do, also you need to consider the negative aspects of this unique population. The other thing that I want to bring up is that it's solvable. The homeless situation is very solvable. What I was surprised at in the last year, what happened in California. Governor Newsom actually got passed a pilot program through his legislature, and he supported
Bruce, you're out of time, sir.
Marguerite Larson.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. So I am here in defense of the shelter because I feel like without it, these people, I understand that the majority of the community does not want to walk around and see unhoused friends walking around. So by supplying a shelter, this offers them a place to go. And it's going to end at some point because there is promise of a permanent shelter. So this is just a little temporary, everybody just kind of sit back, kick back, it's gonna be fine. And I wanted to let you all know that 92% of the calls for service to a friend's house are for medical issues, not due to violent behavior. Many more calls for emergency service when there is not a friend's house would increase. So I'm hoping that all of you vote to keep Friend's House open. Thank you.
Riley Worley.
Riley Worley, Ward 1. Last night I spent multiple hours trying to track down resources for an unhoused member of the Norman community. The issue is that the resources are so stretched thin that even though there are structures in place, all of them were over-leveraged to the point that this person was not able to get the help they needed. And closing this shelter would only worsen that issue. First, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about how it's harming the downtown area. And the biggest concern isn't even about violence, it's about the fact that they don't want to see unhoused people. Even in some cases referring to visual unhoused people as a blight on the city, which is incredibly dehumanizing. Additionally, downtown Norman is thriving. I walk through downtown Norman, I've never been afraid walking in that area. I go through, see businesses thriving, I see so much new economic development, I see a huge sense of community. There's monthly events with hundreds of people coming to that area. And if that's what it looks like when downtown Norman is failing, I think we're doing pretty good there. Additionally, closing this shelter will worsen the problems that people are addressing now. For example, the shelter allows easy access to info about resources and programs that unhoused members of the population can use. And without this, they are also, without the shelter, they're not able to access this information about other resources that also contribute to long-term success, such as rapid rehousing. Additionally, like other people have mentioned, heat injuries. In some conditions, it takes as little as 15 minutes to develop heat stroke. And that's not based on the temperature or humidity always, even though those are factors. It also depends on the activity and the amount of clothing the person is wearing. So in as little as 15 minutes, someone can develop a fatal heat injury, especially in the kind of heat we're seeing right now. Also, if this shelter closes, this will just lead to more people on the street. The instance that was called with a police report was based on a person who did not have shelter, so they were sleeping overnight in a laundry room because they did not have shelter. This would only increase if this shelter is closed. And so, with my last remark, I want to direct both to the council and also to the members of the community present today. And it's that is, whenever you trade your compassion for your convenience, that's not something you can ever get back. You can't go back to being a compassionate person once you give that up. Thank you.
Next is KT Murray, and following that is Lisa Schmidt. I'm going to kind of call two at a time, so you guys be ready.
Hi, my name is Katie Murray, and I've lived in Norman for 26 years. I'm a current resident of Ward 4, and I'm one of the cooperative owners of Gray Owl Coffee, located at 223 East Gray Street, which is about 2 blocks east from the current overnight shelter run by Food and Shelter. And I've worked for Gray Owl Coffee since 2014, so I've seen downtown Norman change over a course of many years. As a business owner, I've been asked by several concerned citizens and other business owners from other areas of the city if the presence and the location of the shelter has caused us to have problems with houseless folks. And I just wanted to go on the record and say that we have not had a single issue or incident involving houseless folks since the shelter on Gray Street has begun operating. The number of unhoused folks that come into the shop has gone unchanged from before the shelter has begun operating, which is usually about just a couple people per week. And most houseless folks that do come in are just looking for a glass of water, a quiet and comfortable place to sit, and to wait for the shelter to open, or early in the morning after they've been asked to leave the shelter for the day. And like most of our patrons, houseless folks are just looking to exist somewhere that connects them to their community and just take a moment of peace in their busy days. Some folks purchase something to eat and drink, and some just sit, but we as a cooperative are welcoming to this either way. Our highest value as a cooperative, as a cooperative are providing a welcoming and inclusive environment to our community and also maintaining the safety of our patrons and staff. And we've not felt that we've had to compromise any of our values since the shelter has been established. It's honestly been extremely nice getting to know more new folks in our neighborhood, even if it's just temporary. One possible idea that I had is to add a trash can on the sidewalk near the shelter or post office. There's one located outside our shop that is maintained by the city, and there's one further down on West Gray in front of some vacant commercial buildings between Webster and University. One frequent complaint I've heard from concerned citizens is about the idea of having the appearance of trash that accumulates. I see this as an issue of just not having a convenient receptacle for trash collection, and that might be solved pretty easily if it's already on the trash route. I really strongly urge the city of Norman to extend the operation of the shelter to maintain the services it provides to our unhoused neighbors, especially during the next few months of summer heat. Thank you all.
Following Lisa will be Jenny Sperling.
I'm Lisa Schmidt, Ward 2, and I'm also here in support of extending the contract for the Friends House. I know that we're a community. I'm a lifelong member of a lifelong resident of Norman. It's so late I can't talk. And I know that this is a community that does not turn its back on the least of us, and that this is a temporary solution to a larger problem that people are working on. And I want to thank everyone on council and everyone in this community who's working towards that. And the other thing that I would say is that I would be cautious about making a sweeping stereotype about people who are staying at a friend's house or in any of the shelters or the people who are struggling. We found out just a few weeks ago that a member of my parish is spending the night at a friend's house, stays at Sanctuary all day, looking for a job. Norman Caravans has taken her to, I think, something like 30 appointments. She has a college degree. She's only homeless because she had been living with a parent who passed, and now she has no place to stay, and we're dealing with that. We had no idea, and I was really surprised when I heard about the percentage of residents of a friend's house who are women, because I had always thought of Norman as a place that there were places to stay for women, for pregnant women especially, and that is really not the case. So I appreciate all the work that is being done, and I hope you will extend the contract. And I would just remind everyone that every single person's life, every single person in that shelter and that you see on the street, their lives are just as important as any of our lives. And that's the kind of community that we are and that we need to focus on. Thank you.
Following Jenny will be Michael Hillary.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jenny Sperling. I'm from Ward 1. I'm here to speak in support of the 3-month extension of the shelter. This temporary housing provides not only a safe and cool place to rest in the increasing heat of the summer, but like folks have shared, it provides an opportunity for our unhoused friends to be in community and share information or resources to each other, all of which is truly necessary for their survival, given the conditions they continue to endure in this city. If the shelter is no longer made available, the situation will only get worse. More unhoused friends will be on Main Street, a place where some folks do not like to see them, looking for a place to rest. More unhoused friends will be put in seriously dangerous positions due to weather, and an overall decline of mental and physical health of our unhoused friends and their families will persist. Nobody deserves such circumstances, regardless of the current climate and vulnerable daily hardships endured. Thanks.
Following Michael will be Stephen Lett.
Hello, I'm Michael Hillary, Ward 1. I actually work with Food and Shelter. I get to work with a lot of unique souls experiencing poverty in unique ways, and we get to help them find pathways out of that. A friend's house is a pathway. So I would like to ask you all not to remove a pathway out of poverty for the people we work with. I think it's very important. I think it says something about who we are. It says something about what we can do to help lift this community up, because just pretending they're not there doesn't fix the problem. Helping them fixes the problem. So please join me in that fight. Thank you.
Following Stephen will be Corey Abernathy.
Stephen Lett, Ward 4. I urge you to vote for the extension of the shelter and against the mass eviction of the folks currently residing at 109 West Gray Street. It's a building that would, like many other buildings around town, otherwise stand empty while unhoused residents of Norman struggle to find a safe place to sleep at night. So today is June 27th. It's my sister's birthday. But it's also exactly 1 year ago that the shelter on Comanche Street closed, leaving 35 folks without a safe place to stay at night. We had 30 days notice for that closure, but if you vote no tonight, you are quite cruelly giving just 3. Since none of you, from what I recall, were on the ground with our unhoused neighbors at the end of that day, as my friends and I with Norman Caravans were, I wanted to tell you a little bit about what happened last year. So many among the shelter crowd were at a loss for what to do, and so were we. There was nowhere safe to go. I'm a renter, so my lease does not allow for 1, let alone 35 people to live indefinitely on that property. And I'm pretty sure code compliance would be sent quickly to write up a number of issues if I were the property owner. So I recall we gave some folks a ride downtown to sleep on the streets. For another with serious mobility issues, we pitched a tent around the back of a church that gave her permission to stay on their property. But she was in no physical shape to be camping outside in the heat. She could hardly get up into or out of the tent on her own, and we were terrified every night that something awful would happen. We also ended up dropping off a group of folks over at Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health. After a night or two, a sheriff's deputy with his hand on his holster came by to courageously protect and compassionately serve these residents of the county by evicting them from an otherwise unused property in the evening. Our friends then moved around trying to find other spots, but with similar ends. Law enforcement would wake them up, tell them to move on, but there's nowhere to go. They never offered anywhere because there is nowhere. So that night was a terrifying lesson in the values of the world we live in, a world that does not believe that everyone, no matter what, simply deserves to have a place to sleep at night. If our world did, our budgets would look very different, and so I hope you spend some cash on this.
Following Corey will be Chelsea Gravel.
Hello, my name is Corey Abernathy, and I am a resident of Ward 7.
I've come here as a Normanite and a friend of Norman's Food and Shelter, specifically the overnight shelter known as a Friend's House. I have seen firsthand how vital of a resource a Friend's House is for members of our community. It provides a lifeline for those facing hardships and temporary assistance while finding more permanent solutions for its guests. Without it, our fellow Normanites might be stuck without a roof over their head in this arid heat, or in the winter, the frigid cold. Norman is not a community that turns its back on its neighbors. Instead, we're a community that lends a hand. While helping tonight at a friend's house, one guest asked me to speak on their behalf because they couldn't be here tonight. She says, "This place gives me hope. I felt it as soon as I walked in the door. In this world, it's hard finding a place that will help us as much as AFH does. It has eased my battle with anxiety as I know I have a safe, cool place to sleep at night while trying to get back on my feet. I don't know what I would do without it." This is just one voice of the hundreds that a friend's house has served and the thousands of Normanites that will receive some type of assistance if its efforts are continued. I can't imagine a Norman that doesn't invest in helping everyone. I wanted to spend the rest of my time kind of going off script and taking issue with the term least of these. These are people that many of who have degrees. These are grandmothers, mothers, fathers, grandfathers who were one medical emergency away from being unhoused, were one tough break away from losing everything. And we can't take everything away from them. A friend's house is a vital resource for them. And I hope that you will continue supporting it. Thank you.
Following Chelsea will be Carlinda.
Hello, thank you. I am from Ward 4. I've lived in Norman for 30 years with my family growing up working with my family's company. I have a degree specializing in research, interviewing, testing, and analyzing, creating responsive web frame development, and front-end web development and design based on data, I'm a freelance UX UI engineer, a content creator, and a creative design specialist. Around November/December, my environment began to change. I walked my dogs nearly every day. We took a route that our big dog loved through the neighborhood. However, I began to encounter people and circumstances that made me feel unsafe. The last straw was when a girl in front of me kept reaching into her boot, pulling something out, and putting it up her arm, and then back into her boot. It appeared that she was shooting up. No more. That route was not safe. Main Street. I love Main Street. It's nearly my backyard. I can walk there. I walk down Main Street daily. I love Norman, but in November or December, something began to change. I'm going to share some data, information, and quotes of city officials, county officials, nonprofits, business owners, and residents. In an article published December 20th of 2022, homeless camp in Norman had been cleared out at ODOT's request. Morgan McCarthy, December 20th, 2022. Studley argued that many of the people living at the camp are registered sex offenders or violent offenders. In an article published December 23rd, 2020, almost exactly 2 years prior, nearly to the day, November officials say homeless encampments can't be moved due to pandemic. Wednesday, December 23rd, 2020, 8:31 a.m., by Colby Thenell, I'm going to mess that up. Michelle Evans, the Norman Homeless Program Coordinator, said, "We do not want to disband any encampments at the moment because of COVID restrictions, because we don't want those individuals then to be out in the community and spread further. We do want to contain them." Evans estimates the population increased 20% since January, when the number was 215. This month, an additional warming shelter has opened at 325 Comanche Street. It is adults only and houses up to 35 people a night. So far, Evans says they haven't been close to reaching capacity. So with that increase, that was 258 people with a 20% increase. She also said, "We do see the homeless population growing. These people had objections to seeking shelters."
will be Brad Wooster.
Carlinda Gravel, Ward 4. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. We have a lot of data here to prove that a lot of people who in our community have specified that there is an unknown number of homeless people living in our community. The PIT count makes it clear they really don't know for sure. Some officials have said there could be as many as 600 people. There seems to be a correlation of not knowing identification, and there has been incidences of people being identified as someone who is hiding from the law in other states. We don't check identification, so we don't know who people are. It's really important for our safety that you do that. If we don't know who someone is and they're committing crimes elsewhere, is it right for us to hide them here? So what we're asking you today is to not renew the warming shelter until you collect more data, until you find out who the people are, until you protect us as citizens and business owners, and we know that we're safe in our own community. So as the list goes on, Andrews Park is 900 feet from this facility that doesn't check identification. It's more than likely that there are sex offenders staying there, and that's not a risk we should take. It's 1,500 feet from Norman Public Library, where children visit regularly. That is not a risk we should take, not to mention any other criminal activity that could put any of us at risk. We're just asking you to collect more data. We're asking for you to find out who people are that are living in our communities that could harm us. So as we go through the list, and we have incidences where there was even a encampment. Encampments are one of the things that are hard to count. It's very difficult for the PIT count to be accurate because the encampments a lot of times won't adhere to that counting. There's even been incidences near food and shelter that a encampment had to be dispersed because they wouldn't obey the rules. There was drugs there, there was drug paraphernalia there, and there was condoms everywhere. So this isn't just in certain areas, but I know it's in areas that we're probably not even aware of. We do have data, we have research, we know all the rules about sex offenders not being allowed to stay within 2,000 feet of certain facilities. We've been told that there are other concerns in our community. We're just asking you to keep us safe. We're asking you to make sure that whatever you do for everyone, you do for everyone. Your efforts should be to protect all of us. Your efforts should be to make decisions to make sure that we're all in a safe community where we don't have to be afraid. So that's what I'm asking you to do today. I'm asking if you choose, and I'm asking you to choose not to renew it until you find out who's here, until you find out more data, until you get more information so that you can keep our community safe. Thank you.
Following Brad will be Russell.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Brad Worcester. I am a Ward 4 resident. I am the 2023 president of the Norman Downtowners Association, and I will be speaking for them on their behalf this evening, which I guess means I don't get to speak for myself, but that's probably just as well. So this has been an issue for a while for downtowners. It's a tough position for the individual business owners and property owners to be in. None of us are against helping people get off the streets, staying warm, staying cool. It isn't about that. We've had some people come up here and speak tonight that have had some compassionate stories, and I assure you no one in the Downtowners organization wouldn't agree with those compassionate stories and want to help those people. Trying to see which paragraphs I'm going to skip since I don't have my 3-minute clock. You all received a petition earlier today that was signed by the owners of 139 properties. It had a color map. It's pretty clear that the business and property owners feel this shelter and the way it operates is very incompatible with the downtown that we all want to have. Does that mean the downtowners want to absolutely terminate this lease? Well, we haven't had much of a chance to have that conversation. I've had individual conversations with many of you. I think some of the members absolutely would. I think the majority of them recognize this as a large problem, but we need to make some significant steps. You guys have, and this was provided to me by Councilmember Grant, the Norman and Cleveland County Continuum of Care Bridging the Gap Action Steps to End Homelessness. It is 28 pages. It has 69 points, individual points to take. A 24-hour-a-day, all-year-round shelter is one of those points. There's 68 other ones. Again, this is the Norman Cleveland County Continuum of Care report. Sorry, gotta turn my pages here. Norman represents 43% of Cleveland County by population, 34% by area. Since this action plan was taken about people, we'll go with the 43%. A little brief history. The first emergency warming shelter was in the building next door, formerly the
in charge of a landlord group. There's 45 of them. There's 24 tenants out of those people who signed it. So what does that tell you? It's just the landlords. It's the landlords and 24 people. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the amount of people that Brad thinks it is. Anyways, I wanted to thank city staff. You know, every 3 months is a really long time to go between having to come up here and talk to people. If I could go 6 months or a year, it'd be even greater. Anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a great day.
Trudy Sickles, I'm sorry, didn't have my mic on. Okay. Penny Reynolds. Catherine Bierman.
Whew. Kate Bierman, Ward 4. I have lost my stamina for these late meetings. I am both a commercial and residential property owner in downtown Norman. And frankly, I wish I could turn this around and speak to all the rest of the people here, because I feel like you all understand exactly what it is that we're doing tonight and why this warming shelter is so necessary. So what I'm going to talk about, because my business was located about 1,000 feet from the Comanche Street warming shelter, I have participated in the point in time count. I have volunteered at Food and Shelter. One of our businesses has a food pantry and give me a little bit more bandwidth in my day, and soon we will be applying for a community fridge license as well. We also host a pet food pantry at our other business, which is located just behind the Norman Central Library. We donate kennel space to unhoused residents who have dogs that need care. And tonight it's going to be 80 degrees with 75% humidity, as evidenced by my hair. If you stand outside for even 30 minutes tonight, I promise you, you will sweat and you will look for water and you will look for air conditioning. But if you are unhoused, you will not find it. Tomorrow night it's going to be 107 degrees, or tomorrow during the day it's going to be 107 degrees. Tomorrow night it's going to be 60% humidity. And we are giving people an opportunity to sleep inside, to collect data from them, to link them with the services that they need to acquire the identification that many of them don't have. And I live on the walk from where the former warming shelter was to food and shelter. And so I interact with people who are unhoused on a daily basis, and I will tell you that many of them are funny, they are kind, they are helpful. Cannot tell you how many times we've had the garage door open at one of our businesses, hauling in boxes, and several who have been to or from the food pantry have stopped and asked if they could help. They sit inside, just like at another area coffee shop, just to stay cool or to get a cup of water. And frankly, we have kicked out more people from our coffee shop who have gotten in their cars and driven away than we've ever had to someone who's left on foot or on a bike or had to go somewhere where they don't have a home. And so I am a downtown business owner, I am a downtown residential property owner, and I do support the extension of this warming shelter. And I encourage everyone who's here tonight to engage either with the warming shelter, with food and shelter, or with one of the many food pantries. There are lots of ways to engage with this part of our population and to understand them a little bit better. And I hope you all do.
Luigi?
Luigi Polvani, Ward 4. I'm learning. First of all, thanks, Katie, for the simple and expensive ways to make things better. I hope you can make this trash can happen. It's the kind of input and suggestion that I wish we would hear more often. I heard about the Norman Downtown Association. I would love to see that petition for myself because I would love to read the text and seek the signatures. Going back to the issue at hand, what has been called these people over and over, they're mothers, they're veterans, they're Christians, they're humans. Not just a list of conviction and scary stories. Leaving 40 more people sleeping in the street is plain cruel. In the documents related to this agenda item, it's stated that all the concerns related to the shelter and its activities have been addressed. Unhoused people are not just gonna disappear only because we're closing the shelter, and they are not less human because they don't have a stable home. This shelter is the most effective, humane, and money-efficient intervention available. I want to stress money efficient. Personally, I care about that. I think it's an important bit. It makes Norman better and safer. I support keeping it open. Thank you.
John, would you like to speak?
Bang. Every one of you are without a job. You just lost your job. What are you going to do? You just lost your job. You don't have no home. I don't like things near my mouth. You just lost your job. You have no place to go. You lost your home, and now you're on the street. You're looking for a place to stay, just for the night. You just need a stepping stone. What do? You go to a park? Oh no, police run you off from the parks. All the neighbors don't want you in their neighborhood. Well, we have a place where they can go. It is getting hot. Last summer I had a heat stroke, so I know this summer's going to be even worse. But, you know, we have to be compassionate. These are people in our community that need help. We have to give the helping hand, or we end up being the ones that really suffer. So what I ask you to do is, as I did before, stop doing it every 3 months. Do it until we have another solution for it. Because you're going to do it anyway. So you might as well just save your time being up here and listening to us every 3 months. Come up here and tell you, okay, you know, we need to do this some more. And go ahead and do it. And have a continuation until we get some housing that can take care of these people. And that's all we got to do. It's pretty simple. But we're not doing it. We're coming up here with your time, Do you like being here at 11 o'clock at night? I sure don't. But I see it that important to come and talk to you about it. Because these people, you know, food shelter sometimes just gives a basket of food to somebody that can help them. You know, the little things, just enough to give them that stepping stone so they don't end up flat on their back or another suicide in the books. You know what I'm saying? So just keep it open and make it open until we have other housing available for them. And it is getting worse out there. We're going to have more homeless people. I mean, it's pretty rough out there right now. I mean, I think every day to God that I have a place to stay. And I'm lucky. So, you know, we really need to look after these other people just for a day. And just take it one day at a time. But, you know, keep it open. Okay, guys?
John Scameyhorn.
My name is Dr. John Scameyhorn. I'm 69 years old and a retired chemical engineer. I have lived in Norman for 42 years, the whole time in Ward 1. It is obvious that some homeless are seriously damaging Norman. Businesses are closing and new businesses refuse to open in Norman. And who can blame them, with their customers being harassed by aggressive panhandling? Areas where homeless camp out are trashed. Some parks, playgrounds, libraries, and sidewalks are too dangerous for safe use. Instead of being a cultural and shopping mecca, Norman is gaining the reputation of a place to avoid. Our city is on the cusp of the downward spiral other U.S. cities are experiencing. Businesses shutter, tax revenues decrease, less money for public safety, crime skyrockets, and Norman becomes a dangerous slum. Let's not let this happen. Many homeless in Norman suffer from drug or alcohol dependency and/or mental illness. The housing first model has been discredited. We need a treatment first model. The first step in helping homeless individuals is to get them into treatment for these problems. The proposed contract with Food and Shelter includes conditions that occupants at a friend's house shelter can use drugs and alcohol in the facility, and there's no expectation that those with addiction problems seek treatment. There is no expectation that occupants actively seek employment or train for employment. Read the proposed contract, it's all spelled out. Society is dealing with those who want to be taken care of but do not want to work or as old as humankind. In 2 Thessalonians, the Apostle Paul writes, "If a man shall not work, he shall not eat." In summary, the current contract for the shelter is enabling occupants to continue destructive behavior to the detriment of the individuals and the entire community. We all want to see the affected individuals become productive members of society. But if they do not cooperate, this is just a deep hole for resources badly needed for problems like needed infrastructure repair to water systems or underfunded police. The proposed contract should be rejected, but amendments might lead to an acceptable agreement. I think the shelter is salvageable, but with changes. Thank you.
Evan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. Thank you, audience at home. I love what all of the speakers who have spoken have said. What is it going to take for us to figure out how to quarterback a massive gardening program? Gardens and urban farms need to I see you smiling. And I'm not sure if it's kind of a mocking smile or not. I am serious about this. Imagine I had a PhD from Harvard. Imagine I went to Stanford. Imagine I had supreme executive power. Get it done. Somebody talk to Chief Foster. Somebody, get the identification. Let's find out who these people are and give me 100 shovels and 100 hedge clippers. And I will inspire and I will shame them into action. We should all be doing that. Let's go down and say, hey, we just approved this shelter as a team. To heck with the quorum requirements. Let's go down there and talk to them and connect. Whatever.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that was the last one.
Are there any comments from council regarding this? Councilmember Grant.
Yes. Could we hear from April Dosher real quick? I have a couple questions. I just want to address some of the things we heard and then talk about this other thing. So data is collected when people come, even if they don't have ID.
Correct.
Sex offenders are not allowed to stay at our shelter.
Correct.
Also, we did hear someone say it would be nice if we didn't do this every 3 months. Do you think that a month-to-month contract, given that it's kind of the same, you'd have a 30-day window to know when we were changing our mind, and it would come through a committee, or you'd find out about it, would you be open to that?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. That's it for me from right now. My next question is for staff. If we were to amend this section on month-to-month language, I'm curious about the money. How does that work?
So I was just texting Anthony, wanting to know how much money we had in the account. This is currently budgeted in the general fund, professional services, community intervention. He doesn't quite have the FYE '24 budget memorized yet, so he's going to go get his book. But we do have some budgeted funds, so it would have to come back to council for additional appropriations if that account was running low. Other than that, if it were a month-to-month, then it wouldn't have to come back to council without that need or without a further discussion from council for other plans or things like that.
So it sounds like we'd have to talk about the money at another council meeting. Well, in that case, I move to amend Section 2, term to replace the proposed language with the following: service shall be provided beginning July 1st, 2023 on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, make a movement. I heard a second. Let me get the, do you have it written? Oh. Yeah, please do.
The comment about, that one of the speakers made about if we terminated the contract, I just can't recall at this exact moment. If we voted against it tonight, would they have to move everything out by July 1st? Or is there a 30-day, like if we ended the contract, you've got a month to clear, to move it, is that?
For termination, however, this contract currently expires on Friday.
Okay.
So there would not be a 30-day notice.
I would like to make sure that if at any point the council didn't renew it tonight or in the future, that it wouldn't be that everybody's got to scramble and move everything out in 3 days or whatever, that there would be some sort of period where.
Let me take care of the motions on the floor first.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion, right here. Service shall be provided starting, she said July 1st. On a month-to-month basis.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor that service, and that motion is that service shall be provided starting on July 1st, 2023, and ending September. No. On a month-to-month basis. On a month-to-month basis. Sorry, it's getting late. Discussion on that amendment from council.
Okay, you have some in the queue, the
amendment, let me get closer to the mic. I got to get this telephone book over here. The motion on the floor is that service shall be provided starting on July 1st and on a month-to-month basis thereafter, on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, so you have,
Would you like to explain your motion? What you're trying to do, in my opinion, is say, we cannot shut down July 1st. We'll have to do that on a 30-day basis thereafter.
Correct.
Okay. Does that make
Or I
sense?
mean, like, it's basically, we don't have to renew it month to month. It will just keep going until we decide to talk about shutting it down, and then there'll be a 30-day notice.
If the motion does not pass this time, is that what?
No.
You're amending the whole thing? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is everybody square? All right. Council member?
you have, they had all pushed their buttons before the motion, so.
Ah,
Okay, so Elizabeth.
okay, so, Councilmember Tortorella?
I have an amendment of my own here. So
Okay.
about this one.
Okay.
Councilmember Ball?
No.
I'll wait till the amendments are done to speak.
All right.
I have a question about the amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
It's really, really late and I'm really, really tired. So this is just, it's perpetual. We're not coming back every 30 days. We're just going to continually keep going until we decide we're going to stop. Is there a better way to say that? Because it sounds like every 30 days we're going to, I don't know. It might sound a little confused, or I'm tired. I don't know.
No, I'm right there with you. would
It
be-
sounded like, oh, in 30 days we're going to continue to keep going.
Yeah, instead of 90 days. And
But it's not 90 days. Like we could keep this going for 5 years and like never stop it, and that's fine. Probably what we should do. But is there a way like a continual until count? I don't know. It sounds a little confusing.
would you like to amend your amendment in any way?
No, but also maybe Catherine might be able to explain it.
Sure.
My understanding is some of this is coming at the request of the downtowners, but generally, when you look at a lease that's month to month, it's a lease for 30 days. It renews every 30 days automatically until you give a 30-day notice. And so it puts in that time frame and allows the contract to just continue and renew every 30 days.
And so the original motion that was on the floor was for 90 days. So that's going to just, for an additional 30 days would be the. would that
It's
be-
not an additional 30 days. I
It's a
think she's wanting to
continual.
replace the 90 days with a month-to-month.
And if we want to
contract
terminate,
beginning
we have a
July
30-day termination. That's weird.
Okay. Councilmember Holman?
Mine was the same question. I think I do understand it now.
Does everybody understand the motion that we're voting on? Okay. Oh, who did I get? Councilmember Schuler.
I just want to make sure, so we will talk about this, about the contract, about the numbers that are being, currently served at a friend's house in our oversight committee each month. So there will be an opportunity for us to continue to discuss ongoing, the ongoing contract each month. But, so just want to clarify that there are some opportunities for us to continue to discuss in our oversight meeting, which is the second Thursday at 4 p.m. every month.
Any further comments? All right. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Don't we get public comment on this?
Not for this amendment.
Okay, the motion passes by a vote of 7-2, voting against Councilmember Ball and Mayor Heikela. So that motion was to amend the section that says the service shall be provided beginning July the 1st, 2023, on a month-to-month basis.
And now do I need to make that motion again or we have approved this item 39?
No, we still have to vote on it as amended. You have a motion on the floor to approve, and that, so now we're back to the main motion
Okay.
as amended.
I'll entertain a motion. Well, we've got a motion on the floor. Never mind. It's getting late. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep myself on track and do this correctly. The motion on the floor is to approve the amendment as amended? Council members, you may cast your votes. We approve the amendment. Oh, you want to make an, I'm sorry. Okay. You'd like to make another amendment, Councilmember Tortorella?
I do. Start now? I move to amend section 1 of the contract to add the following language to the scope of work, that the contractor shall endeavor to provide a treatment first frame in addition to housing first model, and for the unsheltered guests who are not currently receiving medical or mental health, substance abuse treatment from other facilities.
If you have that spelled out, can you pass it down here?
I've got it right here.
Okay,
And I'll read it to council. As soon as she's.
go ahead. I'll get it.
The amendment is, or the amendment asked for is, contractors,
Okay, go ahead. But we don't have a second yet.
right, contractors shall endeavor to provide a treatment first framework in addition to the housing first model to unsheltered guests who are not currently receiving needed mental health, substance abuse, and medical treatment. Do I have a second? I have a second, motion and second. All right, council, I know I'm gonna need to read that again. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to remember it. Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I'd like to talk to April Dosher again. Hi, so how do you feel about this one?
Okay, so Councilmember Torrell and I did speak about this on Friday, and I shared with him some of the concerns about, just going full-on treatment model at a homeless shelter. It's really not common done. There's some facility issues that would need to be addressed because at this time, if you walk into, there's no place to do one-on-one services in that facility that's not open to everybody else to hear. So I think that conversation needs to be had. With that said, I have absolutely no problem striving to bring in more services, striving to bring in our partners at Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health. One thing I've mentioned to Ms. Walker, Mr. Purinton, and maybe some of you all, is that we actually have employees at Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health Center that come and work with us at the shelter at night. So they're there to connect people to Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health. And whenever I speak to you guys in oversight and other committees, I share with you the number of people who are newly engaged in mental health services. So we're really doing a lot of that stuff already, but I'm absolutely willing to strive to do better.
Would additional funding help with that?
So, absolutely. I mean, yes. There's no way for us to add on treatment professionals with the budget that we have now. It doesn't mean that we couldn't explore options like with Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health or other partners, Hope Community Services, to come in and provide services. That's a big ask, come in at 5 o'clock at night and do services when you've worked all day, but that doesn't mean that that's not possible. I got this information Friday. I've had a day and a half to think about it and not really a lot of time to explore it. So, but definitely open to bringing in more services and looking at better ways, especially if we know, we have space to work with. This is where we're going to be for a bit. We're not constantly looking somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Ball? Excuse me, Councilmember Schuler.
Yeah, I had similar questions for April. I just maybe speak a little bit more about if this is passed and part of the contract now, will this provide a hardship to you and your staff without additional funding? What does that look like? I know that you're willing to strive to do more, to offer more resources, but like in a practical sense, what is this going to look like if your contract is amended in this way?
So, sorry, it is very late. I haven't been up this late in 25 years. So I'm losing my voice and my eyes don't work anymore.
So the word endeavor means strive. If it said shall provide this many hours of services starting July 1st, I'd have a really hard time with it because there's just so many complicating factors to providing a service that's protected by HIPAA versus, what we do already professionally. But even if this amendment didn't happen, I'm going to strive to do better. I'm going to keep trying to bring more partners in. We've already been doing that. And we've increased the hours that our case managers work. So they started at 3 hours. We have 2 graduate level social workers who work at the shelter now 5 hours per night, and doing housing plans, connecting to resources, helping with recovery, all of that. So we're already doing more, and we're just going to keep trying.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ball.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ball.
One of my very first votes as a counselor a few months ago was voting to extend this warming shelter contract by 3 months. And at that time, I said, unless we show some progress and we have some answers, then I will not support this again. The amendment that Rashar just put forward is the first actual answer or progress that I have seen since I've been up here. Well, other than wanting to spend $2 million to move the downtown problem a whole quarter mile away. So, luckily, I do have our home-based study, the $100,000 study that Norman petitioned. If you look at question 20 on here, what do you think are the biggest roadblocks to keeping Cleveland County from ending homelessness? The number one thing, 59%. The next closest thing is 36%. And that's insufficient permanent and affordable housing, which, hey, we just made a top 100 city because of our amazing housing. But the number one thing is insufficient mental health support. I talked to Mr. Pyle before this meeting started. I asked him how much money came out of our general budget specifically for mental health. I can count that high. You know why? Because it's zero. This city spends $0. And maybe Mr. Francisco can, shed some light if there's some other things going on that, Mr. Powell and I wasn't aware of. But this city spends no money on mental health services, substance abuse services, or prevention. All we keep doing is throwing money at a temporary shelter over and over and over again. And that's why everybody in this room is so frustrated. So, right now the language says endeavor. I think it should be mandatory. I understand that 2 days is not enough time to make anything mandatory. And I respect what y'all do. I think you have an amazing service. I think you are helping people. And that's one of the reasons I voted to extend the contract the first time. So if we are going to start taking this seriously and going after the mental health, because right here, out of the 266 people in our city in 2020 who were experiencing homelessness, 50% were identified as having a serious mental illness, a substance use disorder, or both. Giving them a bed to sleep in is not an answer. I don't know if you know this about me. I had a drug addiction issue at one time. I was on the street at one time. And the most compassionate thing anybody did for me was to stop enabling that behavior. They quit giving me handouts. They told me to grow up, get a job, and get myself together. I never went to a shelter. I never took a handout from anybody. I took their advice, and I grew up. Luckily, I don't have the mental, at the time, I just got out of the military, maybe some PTSD, who knows. We all suffer from some kind of mental health disorder. We all need help. But the city, we haven't been giving it to people. All we're doing is just giving people a place to sleep at night and then kicking them out in the morning. So, I still don't know if, I would like to see the language, like I said, change to mandatory mental health and substance abuse services. So that's probably why I'm still going to vote no on this tonight. But if we can see that we are taking the steps to correct the mental health issues, the homeless to work initiatives. Mr. Powell, have we done anything with our homeless to work initiatives? I know we had been talking about it. Have we put any kind of programs in place to actually get?
We have identified budgeted resources that'll be available effective July 1.
Okay.
And it came about a conversation that used to be just a general fund effort on litter cleanup. Right. That we used to go out and hire day labor to help us clean up, especially, the windy part of the summer. We hire people on a daily basis, and actually we recognized that there's a greater opportunity and a bigger need for litter cleanup, and actually a solid waste service that could be expanded. So we do have budgeted resources available to start programming in the new fiscal year.
This sounds like Bishop Creek needs some help.
Bishop's Creek probably does need some help.
But that's mainly all I have. I was going to sit here and read all this to you, all these questions and everything else. But like I said, Rashar took the first step in actually correcting the problem. So I'll save the rest of it for next time. So thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Okay, thank you. It's not necessarily the official procedure, but I would maybe offer a friendly amendment to Councilmember Torrella's amendment and base this requirement or endeavor on, one, finding out what it would take to do it, what it would cost, and then pending city council approval of additional funds, it would go into effect. So we're not putting in an unfunded mandate on Food and Shelter for Friends. If we want them to do this, then I would say that we need to commit. I agree fully with Councilmember Ball that the city of Norman, we are not spending enough on these issues. I know some people think we spend too much, but of a $300 million overall city budget, the city of Norman is spending less than, well, around $500,000 to $700,000 a year on services. The city of Oklahoma City spends over $10 million a year on their general fund on this issue. Oklahoma City is not 10 times larger than Norman. So we're not, compared to a lot of cities, spending much at all of our city budget. Less than a fraction of a percent of our total budget is spent on this. And so I would agree that, yeah, if getting people the help they need with mental health and substance issues, which, you know, that's a whole nother issue. I feel like the state has continually defunded mental health and substance abuse programs for years, and now the city of Norman's having to try to pick up the tab and address something like that that is, I believe, way beyond us. So I would offer maybe some sort of language to the amendment that if we were to require that we would have some period of time where we could figure out what exactly that would be, what it would cost logistically to do it in the Gray Street spot, and then dependent on this council approving funding to do it. So whatever that might look like, I would offer that addition.
Councilmember Tortorella, would you like to amend your amendment?
I'd like to keep it the way it is because, you know, this is what's been asked by the folks I've been talking with, and it's the VA model, and it's worked. They've looked at the housing first issue, and it's not that effective. The treatment first thing is working for them, and the whole idea is to get these folks and identify where they're short, where they're lacking, what the medical issues are, what the mental health substance issue is, and get them the treatment that way, that route. And if it works for the federal government, if it works for the VA, we should try it here at this local level. I think people are asking, you know, do we want to keep them in a housing first model, which does not work all the time, okay? But what has worked and seen and shown results is the treatment first model, where they're there, and if they're not receiving treatment from another facility, and we have the relationship you're building, April, with these other agencies here to come in and have those conversations, why not? Okay? We're looking at passing this thing and extending it to allow you to do what you need to do at the taxpayer's expense. I think at least we owe the taxpayers some sort of hey, are we getting what we're paying for? Are we getting the results? I think the results they want to see in the end is how many people you can get into transitional housing, into permanent housing, off the drugs, mental health help there, and become productive citizens. That should be the goal. And the model that has worked, has proven to work, is the treatment first. So I'd like to keep it the way it is and not make any changes, because it's either now or never. We got to do it now, And Anthony, I mean, we can find the resources, but, you know, Steve, you do have a good point. With the budget we have, we spend, what, $700,000 a year? That's nothing compared to the ARPA funds we received and all the things that we've done with the ARPA funds to shore up infrastructure, the EOC, the Imhoff Bridge. I don't see this as a big expense. The bigger expense is not doing anything while they're there. I think that's going to be more problematic, cause more issues going forward if the goal is to get them to productive citizenship. That should be the direction we're going. You know, let's burn the bridges, burn the boats, burn all the boats and see what we can do. You have a budget. We talked about this earlier. You know, how can you modify your budget? And we hadn't had that discussion yet, but you can have that discussion with the next council to see where your budget is right now. And with the security, was it 32,000? I mean, so can you massage that? The community, I hear from the community, we've all heard from everyone in the community who wants to keep this shelter open. I can't believe we can't find one psychiatrist or psychologist or counselor to come and volunteer for a couple days a week and just show up. And as far as the HIPAA compliance, can we find an office space in that location they're at and put a door and make that compliant with this request?
We did take doors off of some office space that does exist in the building, and it was just a matter of being able to administer, you know, who's going in to close doors, et cetera, but there are spaces like that inside.
Can we put a door back on? I mean, I'm asking, if it's a HIPAA issue, which it is, let's put a door back on so they have a place to have these conversations in private. That way we can start collecting the data that we need, the council needs to look at going forward, like where they came from, how they got here, what was the circumstances. That's important data that we all need to see and look at and find a metric so we can see it. And we got a data person up here on council, Ward 3, who specializes in numbers, who can look at the data and look at the trends and hopefully find, hey, we're heading in the right direction. I think for everyone listening, they want to see results too as well. And this is that compromise, the treatment first. So I like to keep it the way it is.
As you go. I'll remind everybody that it's already tomorrow. Council member, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Oh, I did. I pushed the button. You talked a lot tonight. It's my turn. April, get your steps starting today now. Start it all over.
Start over, all right.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember when I was a teeny tiny baby council member and I went to visit you and I asked you a lot of questions and I did a thing on Facebook and all sorts of stuff? In your little tiny home model, Housing First, you had a 100% success rate at homing them permanently and getting them help and stuff. Okay. So the people that we see at a friend's house, are they the same people you see during the day at Food and Shelter?
Some of them, yes.
Do you think a lot of them, half of them, a good portion of them?
So I would say, yeah, probably 75% leave the shelter and come to 201 Reed. Some go to Women's Sanctuary and that day shelter there.
So they go to your facility, they have access to caseworkers, they have access to internet, they have little mailboxes, they can start applying for jobs, be connected to resources and all of that. So, right, like they
Correct,
have,
yes.
this is what you do, this is your wheelhouse, you feed them and then you provide services. And so basically, in my mind, at the moment, the warming shelter is just an extension of that. It's just somewhere to sleep, right? So it's the end of the day, so now you just go to sleep. But you are doing that with these people, right?
Right, yeah, yes. So we do that some at 201 Reed, but the idea that they just come in and we don't do anything with them at a friend's house is incorrect. I mean, that's why I said we increased our social work hours. We've increased a lot of the services that we're providing there, building housing plans, connecting to resources. I mean, social work is the key component for, getting somebody on their way. We look at their unique needs and we say, we do ask that information. We do ask, where'd you come from? What got you here? What's the root cause of your specific homelessness? And then how can we get you out of that situation so you never become homeless again? We do all of that. We take the model that works at McCown Village and we apply it to the work we do at a friend's house. And that's why every month when I come to oversight, I say this many more people got housed, this many more people got jobs, this many more people went into treatment. So that's how that's happening. It's not that they've just figured it out on their own all of a sudden.
Right. So I do think it's a mischaracterization to say that you guys aren't doing anything and we should force a mandate or an endeavor. I mean, I endeavor to be a ray of sunshine as a council member, but it doesn't mean that I get to, actually do it. We can endeavor all day, but I mean, this is fine. And if you're fine with this, then whatever. But I don't think it's necessary to state this because this is something you actually do with them during the day, during the evening. You're seeing them round the clock. And I mean, these services are happening. So I've heard some conversation that that's not happening or we're not doing these things. And I wanted to give you the opportunity to clarify that.
And this is not in any way to detract from the amendment because, like I said, I don't have a problem with the amendment. The push toward treatment first model is addressing an issue that doesn't have anything to do with a friend's house.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's responding to mental health episodes that happen on the street. Some, some of the things we heard talked about earlier, those are mental health issues. Those are deeply severe mental health issues that a counselor can't solve. Those people need comprehensive psychiatric care with a medical doctor who manages their medicine and an intensive therapy. That happens at Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health. That's what they do. They're good at it. Counseling, peer support group, it can help with a lot of things, but it's not going to solve those problems. I just need to make that really clear. It's not going to address schizophrenia. You can't address schizophrenia with just a counseling session. That's a very different kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think there's a lot of conflation between mental health and what is homeless and what you do. And obviously, a lot of people are homeless because they do have very severe mental health issues. This gentleman over here who spoke earlier was absolutely correct when he said, there are some people that don't have a safety net because they are not employable and they need different help and stuff. And that is not what you're in the business of. That is not what we've contracted you to do. We've contracted you to provide a safe place for these people to go overnight. And so, fine, whatever. But I think that's trying to address something that is completely different than what you're in the business of doing. All you can do is point them in the direction and not be, you're not a medical service provider. You can't diagnose people. You can only try to connect people. So I think we need to separate what it is that you do with the people who are talking about those who defecate in public. That's not a homeless issue, that's a mental health issue. These are two very different things.
They had houses, they'd probably do it inside.
Right, and let's not forget that you can go on a website and you can look at your neighbors around you who are registered sex offenders. So let's not act like housed people don't get just as many calls of service from the police as the unhoused, so.
Yeah, just related to that, Captain Lancaster outside and I were talking in the hallway and he said, we've all been talking, we being the police department, and we think this is really working.
So thank you for sharing that, April.
Councilmember Brandt?
I'll just say that I'm really not for this amendment, and I would like to clarify that the VA actually does a Housing First model. I'm on their website right now, and Housing First is defined as Housing First is a major change of clinical philosophy and a giant logistic change at the same time. It takes housing and treats it as a human right instead of a reward for doing well. Based on overwhelming evidence that all people experiencing homelessness can achieve stability in permanent housing if provided with the appropriate levels of services. It goes on to state what people can do, but basically, Housing First is a paradigm shift from the traditional housing ready approach. It follows a basic principle that everyone is ready for housing regardless of the complexity or severity of their needs. Services are wrapped around them, so it's not enabling. I want to make that point because Treatment First is not the VA's model.
I'd like to respond to this when you're done.
Hit the request to speak button.
When you're done.
I will not be supporting this amendment.
Councilmember?
Every VA has the ability to do what they want to do at each location. We just know that Housing First has been a colossal failure everywhere else. All we're asking for right now, all I'm asking for is to entertain the idea, I don't know why you're so combative, that why not do the treatment first? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we have the data to show it. You're just say no for whatever reason, and there's no reason to say no. Let's try it. It's out there, it has worked, but we do have data to show that Housing First fails. It's not there to get them to where they need to go. It's there to enable them. At least Treatment First addresses the mental health, the substance abuse issues, to get them the help they need to go and become productive members. That is what our purpose, our task and purpose is, to get them the help they want, they need, and get them to a better place. I am for this amendment, and I don't understand why you're not, but if you're not, that's okay. Don't vote for it, vote no.
Okay, I'm calling the question. The question on the floor is, contractor shall endeavor to provide a treatment first framework in addition to the housing first model to unsheltered guests who are not currently receiving needed mental health, substance abuse, and medical treatment. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have
Oh,
been completed, and the motion fails by a vote of 3 to 6. Voting in favor, Councilmember Tortorello, Mayor Heikela, Councilmember Ball.
all right, so that leaves us with the amendment to, as amended. Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I have one more cleanup item. I didn't realize it was mentioned in the payment for services section as well, but in regards to the timing of the first amendment we made, I would recommend that we replace, or we strike in section 6 of the contract, the language with the first payment due on December 10th, 2022, and the last payment being due on September 10th, 2023.
Okay.
Just strike it out right here.
Sorry about that.
So the amendment, excuse me, the amendment proposed is that we strike out with the first payment, it is in section 6, part 2, from part 2. And it says with the first payment due on December 10th, 2022, and the last payment being on September 10th, 2023. We're striking that. Is there a second to that? Is there a motion?
I can't make.
Right. Is there a motion first?
Second.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to strike the sentence with the first payment due on December 10th, 2022, and the last payment being due on September 10th, 2023. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 8 to 1, voting against Councilmember Ball.
All right. And
Now it's back to the main motion on the floor as amended.
as amended, do I have to put both amendments in there?
No, you don't have to say it again.
Okay.
You just-
The amendment, that 39, amendment number 2, to contract with Food and Shelter for the provision of shelter services for on a month-to-month basis.
So,
Right. Council members, you may cast your votes.
all votes have been cast to adopt the amendment as amended, passes by a vote of 6 to 3, voting against Councilmember Tortorello, Councilmember Ball, and Mayor Heikela.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 40. Anthony, you're up. Item number 40, ordinance. Yeah, it was hard. It's the other Anthony. Second and final read. 16, Roman numeral 11, unsolicited written materials to Chapter 16, Health and Safety, Section 16, 1101 through 16, 1103, adding definitions, prohibitions on placement of materials, and penalties for violations thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I got plenty.
I'm working on this.
Mr. Purinton.
Was there a
And Matt.
PowerPoint, Bryce? Did we bring it over from the study session? No? Okay. Well, I was specifically told we didn't need that. Oh, perfect. Okay, we'll just go off script. Okay, so basically this is the ordinance amendment that we had proposed previously for unsolicited written materials. What this ordinance contains is regulations relating to where unsolicited written materials can be delivered on private property. What the regulations contain are specific places, such as in a door, in a mailbox, and there are 6 different ones that we have talked about previously. And it sets out specific areas where you can place the unsolicited written material. What this is intended to prevent is haphazard delivery, where it ends up in someone's driveway, someone's lawn, or something to that effect. So with these regulations, it would just kind of regulate where those materials can be placed. There's a penalty provision. It could be fined anywhere from $50 to $750 under the ordinance. And that's pretty much it's a pretty simple ordinance that sums up the major provisions. It would not apply, obviously, to the U.S. Postal Service. And based on council feedback, I would reiterate that it would not as well impact, I mean, considering that political flyers and stuff of that nature are usually placed in the areas or mailed to the address, those probably wouldn't be impacted by this ordinance because those aren't haphazardly delivered. If there are any specific questions about the ordinance, I'm happy to entertain them. We've discussed it several times, so.
I'm sorry, could you guys hear me?
Yes, he was asking if the council members had questions.
It was very difficult.
Sorry.
I don't see any.
Okay. I'm seeing no comments from council members. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make any comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers registered for this item?
We do. Mary Frances Gohal. Carla DeGravel. Did you want to speak on 40, on the unwritten materials? Yeah. Okay, it's your turn.
Great, thank you. I'm Chelsea Gravel from Ward 4. I want to express my gratitude for the council caring and working to seek safety for our city. Starting below our streets, in the water running underground, in our drains, we want to preserve our drains. What we see littering the street is ultimately affecting the quality of all of Norman and the nearby communities. Staff presented findings in 3/9/23 to the Oversight Committee, which demonstrated the careless distribution for these materials caused them to drift into the city streets, into storm drains, into storm gates, and into city storm water systems. As a result, the materials end up being sourced of visible blight, reducing the effectiveness of the city's stormwater systems and ending up polluting the areas where the stormwater systems discharge. You are concerned with written material littering the streets. Would you like to know what I see littering our streets? Soiled underwear, syringes, food trash, people openly brushing their teeth on Main Street during Art Walk, drug paraphernalia, stolen property, shopping carts left abandoned, full of garbage, abandoned sleeping bags, abandoned tennis shoes, and empty spray paint cans that remained in them on the corner of Crawford and Dawes for 4 days. I have pictures of every single thing I'm mentioning. An abandoned shopping cart with items left in it next to
Chelsea,
Longfellow.
we got to stick to the item that we're talking about that's before us.
It's your unwritten materials, because that's not what's
Shopping
being
carts aren't
scheduled.
shopping carts are not unwritten, yeah, I'm getting the word wrong.
Then instead of that, what about all the food containers I'm seeing? What about all of the trash that is littering our street?
That's trash. Are you done? We're talking about.
How about this
Unsolicited.
paperwork, unsolicited paperwork? There's files covering our grounds outside. Files from our friends who are going to court and their information is laying out and about, open to anyone who wants to see and have that access. That shouldn't be accessible to the public. Laying out and about, having those papers, having their medical papers strewn out. I myself
We're
have had to
talking
throw
about
them away.
newspapers, magazines, those kinds of things that get thrown on driveways.
All
is-
right.
Is what that is.
I
Other
understand.
people's trash is not germane.
All right, I understand.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, wait a minute, sorry. John, Evan, did you want to speak? No, I'm good. Okay, that's
That's all. All right. Any final regarding this item? Councilmember Holman?
Just that this seems like an issue I've been hearing about and dealing with the entire time I've been on council. We've been talking about it for years, so I just appreciate city staff's work on this. I'm hopeful that this solution will be able to address this issue that people are having with companies literally dumping dumping unwanted materials on their property. So anybody out there, if you see somebody come on your property and leave something on your property, that would be where this would be addressed. I don't know that it addresses just trash in the street, but companies leaving stuff on your property that you're not wanting there. So hopefully this will address that situation, maybe once and for all. We never have to hear about it again, but we'll see.
Councilmember Schuler?
Yes, thank you. I know it's late, so I will be brief and echo the comments of Councilmember Holman. This has been something that I've been working on since I've been on council for over 2 years, and I just want to say thank you to Anthony Purington for finding a path forward for us that we can actually address this in a legal and meaningful way for our community. And I also want to thank former Councilmember Hall, who really took this issue through oversight and collected a lot of trash in her neighborhood, and she's still here in the audience. So thank you for your hard work on this. Happy to support.
Any other comments? All right. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Okay. All votes have been passes unanimously with Councilmember Ball and Councilmember Foreman out of the chambers.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion passes unanimously, once again with Councilmember Ball and Foreman out of the chambers.
All right. Item number 41, ordinance 0222351, upon second and final reading by fixing the compensation of the city manager as provided by Article 17, Section 1 of the Charter of the City of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Have a motion to adopt in a second. Recognize Catherine Walker to make a presentation.
Just this contract, if you remember the city manager's contract last year, it's changed quite a bit. Essentially, we took the model contract that we've been using more recently and pulled his information into that. The key points here are an increase in salary and then an increase in deferred compensation contributions. Those are the two major changes. Everything else is aligned with the model contract and is per your discussion at the executive session in early June. Also with this, you have the next item, which is an ordinance. We are required by charter to set the compensation by ordinance. So it gets a little funky when you try to pull everything that could possibly be compensation into an ordinance, but that's what you'll see as item 42. And it's just a formality required by the charter.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Peacock.
Yes, real easy. I just want to say that Darrell Pyle is an incredible city manager. We're fortunate to have him, and I cannot wait to approve this item.
Here, here.
Your Honor, just one quick comment.
Please.
I understand that the Norman City Council recognizes this position as one of the most important jobs in the state of Oklahoma. City manager for the third largest city and the second fastest growing city in the state. And I am humbled and honored to serve you in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Councilmember Tortorella.
This is well-deserved. You earned it. We can give you more. I would have given you more, but you are right. I think you're the best city manager in the state of Oklahoma, even for the third largest city. You should be number one. You're number one in my book about that. So this is a good deal, and I'm looking forward to voting for this too as well.
Anyone else? All right. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, just real quickly, wanted to say, there's always room for improvement as a city. We can always do things better and strive, but I do appreciate the effort and enthusiasm that you've brought to this job. It's a big reason why I voted to hire you a few years ago, and I'm looking forward to us continuing to try to tackle these big issues we're dealing with together. Thanks, Darrell.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes. Ready? Yes, we're on the contract.
And the motion passes unanimously. Councilmember Foreman did leave for the evening.
And I need to correct, I said the word ordinance, and is a contract, not an ordinance.
Wait, 41 is the ordinance.
41.
We did the ordinance and then the contract.
Oh, okay.
You're right.
Now you got both of us. Where am I? I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
A motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast. Adopted upon final reading unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 42, an employment agreement contract between Darrell Pyle and the City of Norman, the Norman Utilities Authority, the Norman Municipal Authority, the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, and the Norman Economic Development Authority, setting forth the term of employment by the City of Norman as city manager. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the contract.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. This is companion item to the previous item. Are there any further comments? Same ones. All right, ditto. Nobody signed up. Excellent. And the motion on the floor is, do it? Nothing. Okay, I just heard a voice. The motion on the floor is to approve the contract. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast unanimously.
Excellent. That'll make your wife happy. We've run out of work. This is time for miscellaneous comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council. Due to Open Meeting Act, Council is not able to participate in discussion during miscellaneous comments. Remarks should be directed to Council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less.
Sonia Potts.
This, what I'm talking about right now is about the fee in lieu of detention. Because what you're looking at, if you don't know what that is a picture of, it is sage cobblestone. We believe that sage cobblestone drainage, the stormwater drainage, it's over on 12th Street. We believe, although we're not positive, that that drainage, all the stormwater drains off to the west underneath 12th Street, down Osprey.
May I ask, is this line north-south? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just
Yes.
want to understand. And I'm sorry,
Do I get extra time?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're looking at it this way, this is to the north. Okay, so we think that they bored under 12th Street. We think the drainage probably goes down Osprey, exits at that big stormwater drain on Osprey, and goes right down to our farm. So I calculated it out based on the percentages. So the total acreage is 250,753 square feet. At 15 cents per square foot of impervious surface, if the whole thing was impervious, which it's not, it would have been a fee of $37,612. So on the minutes from the council meeting, when that was final platted, it said $10,446 was taken in lieu of detention. So you look at this and you tell me if you think this is only 28% impervious. Because that's how it calculates out per my calculations. I don't know about these calculations. I would really like to learn more about it. But the Potts Farm is becoming the water abatement for the city of Norman. That's where all the water's going. I don't know where this money's going that fees in lieu of are taken. If you looked at the map that I gave you in the very beginning, all those little red spots over there include sage cobblestone. We need some help. I would love to have Mr. Pyle, Mr. Heikkila, anybody else that wants to go. I know several of you have been to our farm. You have seen the blockages in your stormwater drain. It's your stormwater drain. It's in the big stormwater master plan. We need help. The blockages are unbelievable. And some of you that have been down there, I feel pretty certain you would agree with that. I know you can't say anything, but that's how I feel. But anyway, maybe I'll be calling about this stormwater and fee in lieu because I'd like to know the calculations.
Allison Wilson? Did she leave? Lynn Pruitt?
She's not here.
Becky Bender, Wanda Kritzler, whatever. Megan Strawn, Marguerite Larson, Judy Moss, Riley Worley, I believe they left, Alicia Schmidt, Audra Carr,
I want to say thank you. I know that this is a thankless job. I have done this job myself. And I just wanted to say, please consider the monetary impacts that your decisions are having on this drainage way. The money is not being put back into maintenance. The city engineer has said it's the landowner's problem. We're talking about millions and millions of gallons of water a year flowing through our property. Oklahoma riparian land rights say that We have the right to that water. We have the right to protect ourselves from that water or use that water as we choose. But the economic impact of that is becoming a severe detriment to our family. My children just graduated from college. I have twin girls. They got degrees in wildlife conservation. Excuse me, it's so late, I'm so thirsty, I can't even talk. But they fell in love with our property and they moved back to Norman to set up their own households, to work on this farm and improve production and become farmers. Who wants to do that these days? I have a background in landscape architecture. My husband's an engineer. We believe in the value of property. This drainage way is important, and we are being discriminated against. Oklahoma laws support riparian rights and water rights more than they do development rights. You all are in control of what happens with the future development of Norman. And as you go to sleep tonight, just think about what kind of city you want, continue to think about what kind of city you want to have. We would love to be a wonderful partner with the city of Norman. We are not the enemy of Norman. We are certainly not the enemy of the developer. We would love to be a partner, but we need to come up with creative solutions that benefit everybody. And we have the education and the skill to do that and the creativity to do that. We would love to be a wonderful partner, but we need someone to be a partner with us. Thank you very much and have a great night. Hope you get some rest.
Chelsea Gravel. Carlinda.
This is pepper spray. This is my whistle. This is my mace. And this is my pocket knife. And I cannot leave my house without those items. I cannot take my dog for a walk without having those items on me. There was a day when there was a particular incident when my daughter and I were walking my dog. By the way, I'm Carlinda Gravel, Ward 4. Thank you so much for hearing me again. I appreciate it so much. I know it's late. Councilmember Ball, thank you so much for sharing that story. I got a chance to tell the Norman transcript how much I love Norman in that story. I love Norman. Norman is my town. I don't know what's happening. I have to carry these things on me. We're walking down Main Street on one particular episode. There's a man on the corner having a mental health crisis. We're trying to cross the street and he makes eye contact with us. We have to beat on the door to the fire department. All the firefighters come out, they have to call the police. We're shaking, we're scared to death. We're told by people who are talking to us, you've got to add a commercial grade taser to that. I've had people tell me in the community, co-founder of Caravans, you've got to start carrying a weapon. I am not going to open carry a weapon. I am not going to do that. I will be the first person to be attacked if I open carry a weapon. This is what's happening to my community. One particular evening, we decide to go have dinner with some friends at the garage. We love all the businesses on Main Street. We try to support them every chance we can. We walk out the door to leave at 11 o'clock on a Monday night. Me and my daughter had to park a block away. Our friends were parked right in front of us. There's a group of men standing outside. People of different races are standing outside. I am not in the least bit racist. My daughter and I try to start to walk to our cars, but I immediately tell my friend, I said, watch us to our cars. I don't feel comfortable. There was no one else on Main Street. One of the gentlemen starts to make racial innuendos at me and my daughter. He begins to make us feel uncomfortable. He starts to act like he's following us, but he's saying out loud, I'm not following you, I'm not following you, and he's clearly following us. So we just get on our phones, I start texting my husband, I'm like, letting him know I'm about to be there. He follows us across the street. He starts waving at us down the street, still continuing to scream at us and trying to engage us. I get to my car, and my 88-year-old neighbor was the one that was watching us to our car. He goes and approaches her car door. He comes right up to her. And my daughter immediately waves her phone at me, and I call her. I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "Yes, this man came to my door. He thought I was watching him. I told him to get out of my way because I was watching my friend get to her car." This is a constant. This is something we're experiencing constantly. I know I've only got 13 seconds left. My mother has mental illness. This is not unaware to me. I was born with her having mental illness. She continually had mental health crisis. She's in a facility now for that permanently. I'm
Did Russell leave? Come on.
Sonia talked about the counting she's done on that. That value at Sage Cobblestone was close to $8 million. That's the property value. So that's just to see what was taken on that. And then our city staff turns around and takes $10,000 of that. Where's that, how far is that gonna go to handle the problem or to even offset what they didn't do by providing detention for that 5.5 acres? So I don't know if we need to set up a program where we'll just start back charging. I don't know, think about it. 15 cents a, square foot. City's charging footage. If y'all want to use our property for detention, then let's work out a deal. And that way we can manage. Maybe we can help clean up the creek and work with the Fozani's and work with the city of Norman. We're down there, we're working. You got 30 acres sitting times 43,560 square feet. That adds up. Multiply that. 30 times 43,560, multiply 15 cents. I'm just doing some accounting. I'm just kind of off the cuff here. Where does it stop? Where's that $354,000 they collected off the Eagle Cliff edition? Where's that at? Where'd it go? Who's accountable for that? So anyway, thank you for your time, and let's get some rest.
Evan, would you like to speak?
I would. Thank you, council, for staying up so late. One of our senators, Evan Dunn, 1400 Garfield Avenue, Ward 7. Mark Wayne Mullen has been in a Twitter spat with some union boss, and he's challenged him to a cage fight. A sitting senator has challenged another executive, if a senator is an executive, to a fight in which potential damage could be done to that brain, injuries could occur. For what? For pride, for an establishment of masculinity. I'll tell you this, China doesn't have that. Their executives, their government officials aren't challenging each other to cage matches. What is going on in our society such that the culture of violence, the culture of demonstrable vitriol, demonstrable anger has it's gone into another realm in which Americans are willing to hurt other Americans, and that's got to stop. That has got to stop. Because, when you think about the culture, it's perfectly natural. If you've been raised in this culture, it's natural that you're going to see sports and in the NFL and the WWE and all of these superficial diversions from what is truly important. And what's most truly important is what Mary Frances was talking about. We should be using every resource that we have access to combat climate change, to grow more food, to be as energy efficient as we possibly can. You all have received the emails that I've sent you. I want to, when Trump would talk about how the rest of the world is laughing at us, they're laughing at us because people believe in magical ideas. People, the would-be theocrats, they want to live under the dictatorship of, a deity. And that's in the books. We have got to confront the federal government putting dollars into religious schools. They are polluting young people's minds by giving them that.
All right. Any further comments from council? Either side? We are done.